He perished as the most formidable icon of eternity. He was regarded by all to be the architect of enchantment, and he passed away, presenting an unprecedented 15th tiered incantation that eradicated the mightiest fiend, yet ultimately found themselves in the realm beyond. Since he possessed minimal chakra akin to Kakashi, now he has been reborn half a century later in the physique of Kusanagi Minato, and swiftly comprehends that all individuals are simply ineffectual, feeble-minded individuals. Therefore, the actual originator of sorcery must now enroll in an academy of enchantment. At the very least, there are charming young women present. Initially, the individual who possessed the body was struck by a truck and transported to another world. Thus, our main character merely assumed control. Even the physician was unable to clarify how he healed so rapidly. It's as if he possesses divine sorcery, and naturally, that's due to the fact that he possesses divine sorcery. He passed away in 1970, and now, in the year 2022, the globe is tranquil. Televisions are sleek, individuals are observing K-pop and analyzing trends. Brainrod has already assumed control. Subsequent to being released, he arrives back at the residence of Kusanagi Minato. His guardians? Indeed, Trukuin collected them earlier. Thus, he matured in solitude, subsisting on their legacy. As the phenomenon of reincarnation sorcery is non-existent, he theorizes it was either divine intervention or perhaps mere chance. It was vehicle Kuin. Reliance. Myself. Currently, he is an attendee at an enchanted institution, and he is already intrigued. Unexpectedly, he receives a phone call from Tadano Kuin, yet chooses to disregard it, and naturally, there's the archetypal tormentor harassing the vulnerable. The subsequent day, we Arsjis are situated at Kamui Magic Academy. Abruptly, an individual invokes an incantation. However, the fire intensity is roughly equivalent to igniting a match. This profoundly frustrates the most formidable sorcerer on the planet. The more he observes the pupils, the more he comprehends how dreadful the world has turned, and that precedes his. Even observes the resurgence of dancing trends. During his era, even a novice would perform 10 times more effectively than this. Perhaps it is due to the fact that the world is excessively tranquil at present. Approaching the learning environment, he genuinely feels at ease, and he even contemplates whether he has any companions. Then, all of a sudden, the tormentor arrives, enraged, inquiring why Minato disregarded him the previous day. Minato merely inquires about his identity, and that by itself is sufficient to cause the auburn-haired individual to be defeated. He attempts to strike Minato with a kick and utterly falters. Thus, he alters his approach, gesturing and belittling, labeling him as worthless. As physical harm proved ineffective, perhaps psychological tactics will succeed. It is only at that moment that Minato recognizes this individual as the one who contacted him the previous day, leading him to conclude that they must be acquaintances. Tadano Kuin claims he has finally recalled and insists on payment. After all, that's what friends do, right? Yet Minato merely remarks that they will coexist harmoniously, which in some way intensifies the fury of the redhead. Tadano is aware that there remains some legacy funds, and he desires them. It is only at this point that Minato comprehends that this physique was previously subjected to torment. The auburn-haired individual is on the verge of. A sudden entrance occurs as a girl steps into the classroom. This has to be the deity of the institution. Azure locks, cerulean gaze, a highly conspicuous necktie, if you catch my drift, a voluminous, dense ivory skirt. Tadano immediately flushes crimson, exceedingly bashful like a canine in heat. Still seething with anger, he admonishes Minato not to overlook and storms out, striking objects in her path. On the panel, that location pertained to details regarding the immense worldwide disaster. The educator requested the pupils to share their thoughts on the subject. Subsequently, the individual elucidated that it had been mankind's ultimate significant disaster. At that time, the globe was besieged by creatures, yet the originator of sorcery, Ichikami Minato, held a different perspective and confronted the beasts single-handedly. Following his triumph over a formidable demon, he ultimately perished, and from that moment onward, no further calamity has occurred. At that instant, the instructor inquired about who had rescued the planet, and the azure-haired girl lifted her hand, beaming. Mizuha responded that he was the sole survivor of the catastrophe, and the inaugural sorcerer in history, which is the reason the Sacred Magic Academy was established. His gaze glimmered as he articulated, affirming. The instructor clarified that he was the pioneer in discovering magic and further mentioned that the institution was established to educate sorcerers like himself. Trembling internally, the main character could solely contemplate how extraordinarily humiliating this was. Mortified, Ichikami reflected that he wouldn't have attended had he realized he would endure such an ordeal. Squinting, he recalled the physician's remarks and deduced that sorcerers had become less potent since tranquility enveloped the globe. In quiet quiet contemplation, the lad observed the aviance beyond the glass pane. Grinning softly, he felt content that all had concluded in that manner. Subsequently, the instructor declared that the lesson had concluded and that the following day there would be an evaluation of magical abilities. With a hint of sarcasm, Tadino remarked that it would be delightful to witness his peers' pitiable abilities. Ichikami believed the tormentor was merely feeling uninterested and that he wasn't deserving of any time investment. Disregarding the auburn-haired individual, our main character proceeded toward the exit without uttering a word. However, the tormentor and his companions continued to taunt the MC, referring to him as a scoundrel. Abruptly, Ichikami halted, glanced behind, and referred to the auburn-haired individual as a failure. Irritated, the tormentor inquired who he believed he was to speak in such a manner. Lacking, anticipating a response, the tormentor unleashed an seemingly formidable incantation. Alarmed, the pupil's eyes widened, and a fair-haired boy exclaimed, questioning whether he truly intended to employ sorcery within the classroom. Nonetheless, Tadino unleashed a surge of flames, desiring to eliminate the MC. While the others fled, Ichikami remained motionless. At that precise instant, Mizuha dashed towards him to defend him. Yet the main character stood still as the flames of magic encroached. Suddenly, a detonation resonated throughout the whole chamber. The pupils closed their eyelids in an effort to endure the dazzling brightness. In disbelief, the girl was unable to comprehend that everything had originated from a mere disagreement. Observing the toppled tables and chairs, she remarked that it was all in vain. Annoyed, Tadino asserted that it wasn't his responsibility and that he had merely responded to being instigated. When, as the haze dissipated, it became evident that the main character remained unscathed. This left all the students present in complete astonishment, while Minato merely scratched his head, still attempting to comprehend what had just transpired. Tadino's face betrayed his incredulity as he came to terms with the fact that his magic had inflicted no harm on the main character. The main character believed a basic assault could be easily thwarted and that he wouldn't even have to resort to sorcery. Tadino became alarmed upon hearing the MC state that his kindness was merely a result of his youth. With a frosty gaze, Ichikima asserted that individuals of his ilk required correction. Departing, both the auburn-haired individual and his cronies were left astonished. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre energy abruptly emanated from the main character. A burst of illumination enveloped the chamber. Observing azure specks suspended in the atmosphere, the pupils understood they were unable to budge. Perplexed, Mika attempted to discover the nature of that enchantment. At that instant, the auburn-haired individual was unable to cease shuddering as the main character with that frightening presence approached him. Recognizing that the MC was poised to strike him, the tormentor halted, rescuing the auburn-haired girl. The instructor arrived, inquiring about the source of the commotion and who had employed sorcery in the classroom. The main character merely glanced at him. Exhaling heavily, he grinned and remarked that nothing had transpired there, implying it is possible that an individual employed enchantment outdoors. Overhearing the instructor declare that no one in the courtyard was responsible, the main character remarked that perhaps outsiders were pretending to be sorcerers. Dubious, the instructor inquired about the smoke. Then, Ichikami gestured towards the window and stated that the breeze had swept it in from the street. Persuaded that the pupil would not deceive, the man believed him and soon said he would investigate the case, dismissing the class right after. In response, the main character merely gestured to the instructor, resolute in his intention to avoid scrutiny. Upon reflection, he realized he had to proceed with greater caution from that moment forward. However, Mizuha appeared to remain in a state of disbelief, struggling to accept what she had witnessed. In the meantime, Taideno continued to berate the MC contemplatively. Minato determined that the pupil's proficiency was exceedingly inadequate and pondered whether the contemporary sorcerers could manage the remaining creatures. Strolling through the corridor, he resolved to gaze upon the metropolis and seek indications of those beings. As darkness descended, Shibuya revealed its devastated condition. Beneath, under the luminous moon, our main character resolved to delve further by ascending a structure. Observing beneath, he recognized the extent to which the ancient town had transformed. Harnessing a mystical circle to build velocity, he rushed through the shadows. Nevertheless, the main character did not perceive any otherworldly presence and pondered the reason behind the police monitoring the vicinity despite the city's devastation. Shortly thereafter, the protagonist abruptly detected a creature nearing. Hunched at the precipice of the rooftop, he also sensed an individual's aura directly beneath him. Without a moment's pause, he employed sorcery to propel himself off the structure towards the looming peril. However, he discovered beings encircling a woman who was quaking with terror. Fiercely, the creatures unveiled their razor-sharp teeth, poised to strike. Yet, to the being's astonishment, the main character appeared at the location. Without any hesitation, the creature sprang toward toward the lad. However, then protrusions erupted from the earth and impaled the being's forms, eliminating them all simultaneously. Minato glanced over his shoulder and observed the woman weeping. He felt a sense of relief upon spotting the emblem. Affixed to her blouse, the MC recognized she was a law enforcement officer. He advised the young lady to exercise greater caution moving forward. Flushed with embarrassment, she expressed her regrets and gratitude to him. The bewildered officer observed the unknown individual disappear instantly before her gaze. Pondering his identity, she concluded that he must be an extraordinary wizard. What captivated her the most was the awareness that he had not employed any discernible incantation. The main character realized that concealing his visage had proven to be an excellent decision. As he remained reluctant to attract notice following his reincarnation, he maintained his composure. He discerned that the authorities had become so feeble they were incapable of managing even minor creatures. Concerned, Minato deduced that the sorcerers of that era had significantly diminished in power. Gazing at the heavens, he experienced joy. Recognizing that even during that period, individuals still required his strength, he examined the city using enchanted circles. He resolved that his initial action would be to eradicate all the creatures in the vicinity. Subsequently indicating an unusual apparatus, the instructor proclaimed that a magical abilities evaluation would take place that day. He elucidated that learners must accurately assess their energy levels and discover their elemental affinity, emphasizing that those aspiring to embark on a magical profession should not undervalue this aspect. Astonished, the main character could scarcely fathom that a device was essential for something so fundamental. Minato believed that experiencing one's own strength was the cornerstone of sorcery. Approaching the MC, Mizuha requested that he move over so they could converse. The other classmates appeared astonished when they observed her conversing with him. Shortly thereafter, the azure-haired young lady presented herself as the second offspring of a noble lineage of sorcerers. Perplexed, the lad inquired what that was intended to signify. At that moment, Mizuha was taken aback to discover that he was unaware her family governed the 4 noble families of elemental sorcerers. Envisioning an individual adorned in elaborate attire, the young man reflected that such a notion was non-existent in his era, and that he was unaware of her surname. Observing Mizuha's azure aura, he deduced that her strength was significantly inferior for someone hailing from such a renowned lineage. Perplexed, the girl contemplated why the main character appeared unfazed. Clenching his jaw, Tadano felt irked at witnessing a pariah conversing with Mizuha. Then Ichikami inquired about what matters a noblewoman wished to address. With her eyes shut and a hand placed over her heart, Mizuha endeavored to maintain her regal poise. She felt compelled to comprehend why the protagonist had endured a magical assault without sustaining any harm. Growing increasingly impatient, she expressed her desire to discuss the previous day's incident, but the instructor interrupted her, instructing them to move on to the evaluation, which elicited a smile from the protagonist. Relieved to have escaped that conversation, Mizuha could only muster a faint smile, convinced she would soon grasp his power level. Concentrating power in his palm, Tadano announced that it was his moment. Without a moment's pause, the auburn-haired individual made contact with the large gemstone, and a blaze ignited within it. The system's voice proclaimed his strength level was 1000 and his element was fire, prompting the bully to rejoice upon realizing he had made progress. Pensive, the main character deduced that the numerical range remained unchanged from half a century ago. When her name was announced, Mizuha advanced, enveloped in a cerulean glow. She rested her hand upon the crystal. Water droplets began to accumulate within the crystal. Subsequently, the system's voice declared that her magical power level stood at 2000 and her elemental affinity was water, astonishing both the students and the instructor. Self-assured, Tadano remarked that those were the peak scores of the year, indicating a significant opportunity to emerge as exceptional mages. At that instant, the azure-haired girl appeared, exuding pride in her achievement. Subsequently, their peers commended both of them for their strength. Astonished, the main character could scarcely fathom that such a fundamental standard in his era was regarded as the pinnacle among all. Grinning, Mizuha believed that was the genuine strength of her lineage. Averting his gaze, Ichikami struggled to confront her self-satisfied demeanor. Listening, upon hearing his name, the MC felt apprehensive. As the main character approached the apparatus, the pupils shared glances and one remarked that he consistently ranked among the lowest. The auburn-haired student remarked that the boy performed well on theoretical examinations but faltered in practical applications. Giggling to himself, Tadano speculated that his peer would humiliate himself in front of Mizuha. Intrigued, the girl was keen to quickly discover the MC's magical prowess, convinced there was no chance it could surpass her own. At that instant, Minato halted before the apparatus. Anxious, he contemplated whether he ought to attract attention once more or simply resort to deception. In the meantime, he sensed the gaze noises of his peers as he inhaled deeply. He placed his hand upon the crystal. In that very moment, a vibrant energy radiated in every direction, accompanied by a faint grin. The main character resolved to unleash his abilities to ascertain if the apparatus could gauge the enchantment of the illustrious originator of magic. Before them, an astonishing surge of energy began to accumulate. Immediately thereafter, a beam of light ascended, illuminating the entire fortress. Certain students experienced overwhelming stress. Perplexed, Mizuha inquired about the situation. Her eyes widened as she witnessed the figures shifting at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a fissure emerged in the crystal, and a beam of radiance erupted from the fortress into the heavens. The apparatus was emitting an astonishingly high level of energy, and abruptly, a thunderous blast resonated throughout the chamber. In astonishment, the learners comprehended the glass had fragmented. Positioned amidst the debris, the main character was astonished that the apparatus had ceased functioning, despite not having exerted his full power. Observing his peers on the floor, Ichikami pondered whether anyone among them had truly experienced his strength. Approaching the students sprawled out, the instructor inquired if everyone was all right. When he reached the MC, the individual inquired if he had sustained any injuries. However, the protagonist replied that he had been fortunate, even despite having been at the epicenter of the explosion. Gazing at the remnants of the apparatus, the instructor remarked that it was the initial occasion he had ever encountered something of that nature, and deduced that the apparatus must have been faulty. Contemplating, the man pondered what their next steps would be, as they had yet to determine the boy's proficiency or elemental affinity. Not comprehending it, the main character inquired about the issue, and the educator clarified that they were organizing a hands-on session, with teams practicing combat. To facilitate this, they required knowledge of each individual's strength. In the meantime, Tadano was drying his neck with a cloth when the instructor inquired if they would welcome an additional team member. However, the tormentor and his minions regarded the lad with disdain, and, nevertheless, a feigned grin emerged on the auburn-haired woman's visage. Rising, Tadano expressed that they would be glad to assist him. The instructor responded that he had always been aware he could rely on him. Approaching Minato, the witty auburn-haired individual remarked that he had been eagerly anticipating this occasion. In the meantime, the ancient town of Shibuya remained in devastation. Creatures continued to inhabit regions ravaged by the Great Calamity. Currently deserted, the area was monitored by law enforcement and sorcerers who eradicated those beings, and the pupils would need to assist them. He asserted that the majority of the creatures had already been eradicated, thus there was little cause for concern. Among the other learners, the main character was astonished to discover that the academy conducted actual combat. Quietly, he contemplated whether those pupils could defeat even one squad of creatures. Even collaborating, surveying his surroundings, he recognized it was the identical location he had visited the previous evening and was convinced he had eradicated all the beings. Yet he could still sense remnants of enchantment in that place. There were no indications of a fresh disaster, and nevertheless, those creatures continued to appear, assuredly. A young woman extended an invitation to her peer to participate in a contest, catching Minato off guard by the group's audacity. Given that the class encompassed genuine combat, releasing a breath, Mizuha pivoted and regarded him warily. Subsequently, the instructor gestured with his hand and proposed commencing the hands-on session, encouraging everyone to collaborate as a group. At that instant, someone summoned the master of ceremonies. In the meantime, the main character reclined against the crumbling edifice of a dilapidated dwelling, wearing a self-satisfied, spiteful smirk. Tadano remarked that no one would disturb their proceedings, declaring there would be no compassion this occasion. Ichikami inhaled deeply and composed himself. Serenely, Minato remarked that if anything troubled him, he could simply, disregarding it, yet feeling exasperated, the red-haired individual shouted that nobody had granted him the opportunity to speak, seething with anger. Tadano inquired why Mizuha was focusing on an individual so feeble. Puzzled, the MC inquired whether the tormentor genuinely had feelings for her, causing the crimson-haired individual to entirely succumb to fury, yet Minato disregarded him. Summoning the protagonist, a scoundrel, the crimson-haired one, unleashed his enchantment, proclaiming that the main character had sealed his doom. However, Ichikami merely requested that he cease. Ignoring this, Tadano declared that it was too late for regrets. Subsequently, the protagonist instructed him to pivot, yet the tormentor claimed that ruse would not succeed with him. Abruptly, an unusual noise seized his focus. As they glanced backward, they beheld a colossal beast enveloped in shadowy power. The boys' eyes widened, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Sensing the stifling atmosphere, they inquired about what was happening. One of the henchmen inquired how a fiendish sentinel had appeared in Shibuya. Frightened, the miscreant speculated whether Tadano could confront that being, and he proclaimed it would be simple to conquer. Self-assured, the red-haired individual usual, launched a surge of flames at the creature and declared that all was handled, whilst his companions applauded. As the haze eliminated, it was apparent the creature had sustained no harm. Observing that, the redhead forced a tense smile. Standing in his wake, the main character contemplated that no one present had any hope of facing a top-tier demon sentinel. The being advanced apace, and the learners began to tremble, and Tadano collapsed to the earth in astonishment. The creature's silhouette enveloped them entirely, resulting in the tormentor frantic, believing they were about to perish at that moment. The sentinel sprang towards them with his pointed talons. Yet, abruptly, something caused him to halt. It was Minato positioned directly before him. The MC's demeanor remained composed. The creature recalled that surge of power coursing through its form and the crimson mist dispersing through the atmosphere. Before long, the being was hurled backward, drifting away from the wrongdoers. The main character then remarked that it was clear even to a devil sentinel, stating that the creature had already comprehended who the most powerful individual was. The being gazed forward and beheld a powerful atmosphere beneath the MC, rendering it quiver with terror. Enchanted rings materialized above the sentinel's head as he recited an incantation. However, the main character unleashed his sorcery. Astonished, Tadano declared that Minato would not prevail and that this marked the conclusion. Employing 2 tiers, the creature unleashed the boulder shatter method, flinging a massive slab of rock towards the pupils. Yet the main character merely grinned, and the top-tier fire arrow soared toward the boulder, triggering a detonation that obliterated the being. Frightened, the pupils concealed their visages, as Minato merely gazed icily. Upon opening their eyes, they were astonished by the sight before them. Tadano was astonished that the protagonist had eliminated the fiendish sentinel. Observing the violet gemstone on the earth, Minato deduced that the presence of infernal sentinels was unusual. After all, those beings were meant to have been eradicated 5 decades prior. Troubled, the main character contemplated whether this indicated that another calamity was approaching more rapidly than he anticipated. These beings were assaulting everyday individuals. Thus, the protagonist resolved that even if a fresh calamity emerged, he would exert every effort to rescue as many individuals as he could. In the meantime, the tormentor seethed with envy and frustration, unable to comprehend that his peer had slain the fiendish sentinel. At that instant, we observed Mizuwa concealed in the shadows. Observing all that transpired without a moment's pause, she was the pioneer in wielding enchantment, conjuring water discs that severed the legs of the mystical creature. Noticing this, her associates were rendered voiceless, as they anticipated precisely that from her. Irritated, the young woman pondered how anyone could be astonished by such a fundamental degree of sorcery. Nevertheless, she folded her arms haughtily, primarily concerned for the bystanders while secretly convinced that she genuinely possessed skill. Then, we observed the assembly of tormentors beside the main character. Tadano extended his arms, attempting to attract notice. Intrigued, Mizuwa gestured to her companions and mentioned that she needed to take a brief pause. Observing the tormentors rounding the bend, she understood they were harassing her peer. Resolved, she concluded that she could not permit that. When she glanced up once more, her eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering the infernal sentinel. She quickly concealed herself in that instant. The young woman sensed her heartbeat begin to quicken. Understanding she couldn't manage him by herself, her hands began to shake. Nonetheless, she propelled herself ahead, resolute to assist as a representative of a noble lineage. Extending her hand forward, she instructed her classmates to sprint. Subsequently, a surge of flames rushed by her, prompting her to shield her face immediately afterward due to a massive detonation. Yet all she could perceive was flames. At that moment, she understood that the individual responsible for that enchantment was the central character. Perplexed, Mizuwa endeavored to comprehend what had just transpired. Recalling the times he used to stroll with his gaze lowered and observing his newfound self-assurance, she pondered how he resembled someone entirely different. Observing his grave demeanor made her aware that he hadn't even invoked an incantation and yet triumphed over a top-tier demon sentinel. A creature's strength is gauged by the quantity of crystals it possesses, which also establishes its status within the hierarchy. Demons are structured within a distinctly outlined hierarchy. At the base reside the enchanted creatures, each adorned with a solitary gem on their brow. Hovering above them are the enchanted sentinels, marked by an additional gem embedded in their torso. Following are the fiends that bear a single gem within their torso and a pair upon their shoulders. Following that are the paramount demons, adorned with 4 gems on their physiques. Above them are those possessing 5 stones. At the pinnacle of the hierarchy resides the demon deity, who possessed 6 crystals, with each entity maintaining a set quantity of active tiers. Furthermore, that ought to be fundamental understanding for any contemporary sorcerer. Observing from the vantage point, Mizuha considered that overcoming a demon sentry would require a minimum of the 3rd tier. However, she then observed Minato approaching the creature, and he remarked that she possesses an unusual pastime. Glancing out with her hand propped against the wall, Mizuha inquired how he had deduced it. Subsequently, the protagonist remarked it would be peculiar if a wizard failed to observe. For a brief instant, the pair simply gazed at one another in quietude. Shutting his eyes, Minato inquired whether she could sense the mystical energy departing. The young woman in disbelief. Pursuing him, Mizuha instructed him to cease and requested clarification. Subsequently, we observe Minato perched atop a structure, feeling a sense of relief. He successfully eliminated the girl. Surveying his surroundings, he resolved to ascertain whether any creatures were lurking in the vicinity. Before long, 5 sources of shadowy energy emerged within his perception. Although there were no infernal sentinels, numerous mystical creatures continued to inhabit the vicinity. Assessing the situation, Minato questioned whether the students were capable of managing it. Even taking into account Tadano's proficiency, resolved to eliminate the menace close to Shibuya Station. He deployed his sorcery and advanced to the 2nd tier. Missiles scattered throughout the metropolis. As they experienced that colossal surge of vitality and movement, the pupils were astonished. Enveloped by the enchanting creatures, they swiftly recognized they could not confront such a multitude of adversaries simultaneously. At the heart of the turmoil, a beast assailed a young woman, but it was promptly eliminated by a surge of power that manifested prior to inflicting any harm on her. As the projectiles impact various locations, Minato believed that everything was well managed. The beings began to fall one after the other, alleviating the strain on the students. Observing the result, the main character recognized he had gone too far and that nearly all the creatures had been eradicated. Ultimately, he conceded that he ought to have restrained himself further, as it was merely intended to be an educational experience. Immediately thereafter, the individual ascended above the metropolis and, glancing about, affirmed that there was no one in proximity. Subsequently, he touched down in a narrow passageway beside the remains of an enchanted creature, pondering that he needn't conceal such strength, yet attracting notice would merely invite complications. Shortly thereafter, the instructor and the pupils investigated the lifeless creature, and the individual rose to his feet, astonished to observe that a substantial group remained. Examining the figure more closely, he understood that the being had been dispatched with a solitary strike, a feat achievable only by an exceptionally talented individual. Moreover, as he gazed further into the passageway, he recognized he had never witnessed a conjuration produce that many projectiles without the incorporation of elements, leading him to deduce that absent that intervention, they would have faced grave peril, as the students were ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of adversaries. Astounded, the pupils inquired why a multitude of creatures remained present, questioning if they could have been removed sooner. Mortified, the instructor lowered his head and expressed his regrets immediately thereafter. He stated that law enforcement ought to have managed the situation, and that the academy had significantly failed in its duties, expressing profound regret that the children had been placed in jeopardy. Upon hearing that, the students exchanged glances, visibly discontented and affected. The young woman inquired about who had rescued them. Pondering, the instructor remarked he was unsure, while she noted her desire to express appreciation to the enigmatic benefactor. Subsequently, the man speculated it was improbable that the individual was affiliated with the law enforcement or the sanctioned sorcerers, leading him to conclude it was likely a rogue mage. With a smile, he resolved that this individual warranted thanks regardless, which delighted our main character to learn. In the midst of the devastated metropolis, the pupils animatedly discussed the enchantment they had just witnessed. Observing, foremost, Minato comprehended that no one had sustained any injuries. Tadano, however, was boiling with fury. Even thus, the protagonist experienced a sense of relief upon noticing that even the tormentor and his accomplices had not sustained any injuries. In the meantime, a wary Mizuha recalled that her peer had triumphed over a first-rate demon sentinel, reflecting on her own astonished expression. She pondered whether that extraordinary surge of magic had originated from him as well. Then, remembering the instant she gazed up at the heavens in incredulity, she deduced that no one could wield both fire magic and non-elemental magic concurrently. After all, no student could possess both kinds, leading Mizuha to conclude that this could not be the case. In her mind, the non-elemental magic must have originated from another source. Nevertheless, as she observed her classmate, the girl continued to contemplate who he was to conquer a demon sentinel. At that moment, the blonde boy proposed that those laser-like beams had also been the protagonist's doing. Tadano retorted, asserting that it was unfeasible. The student objected, reminding him that the class pariah had recently defeated a demon sentry. Irritated, the tormentor instructed his peer to be quiet and threatened to deal with him if he didn't comply. Pay attention. Certainly, there was something amiss. The auburn-haired individual maintained that no one so so reserved could possess such strength and charged the main character with concealing the truth. In the meantime, the henchmen were perplexed by the aggressor's volatile response. Overcome with fury, Tadano asserted that the protagonist was engaging in deceit and vowed to reveal his wrongdoing. Following, Group Ichikami was strolling, navigating the metropolis when he found himself encircled by university scholars. Then the auburn-haired individual appeared, obstructing every exit and began mocking him. Maintaining composed, the main character proposed that they ought to be honing their magical skills rather than squandering time in that location. That response only exacerbated the bully's frustration, and he reverted to alleging that he was being deceitful. Understanding that disputing would be futile, the main character attempted to depart. However, Tadano intervened and remarked that, at the very least, he had not fled. The main character responded that he had no justification to flee. Then the auburn-haired individual stated that he couldn't behave as if he were unbeatable, and sprang at the primary individual who merely remained in place observing without employing any sorcery. The ensemble also launched an assault on him. Indeed, the protagonist would be unable to respond. However, their assaults were ineffective against the child as a mystical shield instinctively engaged to safeguard him, while the assailants believed he was already defeated before the aggression could escalate further. Manhwa entered and asserted unequivocally that this constituted harassment. She inquired about the demeanor of pupils from an enchanted institution and proposed. They departed following a confrontation with the tormentor regarding his actions. She took the protagonist's hand and guided him away, leaving Tadano bewildered as he witnessed the pair of them departing side by side. Moreover, thus the tormentor returned to attributing all faults to the individual. Motivated, in a moment of desperation, the auburn-haired individual resolved to employ sorcery beyond the confines of the academy, intent on eliminating Minato, causing the girl to be in a state of alarm at the assailant's response. Before long, Tadano and his henchmen impulsively assaulted the protagonist, who merely gazed without responding as his companion dashed towards him, attempting to shield him, yet it was beyond the point of no return, and they were swiftly engulfed by the inferno. However, to everyone's astonishment, the girl remained unscathed. Certain he had succeeded in eliminating the MC, the crimson-haired individual remarked that even he would be unable to endure such an immense amount of firepower. Yet, amidst the astonishment enveloped in the haze, the central character declared he had dismissed it all as juvenile. Nevertheless, he remarked that matters had escalated excessively and that solely regulation could remedy such conduct. Ultimately, he proclaimed it was time for retribution, upon discovering that Tadano found it hard to comprehend when he came to the realization that he remained alive. Immediately following that, Minato remarked that the auburn-haired individual had placed not only him but also the girl in jeopardy. Enraged, the tormentor shouted that it was their responsibility since they ought never to have underestimated him. With another impulsive surge, Tadano unleashed his sorcery and declared that he would persist in his onslaught until the protagonist was vanquished. In reply, the MC merely elevated his forefinger. At that moment, a diminutive enchanted circle materialized before him. The wrongdoers began to chuckle, ridiculing the insignificance of the incantation and questioning whether he was being earnest. Convinced of their certainty, they proclaimed that this time Minato would truly perish and unleash torrents of fire upon him. However, tranquilly, the host merely initiated a spell. Fluid emerged from the tiny orb at the end of his digit. Elongated tendrils erupted and surged ahead swiftly. In an instant, the limbs encircled the wrongdoers, who appeared bewildered and abruptly lost sensation in their lower limbs. Immediately thereafter, the ring and the tendrils illuminated, causing the lads to collapse senselessly to the floor. By siphoning merely a slight quantity of enchantment, the main character subdued Tadano, aspiring to impart a lesson to the tormentors. Mizuha's gaze widened, endeavoring to comprehend the nature of that sorcery and the reason for everyone's unconsciousness. As Minato prepared to depart, the young woman rose and requested him to pause. Inquisitive, she was curious about the type of enchantment he had employed. She inquired about the specific effects of the incantation and whether the main character had previously perfected their magical abilities prior to that moment. Ultimately, she sought to understand who the hero truly was. The lad glanced aside, contemplating the complexities involved in articulating everything. However, Minato simply responded that she ought to have posed a different inquiry. This left the girl feeling uncomfortable, prompting her to express her gratitude for his assistance. However, she urged him to respond to her. Yet, when she discovered that the lad had disappeared, she became irritated, pondering his whereabouts. Darkness had already descended, and the moon illuminated the ancient town of Shibuya. Minato materialized suspended within an enchanted circle, and as he regained his composure, swiftly discerned that something was amiss. The enchanted creatures and the infernal sentinels that had previously been been vanquished reappeared, as if they had returned. Minato understood that despite his ability to operate independently in Shibuya, the menace was proliferating throughout the city, surpassing the police's capabilities. Recalling the officer trembling at Tadano's beckoning strengthened his perception that the present cohort of sorcerers was truly feeble. That was when he acknowledged a disquieting reality. He would not be capable of vanquishing all the fiends in Japan single-handedly. He required a sense of immediacy and tactical planning. Thus, the protagonist resolved to gradually clear the regions, steering clear of attracting notice. Minato overheard a gentleman nonchalantly comment that he had consumed an excessive amount that day, unaware of the peril silently approaching from behind him. Prior to the being might assault, the main character intervened, striking the beast aside and vanishing immediately thereafter. The individual, frightened and bewildered, ultimately persuaded himself that it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Observing from afar, Minato assured that the bystander remained oblivious. Content, he utilized his sorcery to persist. However, at that instant, an individual was capturing everything on a mobile device. Grinning, the fair-haired man believed he had created the ideal footage to go viral on the internet. On the display, the recording preview emerged accompanied by an astonished remark. The following day, the pupils were positioned before the principal's desk, anxious and agitated. The instructor mentioned he had obtained notifications regarding sorcery being employed beyond the educational institution, and if it were accurate, it could not be overlooked. Among the pupils, the main character and Maizo remained composed, as well as both were requested to clarify the actual events. Enraged, the auburn-haired individual swiftly directed her finger at the MC, alleging that he had not employed any sorcery, asserting that Minato had instigated the altercation, which left the main character astonished, struggling to comprehend how someone could fabricate such a story so effortlessly. Observing the educator and the principal awaiting an account, the MC realized that remaining silent was not an option. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice declared it was all a fabrication. Everyone, taken aback and filled with fury, witnessed Maizo exclaiming that the bully and his associates had coerced the MC and utilized enchantment. Initially intrigued, the instructor inquired whether that implied Minato had engaged in combat utilizing enchantment as well. The pupil responded that it was a matter of self-preservation and that her companion had acted innocently, leaving our main character astonished by what his newfound companion was expressing. Tadano attempted to object, but the girl interrupted him and instructed him to silence himself. Enraged, Maizo remarked that the taunt was illogical and questioned the tormentor if he felt no shame in accusing an innocent individual. The auburn-haired individual retorted, asserting that the main character did not meet the Academy's criteria and ought to be dismissed. Immediately afterwards, she retorted assertively, asserting that he was the one who didn't fit in. The individual boasted about achieving the finest outcomes in the class and claimed that no one besides him could confront her. When he escalated the debate, Maizo retreated and inquired what they were actually discussing. Tadano attempted to persuade her, asserting that an individual like that pupil would never be capable of safeguarding her. He subsequently invited her out, filled with emotion and urgency. She declined without a moment's pause, telling him he could continue to fantasize, rendering the tormentor utterly speechless, entirely astonished. She clarified that she would never engage in a romantic relationship with an individual who harassed others, derived enjoyment from being malicious, and would still choose the most inappropriate moment for a revelation like that. With that, the auburn-haired girl crumpled to the ground while the main character simply gazed at him, feeling pity for his plight. The headmaster determined that it was the aggressor and his companion's responsibility, emphasizing that the enchantment had solely been employed in self-defense. He stated that the Academy had no use for individuals who practiced magic out of sheer self-interest, and proclaimed the removal of the group. The dismissed students were frantic, insisting they were merely adhering to instructions. Subsequently, the instructor excused the remaining pupils and expressed regret for the incident that occurred. In the corridor, Maizo expresses that she hasn't experienced such indignation in quite some time and deems the others' conduct repulsive. Subsequently, the main character inquires about their fate post-expulsion, to which she clarifies that they would no longer have the opportunity to become mages. Indignant, she questions Minato on how he could remain silent following all that was said, and he claims he was on the verge of justifying himself, but she interrupted him, departing, leaving the young woman perplexed. Recollecting on previous occasions when he had sought Maizo's assistance, he recognizes that she has consistently been there for him in times of need. Without overthinking, the protagonist praises her, which causes her to become noticeably ashamed before she requests that he never utter anything like that again. In solitude, the main character contemplates his rebirth in the physique of a deceased child and ponders whether it stemmed from harassment or was merely a coincidence. Ultimately, he concedes that he will never uncover the reality reality, yet maintains his faith. Those accountable have already atoned for their actions. Subsequently, the Academy's administration deliberates on an occurrence related to sorcery outside the campus and affirms that no individuals were injured. It appears that Mizo was implicated, yet it is being addressed with composure, as her father continues to intend to contribute to the Academy. Alongside, the pupil speculation only intensifies, with numerous individuals discussing Ichikami's extraordinary power. Some even question whether he could surpass experienced sorcerers in strength. Consequently, a resolution is reached to determine the MC's genuine power level. In the meantime, Ichikami contemplates the duration of this seemingly tranquil state in the world. The students observe a peculiar video featuring a cloaked sorcerer, yet he remains largely indifferent to it. The instructor summons Minato, igniting the intrigue of those around. Shortly thereafter, the instructor declares a fresh enchanting assessment for those who had previously stumbled. Intrigued, Mizo is confident that this time she will discover the true potential of the MC. Before long, all the pupils are astonished when they witness an unexpected sight. It was Ruka who appeared to observe the examination closely, demonstrating her intent to evaluate Ichikami firsthand, piquing Mizo's curiosity regarding her existence even further. Fearful of reliving the former catastrophe, Minato resolves to manage his mana with utmost precision as he makes contact with the crystal. However, the figures escalate rapidly and he halts at precisely the appropriate instant. After acquiring what he desiring to know, the instructor approaches him and inquires if he is all right, to which the individual replies that he is about to reveal the outcomes and proclaims the assessment a triumph. Although he discloses that Ichikami lacks any mystical components, departing Mizo and the others in astonishment, and when they reveal that the protagonist's magical energy is merely 100, the learners begin to remark on him being the most feeble individual present. In that instant, Regine contemplates whether that was the same individual they mentioned had single-handedly defeated multiple troublemakers. Frustrated, Ruka informs the guy that they ought to depart, expressing that she did not discover what she intended to find. In the meantime, two classmates persist in ridiculing the protagonist for being the most feeble among them. Subsequently, the instructor attempts to motivate Minato, assuring him that he need not fret, as the extent of one's magical prowess does not define one's worth. Nonetheless, Mizo considers the outcome strange, as she is aware that his true power far exceeds the facade Ichikami puts on of being fatigued. Yet beneath the surface, he felt a sense of joy. He concealed his genuine strength and achieved precisely the outcome he intended. As he adjusted his attire, Minato reflected that managing his own abilities was far more exhausting than it appeared. After strolling for a short while beside Mizo, the boy inquired about her presence in the assessment zone. Before she could respond, an individual obstructed their way and instructed them to halt. It was Ruka and Regine. Displaying minimal tolerance, Minato inquired about their identities. Ruka advanced and presented herself, succeeded by Regine. With the identical disinterest, Minato inquired about their desires. Subsequently, the young woman approached and stated she had no interest in him whatsoever. Upon hearing that, Mizuha recoiled. Then Ruka pivots to her younger sister and inquires if she truly couldn't manage felons independently. Without a response, she mentioned that she too had heard Mizuha was rescued by a youthful individual possessing merely 100 points of power. Wordly, Mizuha verified that the information was accurate. Ruka inquired whether, ultimately, Mizuha remained less proficient than her sibling in academics, athletics, and sorcery. The inquiry heightened the student's anxiety further. Then she sensed a quiet wait when Ruka instructed her to exit the academy. Becoming aware of it, Ruka recalled how she consistently surpassed her younger sister academically. Thus, so much that during her training, she never faltered. Ruka possessed greater mana and evidently enhanced sorcery. Following each victory, she would simply stroll away. Abandoning Mizuha, Ruka remarked her younger sibling lacked the aptitude to become a mage, and that solitary family delegate sufficed. Mizuha attempted to object, but Ruka interrupted her and instructed her to focus. This caused the girl to quiver and struggle to contain her tears. Nevertheless, Ruka inquired without a trace of compassion. She comprehended as Mizuha clutched the edge of her garment and bowed her head. At that instant, Minato intervened and remarked that it was exceedingly presumptuous. Ruka inquired about what he had just uttered. Minato charged Ruka with being haughty for not permitting anyone to speak. Additionally, she responded that because it was a familial issue, his viewpoint held no significance. Our main character informs the girl that it was not a dialogue. It was a command masquerading as one. Upon hearing that, Ruka erupted in anger, labeling him a scoundrel. Losing his patience, Minato urged her to cease imposing her lifestyle on others. The main character asserted that there was no foundation for that claim. In response, Ruka remarked that Mizuha lacked skill and had never succeeded succeeded in defeating her. Enduring in silence, the younger sister ultimately conceded. Her recalled when she would assert, brimming with assurance, that she possessed skill. At that moment, she was convinced she possessed all that was necessary. Presently, Mizuha could merely bow her head and weep, as she had never eclipsed her sibling. Abruptly, Minato asserts that his companion would come out victorious. The young woman responded with astonishment, unable to comprehend what she had just listened to. Perplexed, Ruka inquires of the MC whether he implies that his sister would overpower her. Assured, Minato informs the girl that perhaps it isn't present at the moment, but it will transpire in the future. Subsequently, Ruka proposed a confrontation to take place 2 weeks later. Grinning, Minato inquired whether it would be a pair versus pair magical duel. All self-satisfied, Ruka challenged the protagonist, questioning if he intended to flee after all his boastful remarks. Engaging. In addition, the MC declares his commitment to participate in the confrontation. Minato maintained his position and asserted that he was prepared for battle. Subsequently, he inquired of Mizuha regarding her intentions. Departing the girl evidently anxious, Mizuha paused for an instant and abruptly exclaimed that she would participate. Elated, Minato proclaimed that everything was settled. Subsequently, the protagonist remarked that if they emerged victorious, Ruka ought to refrain from interfering in the affairs of others. However, in a teasing manner, Ruka countered that if she triumphed, her younger sibling would depart from the academy. Shortly thereafter, she and Ryujin exited the location. Subsequently, on a bright day, Minato was atop the building with Mizuha, absorbing her words. Then the young woman requested that he become her guide. Upon hearing that, Minato exhaled a breath of disappointment as he anticipated anything other than that. Endeavoring to obtain, excluded from it, he mentioned that he was regarded as the least powerful sorcerer and that his mana hardly exceeded 100. Mizuha composedly responded that he was evidently concealing his true strength. Departing, he was taken aback by the girl's remark. Slightly uncomfortable, Mizuha clarified that she agreed to the arrangement with her sibling solely because she thought he had a method to become more powerful. Minato averted his gaze, contemplating that individuals like her perceived everything in absolutes. This clarified her inclination to advocate for a confrontation. Suddenly, Mizuha inclined her head and began pleading with him to consent to become her guide. Then, Ichikami merely let out a sigh and acquiesced. Upon hearing his response, the young woman was taken aback, believing he would decline. Consequently, the main character informs Mizuha that she must adhere strictly to everything he instructs her. The protagonist grinned upon realizing he could not decline the opportunity to be her guide in light of such fervent resolve. As he pivoted, Minato conveyed to the girl that they would commence that very day, and he already had a location in mind for their training. Feeling slightly bashful, Mizuha proposed that they hold the sessions at her residence. The setting transitions to the young woman's residence. Surveying the surroundings, the main character acknowledged the residence was vast. While, as she began to warm up, Mizuha realized it was the inaugural occasion she had brought a boy to that place. Instantly, she averted her gaze, attempting to reassure herself that there was nothing unusual about the situation. Then, Minato ceased his gaze around and declared it was time to begin referring to her as Yuka. Perplexed, Mizuha inquired why he was addressing her by her name. Slightly bewildered, he clarified that since all family members shared the same surname, he favored referring to her that way. Upon hearing this, Mizuha cast her gaze downward, and despite the protagonist proposing an alternative name, she immediately declined. With a smile, he resolved to commence the training. The main character moved closer and inquired if Mizuha could elucidate the concept of magical power. She responded that it was the internal energy employed to wield magic. After listening to the girl's explanation, Mizuha questioned whether intent could enhance magical power. Remaining cheerful, Mizuha remarked that it was unfeasible, as the threshold was established at birth and ceased to expand with the passage of time. Upon concluding, she inquired with a touch of pride whether her elucidation had been flawless. Nonchalantly, Mizuha responded that everything stated was incorrect. Then Mizuha, nearly in tears, inquired how such a thing could be feasible. At that instant, the main character found it hard to fathom the extent of the naivety displayed by contemporary sorcerers. He articulated to Mizuha that mystical energy was also present in the natural world. Moreover, beyond incantations, purpose could amplify mana. Astounded, the young woman began shouting, claiming that it couldn't possibly be accurate, because if it were, magical science would have progressed significantly further by this point. Serenely, Minato shut his eyes and responded that perhaps she was skeptical about it. However, he would still clarify all the topics they discussed. Subsequently, the main character requested Mizuha to allow her mana to circulate organically, explaining that experiencing that energy was crucial for attaining greater strength. Next, he directed her, enveloping them both in mana. A moment later, the MC discharged an even greater surge of energy energy simultaneously. The energy permeated the entire vicinity. Shortly, Mizuha abruptly shrieked as an unfamiliar sensation engulfed her body. As she gazed at the main character, she perceived him uttering that it was an enchanting awareness. With quivering shoulders, Mizuha inquired whether that sensation was the true mystical strength concealed within. Minato then affirmed it, stating that by experiencing that sensation, she would be capable of perceiving and observing mana within natural entities. The girl beamed self-assuredly, asserting that she could manage it. Curious, Minato pondered that it had solely succeeded due to the mana circulation. Even so, Mizuha genuinely lacked inherent ability. A week later, time progressed. Before long, Mizuha arrives, exclaiming in frustration, lamenting that nothing was functioning properly. Minato appeared noticeably fatigued, as despite an entire week of intensive training, the girl still failed to grasp the fundamentals of sorcery. Mizuha then regarded him anxiously when he announced his intention to guide the magical current once more. Immediately afterward, he rested his hand on her back again. After a while, the young woman opened her eyes. They enlarged in astonishment, and Mizuha exclaimed, declaring that she could perceive everything now, beaming as she observed mana particles drifting in the atmosphere. Gazing at her own hand, she could scarcely comprehend that she was witnessing arcane energy. Then, she attempted to gaze at Minato in order to perceive his mana. Upon observing intently, she failed to perceive a significant quantity and became perplexed by its understated appearance. Subsequently, the protagonist caused her discomfort by lauding her. Reflecting on the possibilities of enchantment could be utilized, the main character clarified that upon detecting mana, she would have to master its regulation, consistently monitoring her consumption. Minato stated that her primary objective was to harness the energy as effectively as she could. He elaborated that if she exhausted her entire mana reserve, it would eventually replenish and even augment over time. Thus, the protagonist stated that as she was already capable of perceiving mana, management ought to be effortless. Subsequently, he inquired about how that transformation contrasted with the common understanding of magic, and if she could embrace it. Out of the blue, Mizuha interrupted him, declaring that she had full confidence in him. Minato grinned, chose to advance, and instructed her to prepare for battle. The main character removed his jacket and instructed the girl to strike. Without hesitation, she leaped to the side, resolved to demonstrate all that she understood. Immediately thereafter, she created aquatic discs that propelled toward Minato. However, he effortlessly erected an obstruction and impeded everything with ease. Mizuha was astounded by the swiftness with which her enchantments were silenced. Removing the safeguard, he clarified that it was a non-elemental magical shield, and that if she was unable to penetrate it, she would never surpass Ruka. Mizuha reignited her magic immediately, expressing her frustration that it was absurd. As her strikes continued to be intercepted, Minato urged her to persist in her movements, clarifying that the instant one ceases to contend against a sorcerer, one is assured to lose. Mizuha extended her hand and conjured yet another magical circle. Shortly thereafter, she fell to the ground, utterly fatigued. Minato then draped a blanket over her and declared it was his moment. The protagonist then clarified that if she mastered mana manipulation, she would no longer require incantations. Subsequently, he conjured flame sorcery and demonstrated how Mizuha herself wielded enchantments. Immediately afterward, he recited the identical incantation, albeit in his own manner. Mizuha observed and surmised that his mana was dissipating. Subsequently, the protagonist affirmed it and elaborated that once you achieve mastery over control, you can wield magic without incantations, leaving the young woman utterly astonished by that. Thus, the main character proposed that she reduce the length of her incantations and clarified that once she gained proficiency in mana regulation, she could eliminate them entirely. Mizuha appeared contemplative and inquired whether that would genuinely enhance her strength. He immediately pivoted and affirmed, "Indeed, that's precisely how it operates." He further suggested that they ought to commence by unsettling her. Minato then extended his hand and instructed her to pretend as though she were teetering on the brink of death, causing the girl to become frantic upon witnessing his condition. With Mizuha on the floor, Minato reminded her that this training would need to occur on a daily basis. The setting transitions to Haruyuku. Enveloped in a mantle, the protagonist believed that even in this place, there existed creatures of darkness, and regardless of how many were vanquished, the tally never diminished. Perceiving an unsettling aura, he pivoted and glimpsed a massive being barreling towards a young woman. Thus, without delay, he hurried over and with a solitary blow severed the creature's head from its body. Positioned above the being's form, he inquired if the young woman was all right. However, she remained silent. Instead, she retrieved her phone and began recording. However, she was unable to capture Minato on film. Immediately following that, he sprang into the atmosphere. Raising his hood, the MC appeared vexed. He hadn't anticipated her to begin recording without without any hesitation. As he navigated through the atmosphere, he resolved that next time he would don a mask. The subsequent morning, amid practice, Mizuha struck the earth once more. She attempted to regain her breath following a strenuous workout. Positioned before her, the main character felt apprehensive as he recalled that only a handful of days remained until the contest. Despite the advancements, it remained insufficient. Observing her, he understood she was transcending her own boundaries. When he mentioned that she could resign, Mizuha tightly sealed her lips with determination. She arose and remarked that she had constantly been measured against her sibling, and since she felt unable to outshine her, she had relinquished many aspirations. However, with all her might, she proclaimed that she would never forsake magic because of her Minato. Calm responded that at that pace, she would not stand a chance of victory. Despite her fatigue, Mizuha urged him to be even more severe. Upon listening, he grinned and remarked that he would not restrain himself. Subsequently, the young woman beamed in return and adopted a combat posture. The main character swiftly elucidated the incantation procedure. Immediately thereafter, Mizuha resumed her assault on him. When, as evening fell, he had to bear her away since she was utterly exhausted. The following day, Minato grinned as he commended a triumphant effort by a pupil. Mizuha collapsed onto the earth, rejoicing in her personal advancement. Subsequently, the main character lauded her once more. Furthermore, she merely grinned upon hearing it. At long last, the significant day of the enchantment contest dawned. Shortly, the main character glanced about and was somewhat astonished to encounter something extraordinary. A throng was gathered before them. Journalists approached, requesting a few remarks regarding the impending duel. Strolling alongside Mizuha, he pondered the reason for the heightened interest. She remarked that familial confrontations piqued people's curiosity, and Minato suspected it was also related to the sway of the magical elite. The setting transitions to the stadium. The main character believed it was excessively extravagant. Meanwhile, Mizuha clarified that magical duels were infrequent, which caused them to transform into grand occasions. Upon hearing that, he merely cast her an affronted glance. When names were announced, Mizuha leaped up and then began to quiver with anxiety. The main character simply grinned and encouraged her to give it her all. Astonished by his remarks, the girl gazed at him and then beamed. Mizuha strode assuredly towards the arena. As she advanced, she reflected on how remarkable Minato was. Before long, she found herself confronting her sister Ruka. Somewhat annoyed, appeared astonished to discover that the younger individual hadn't fled. Mizuha scowled as she confronted her adversary. Maintaining her composure, Ruka inquired if she genuinely believed she could triumph. Subsequently, she folded her arms, anticipating a response. At that point, Mizuha became irritated and confidently declared her certainty of victory. However, Ruka responded with nothing more than a sardonic grin. Perceiving her sibling's fortitude, Mizuha became rigid. Despite her apprehension regarding the disparity in strength, she grinned and resolved not to retreat. Shortly thereafter, they proclaimed the commencement of the enchanted battle. Once the confrontation commenced, they both prepared themselves. Mizuha recoiled and conjured an arcane circle. Ruka shifted, also commencing to recite an incantation. Observing, during the confrontation, Minato believed Ruka had mastered even the most fundamental strategies, whereas Mizuha had become overly enthusiastic and overlooked them. Subsequently, the pair directed their enchanted rings towards one another. Mizuha swiftly launched a water disc, and Ruka responded with an identical incantation. The assaults intersected, initiating the confrontation that Mizuha repelled with determination. Moreover, was astonished to discover she had succeeded in harnessing the mystical energy, an accomplishment she hadn't anticipated achieving at that moment. Ruka, clearly annoyed, informed her sibling that in light of previous events, this could be regarded as a triumph. To her surprise, Mizuha became invigorated by this notion and couldn't conceal her joy. Observing her response, Ruka haughtily inquired what had her so delighted. She then clarified that it wasn't a compliment, merely a juxtaposition. As she returned to crafting enchantments, she resolved to elevate the intensity of her assault, and Mizuha promptly reacted, conjuring a similar type of incantation. An instant subsequently, Ruka unleashed a secondary tier water surge. The droplets propelled ahead with great velocity, striking Mizuha directly and compelling her to shield herself to her utmost capacity. However, regrettably, she was ejected from the arena directly at the MC's feet. Observing, as she reclined there, he mused that if this were a competition of enchantment interpretation, Mizuha would undoubtedly prevail. However, in sheer strength, the adversary was unmistakably more formidable. Approaching the perimeter of the arena, Ruka labeled Minato as unfeeling, asserting that he hadn't even assisted the girl. The protagonist then responded, indicating that there was no necessity to intervene, which left the girl bewildered. Mizuha, trembling uncontrollably, began to rise with great effort effort. Ruka anxiously referred to her as a fool and reminded her that she had just experienced a second-tier spell. Assured, Mizuha raised her eyes and declared that she would not be defeated by her. Then she extended her hand and exclaimed that she could falter at anything else, for all she possessed was enchantment. However, in that she would not relent, and she created an enchanted circle while uttering an astonishingly brief incantation. Ruka mirrored the action, once more employing secondary-tier sorcery. The duo of powers commenced to clash at the heart of the arena. Mizuha's physique continued to quiver, yet she remained resolute in her determination. Nevertheless, her fortitude proved insufficient to prevent her from crumpling to the earth. Shortly thereafter, with an air of superiority, Ruka was proclaimed the victor, while Mizuha remained on the ground, shuddering and acutely aware of her own defeat. Observing her state, Minato deduced that this contest hinged on the volume of magic employed, as well as the efficacy of power coordination, that ultimately dictated the outcome. Meanwhile, the MC grew annoyed when he overheard Ruka declare that it was now evident Mizuha lacked any aptitude. The individual began to rise, consenting to those remarks. Mizuha experienced a pang in her chest when he remarked that she was awkward, failing to grasp the core of the matter clearly, and had not excelled. Yet he grinned and remarked that conversely, she possessed tenacity. This astonished her profoundly as she remained seated on the earth. Positioned before Ruka, the main character expressed that in spite of the defeat, he appreciated individuals like Mizuha, a grin spreading across his visage. The master of ceremonies declared to all present. The young woman broke into tears and started to shake once more upon hearing those words. Minato then proclaimed that Mizuha was his pupil and asserted that he would not allow anyone to speak ill of her. Subsequently, the young lady began sobbing even more intensely. Ruka, vexed, remarked that it was a significant privilege for an individual whose magical prowess scarcely exceeded 100. Minato became earnest and declared that Mage would be the individual to conquer her. With disdain in her gaze, Ruka responded that this wasn't the initial moment. He spoke condescendingly and asserted that she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Abruptly, Ryujin appears with a broad smile as he realizes that it is at last his moment. Upon exiting the field, Ruka urged him to conclude it swiftly. In the meantime, the main character was cradling his pupil in his embrace. Once he had settled her in the bleachers, he faced the arena, grinning, and urged her to observe the bout intently. Mizuha replied with bewilderment, and just then, she realized that the injury on her hand had vanished. Along with the agony and the contusions, Minato entered the arena, resolved to restrain his own abilities to avoid overshadowing the others. Eschewing elemental forces or incantations, he recalled that without a magical shield, a direct impact could prove deadly. Contemplating this, he wore a sly grin, recognizing that regardless of the situation, those circumstances were concerning. Positioned in the arena, Ryujin mocked the main character with an assured smirk, proclaiming he would unleash his full strength, while the protagonist coolly retorted that he would be the one exercising restraint. In the bleachers, the students gestured and jeered derisively, instructing Ryujin to show mercy to his adversary and relax. Subsequently, Ryujin prepared himself for battle. As the protagonist assessed his own power at 8,000, a feasible threshold under typical circumstances, he deduced that with his own limits set at 100, any error could be lethal. Shortly, both of them were prepared for a fierce confrontation, and a roar reverberated throughout the Colosseum, signaling the commencement of the second clash. Ryujin began summoning spells with no intention of showing mercy to his adversary. Rapidly accumulating strength while questioning the MC's actual combat experience, the troublemaker opted to challenge him with a solitary strike and, laced with sarcasm and disdain, mocked the protagonist, inquiring if he could withstand such power. Unexpectedly, a magical assault struck him on the head. The main character declared that it was already beyond the point of no return, holding his arm extended as if it were a firearm. In the bleachers, the students cheering for Ryujin were bewildered, uncertain whether the contest had genuinely concluded, proclaiming competitor Minato the victor. The official declared the conclusion of the bout as the main character remained upright before his incapacitated rival. Ruka dashed towards her companion and, in disbelief, recognized that Ryujin had collapsed from a single blow without any incantation, pondering what sort of unfairness that entailed. At that instant, Minato strolled by her with his hands tucked in his pockets and remarked that it concluded swiftly, just as she requested, inciting Ruka's fury. In an unexpected turn, Mizuha leaped down from the bleachers, drenched in a chill of perspiration, exclaiming that it was astonishing. Ruka raised her chin with pride, her eyes filled with disdain, remarking that the protagonist appeared to possess some value. The main character merely responded with icy indifference, questioning whether she was equating herself with him. Irritated, Ruka retorted sharply, and the protagonist perceived her formidable magical aura. Discerning, she had already surpassed Ryujin with a power level of 10,000. Moments later, the two found themselves facing each other, prepared for the pivotal confrontation. The adjudicator revealed modifications to the subsequent contest, emphasized the anticipations placed upon the main character, and clarified that the victor would determine the outcome of the round. As Minato responded with a subtle grin, Ruka displayed signs of anxiety, and the second duel was proclaimed without delay. The protagonist unleashed a spell, conjuring a formidable magical projectile, prompting Ruka to react immediately as she initiated her own incantation, sustaining her assault. Minato deduced that with the gauge maxed out at 100, the potency of the magic was diminished, so unless he aimed for the head, the impact would be nearly ineffective. However, Ruka raised her arms to shield her head and endured the assault. Immediately afterward, she identified a gap and retaliated, launching a water missile that struck the main character directly. Moments later, what Ruka witnessed left her astounded, as it appeared inconceivable. The main character merely waved his hand and neutralized his rival's strike. In astonishment, Ruka observed that Minato appeared unscathed and seemed to have refrained from employing any magic, attempting to discern what he had truly accomplished. In the audience, the students were astonished to witness that despite that precise blow, Ichikami bore not a single mark. Mizuha, astonished by what she had just witnessed, pondered the nature of the skill her instructor had employed, resolute in her quest to uncover the protagonist's hidden truth. Ruka cast another enchantment at the lad, who appeared indifferent, and without the use of sorcery, the central character evaded each onslaught quietly, maintaining a consistent cadence. Astonished, Ruka was perplexed by the situation and questioned whether it was conceivable that magic did not exist at all. As Minato merely evaded, observing from a distance, Mizuha arrived at a distressed conclusion that sorcery could solely be countered with sorcery, and that, notwithstanding the disparity in strength, the MC was diminishing his abilities to steer clear of peril. Truly apprehensive, Ruka was convinced that at such a caliber, evasion was unattainable and began to ponder whether her adversary experienced trepidation at all. She fixed her gaze on him and discerned that, in his tranquility, he was scrutinizing every nuance, a feat only achievable by someone capable of perceiving magical energy and possessing extraordinary bravery. Following that, unexpectedly, she began reciting an alternate incantation. Then she opted to employ a third-tier method, Asura Splash. Triggering the seal before her, an extraordinarily potent surge of water erupted forth, departing the onlooker astonished by the intensity of the assault, and many individuals exclaimed that Minato would not endure a direct blow. Subsequently, a resounding blast reverberated shortly after, causing Ruka to collapse onto her knees. Fatigued, she wiped her brow and lamented that there was no means of evasion this time, but unexpectedly, an assault from the hero struck her on the head. As she glanced upward, Ruka beheld Minato standing there unscathed, aiming his hand as if it were a firearm. In her desperation, she cried out, demanding to understand how he had managed to evade capture. Thus, the main character replied candidly that he employed a method capable of absorbing magic, allowing him to effortlessly traverse her assault. Upon hearing that, the girl understood that her own method had carved significant impressions throughout the journey. She halted at the epiphany. Out of nowhere, she began to laugh hysterically, muttering to herself about how that could have transpired. A short while later, she composedly acknowledged that it had been a complete loss. Immediately following that, the judge proclaimed the triumph of participant Kusanagi Minato. At that instant, the main character pivoted and observed his pupil sprinting in his direction. With an authentic grin, the host announced their victory, and Mizuha simply replied with a gentle grin, prompting Ruka to rise. Assured she would refrain from meddling further and emphasized that the protagonist was at liberty to pursue his desires, astonishing Mizuha with her disposition. Minato hesitated to respond immediately and merely exhaled. He nonchalantly remarked that Mizuha's wounds were insignificant, asserting that Ruka had restrained herself, which prompted her to refute it vehemently, evidently irritated. Minato remarked that his pupil had become more powerful in merely 2 weeks and inquired if it wasn't the moment for her to cease being excessively protective. Upon hearing this, Mizuha tightened her fist and proclaimed that she would become even stronger, strong enough that her sister would no longer have to be concerned. Everything, Ruka expressed her faith in her younger sibling. Delighted with the outcome, the main character simply observed as the two unexpectedly reconciled. The main character sensed a dreadful, all-encompassing force. Peculiar sorcery emerged, prompting all to recognize that something was amiss. Then a chilling bead of perspiration trickled down Minato's visage in response to that sensation, eliciting. The collective focus of all individuals was drawn to the occurrence in the heavens. The main character deduced in his reflections that this constituted a catastrophe. In the interim, within an unoccupied classroom, Tadano shouted to his companions that they had to tidy everything up quickly. A fair-haired individual clutching a book responded that in the main character's backpack there were merely ordinary supplies. Upon hearing that, Tadano clenched his jaw and shouted, convinced that there was still something concealed, for otherwise Minato Minato wouldn't possess the ability to wield magic at that caliber. Suddenly, the blonde recoiled in astonishment and inquired about what was happening, leaving Tadano bewildered. In that very moment, dread and terror enveloped his expression. The trio of miscreants gazed through the large window and observed the heavens shrouded in an ominous crimson hue. This prompted the azure-haired youth to retreat several paces, exclaiming that it couldn't possibly be true. Within the Colosseum, the main character gazed upward and sensed a malevolent mystical energy permeating the air. He promptly discerned that formidable sorcery while all around him gazed at the heavens, convinced it was a catastrophe. The academy pupils were in a frenzy, shouting without comprehending the situation. Amidst the turmoil, numerous individuals questioned whether it was truly a catastrophe. The main character gazed at the heavens, enveloped in fear, and contemplated the reasons for its onset, doubting whether the location was connected to it, contemplating that the protagonist recalled the initial catastrophe had also originated there and pondered if it was truly mere chance. In the following instant, colossal gateways emerged all around, and creatures began to emerge, instilling terror immediately. The pupils dashed in terror, yelling for assistance as an instructor attempted to soothe their fears. Suddenly, a radiant glow emerged, and shortly thereafter, we observed that it originated from the protagonist's mystical abilities, and he succeeded in safeguarding a number of the pupils. An emerald enchantment emerged before his lips, and the MC yelled for everyone to settle down. The students were stunned, observing Minato. With composure, he clarified that at the onset of the catastrophe, only minor creatures would emerge, and that everything would be alright if everyone proceeded with caution. The MC commanded an exodus to the gym, cautioning that separating or being solitary was perilous and indicated towards the sisters, stating they ought to seek refuge as well, and Mizua inquired about her mentor's course of action. Minato responded that he intended to save anyone remaining in the structure, prompting the astonished instructor to question whether he truly planned to do so alone, deeming it imprudent. Ryujin interjected into the discussion, mentioning his assistance as well, asserting that if the situation was as the main character had described, there wouldn't encountered any issues while the instructor remained agitated. After a moment's pause, the man released Ryujin, and the boy playfully mocked Minato by inquiring if he intended to perish. Yet the main character merely signaled that he was indifferent. He approached his pupil and, with a grin, mentioned that he would return shortly while Mizua gazed at him and advised him to exercise caution. Abruptly, Ryujin surged ahead, exclaiming that he would take the lead. Assured he believed sprinting 100 meters in 10 seconds would be effortless, and he pondered whether the main character could match his pace. However, when he glanced to the side, he was astonished to find Minato sprinting alongside him with enchanted sigils illuminated on his feet. The main character gazed at him and stated that he would take the lead. Subsequently, Ryujin noted that his peer's velocity was remarkable. At that instant, he accelerated and exclaimed that no conclusions had been reached, expressing his desire to witness the hero's true capabilities as they rescued everyone. Minato gazed at the educational structure and detected numerous magical energy signatures, contemplating the possibility that there could be individuals devoid of magic within. Precisely. Subsequently, he leaped to the uppermost level of the building and observed. An ajar window witnessed enchanting creatures restraining pupils in the corridor and within the classroom. Without wavering, Minato darted through the entrance. Upon entry, Minato unleashed sorcery and maintained, battling the creatures relentlessly. The pupils were agitated. The main character resolved to advance further into the structure when suddenly a creature attempted to assault him from the rear. However, Minato unemotionally lifted his hand, triggered a magical sigil on his back, and eliminated the entity without a moment's pause. Moments later, Ryujin dashed to the location, exclaiming and inquiring about how everything was progressing. Upon his arrival in the chamber, he observed the main character positioned in the center, hands placed on his hips, encircled by the fallen creatures. Minato strode by Ryujin with a stoic expression, informing him that he would entrust the evacuation of the salvaged individuals to him. The youth whirled around swiftly, drenched in a frigid perspiration, and attempted to alert him that it was perilous to proceed solo. Upon turning around, Ryujin discovered that the main character had vanished and lamented that he was exceedingly swift. Perplexed, the boy expressed that it seemed as though he had turned into a burden, and even confessed he had no genuine means to contest that notion. Observing the corpses of the enchanted creatures, Ryujin understood that the hero had eliminated numerous monsters in mere moments, and began to contemplate his true identity. Minato swiftly scoured the rooms and determined that, in confined areas, the only strategy was to eliminate the creatures using low-tier sorcery and meticulous precision to safeguard the students. Subsequently, the protagonist encounters a being and assaults it. Immediately afterward, he dashed to a different chamber where pupils were on the verge of being assaulted and rescued them just in time. Upon vanquishing yet another creature and witnessing witnessing the rescued students weep with gratitude, the protagonist understood that accompanying them would be excessively sluggish and conceived a plan. In a different part of the structure, Ryujin was subduing a mystical creature while instructing one pupil to relax and directing the others to flee. Abruptly, an individual beside him gestured skyward, filled with fear, inquiring about what that might be. Gazing upward, Ryujin observed 3 pupils levitating within an emerald mystical aura. Astonished, he came to the realization that it could solely be the protagonist's actions and once more contemplated the true identity of Minato. Simultaneously, the main character observed through the glass with a subtle grin. Indeed, Ryujin was capable of managing the situation. However, shortly thereafter, he sensed that something was amiss. A girl with pink hair retreated, paralyzed by terror, as enormous enchanted creatures surrounded her. Before long, the girl was completely overwhelmed, her voice quivering. She bent her head and cried out for assistance. In the following moment, a dazzling radiance enveloped the vicinity. The Origin was the main character, who effortlessly dispatched the creatures. The young woman swiftly rose, utterly astonished. She recalled that not long ago, another being had been annihilated by that identical force. Upon vanquishing the creatures, Minato materialized before her and inquired if she was injured. Feeling ashamed, the girl identified the MC and, with a surge of emotion, inquired if it was he who had rescued her. Subsequently, Minato merely responded succinctly with an affirmative. He assisted her to her feet and, without a moment's delay, affirmed that he had indeed participated in that hands-on training session. Although taken aback, the young woman rose, inclined her head, and expressed her gratitude, remarking that it was the second occasion he had rescued her life. With a serene grin, Minato reassured her not to fret, as he hadn't undertaken anything extraordinary. Upon hearing that, the young woman became even more mortified. Shortly thereafter, Ryujin dashed onto the scene, panting and glistening with perspiration, inquiring who required assistance next. Upon encountering him, the main character ascended the staircase, entrusted the girl to his protection, and clarified that she would be secure while he continued to advance. Prior to his departure, the girl addressed the MC by his name, causing Ryujin to appear noticeably perplexed. Minato rushed through the subsequent level, cognizant that he couldn't delay for the authorities, yet still contemplating whether that choice was truly the quickest option. At that instant, in the executive mansion, the chief executive declared that a catastrophe had commenced at the Divine Magic Academy. Prominent individuals were unsettled, debating in the meeting room, recalling that a comparable incident occurred 5 decades ago, and insisting on understanding the course of action moving forward. Notwithstanding the strain, the president remained composed and remarked on the enchanting nobility, the principal law enforcement, and the terrestrial self-defense units had already been deployed to manage the creatures. At that moment, an individual noted that in dire circumstances, those units consisted solely of sorcerers and that he lacked control over beasts able to confront other entities. The president, increasingly anxious, came to the realization that years of tranquility had diminished the nation's military strength, leaving merely the law enforcement and the magical elite equipped for such confrontations. After contemplating this, he struck his fist against the table, gazing at his own hand. He determined that if the calamity from half a century prior recurred, Ichikami would not endure. A young man and a young woman were racing in a government vehicle, where he composedly affirmed that the catastrophe had already commenced and there was no scope for errors. She remarked anxiously that nothing of this sort had occurred in 50 years, and the man responded coolly that tranquility was never lasting and he had anticipated this. Subsequently, Inspector Shido clarified that this was precisely why they had arrived, particularly as they were integral to the main law enforcement agency dedicated to pursuing creatures. Subsequently, Karen remarks that they exerted every effort, maintaining her gaze fixed on the pathway. The automobile sped rapidly towards the institution, trailed by numerous police vehicles. Simultaneously, an airborne transmission revealed that a calamity was occurring at the Celestial Sorcery Institute. Accounts indicated that beings had seized control of the area and continued to manifest incessantly. Within the institution, yet another. A fresh team captured footage of students seeking shelter in the gymnasium as the correspondent detailed how the creatures had unexpectedly emerged within the confines. Outside, educators and seasoned students employed enchantments to fend off the intruders, synchronizing their assaults to enhance their odds of survival. In the meantime, everyday individuals tracked all developments on their devices, observing the opposition as it unfolded live. However, the multitude of beasts rendered it unfeasible to exit the academy. A young man observing the transmission informed a companion that the institution was nearby. Before a response could be given, the other individual became frantic upon realizing that beings had also emerged in the urban thoroughfares. Someone observed the scenario from an elevated perspective. Realizing that the populace had disappeared from the thoroughfares, they also perceived winged beings dispersing dispersing in all directions. Conversely, a few boys within the school observed the entire scene with disdain and chuckled at the pandemonium. In the meantime, numerous senior citizens in their residences monitored the updates on television. Captivated, driven by terror at that instant, the protagonist sprinted through the school corridors at breakneck pace, cognizant that the establishment was already infested with creatures, and the catastrophe was transitioning into its subsequent stage. He stormed into classrooms to rescue students under siege, as he recognized that the creatures merely grew more formidable with each stage. Without diminishing in quantity, Minato deduced that as long as the commander remained intact, the beasts would continue to materialize. He traversed corridors already strewn with the creature's remains and deduced that since the leader appeared solely in the final stage, the only course of action was to endure until that moment. Minato displayed no sentiment, maintained a composed demeanor, and understood that a catastrophe of that magnitude invariably brought about significant repercussions. Concentrated, the main character utilized sorcery to transport the salvaged students to Rouge, informing them that he had already liberated 20 individuals and that the retrieval effort was challenging due to their dispersion. He then returned to sprinting through the hallways, attempting to determine his destination. At this moment, Tadano was in one of the chambers employing pyromancy to repel the creatures. Gradually, utterly fatigued, he conceded that it was futile to persist since he could no longer respond in the presence of him and his companions. A malevolent sentinel approached, emanating a suffocating aura. Disturbed, the azure-haired tormentor inquired why the being had returned. Meanwhile, the golden-haired one shouted that he had already expressed they must flee. Overcome with exasperation, Tadano struck the ground and exclaimed that the hero would defeat the creature in a single blow. Questioning why he was unable to achieve the same feat, the hero then replied curtly that it was due to his lack of strength. Upon hearing that recognizable voice, Tadano was utterly astonished. When he raised his gaze, he witnessed the sentinel being obliterated by a formidable inferno assault that reduced it to nothing but its legs. The victor was Minato, who displayed no expression. Upon rescuing the trio of tormentors, he pivoted and began to depart. Tadano was trembling with fury and silently shouted in his mind that the main character had rescued them once more. Responding instinctively, he pursued his rescuer and called out for him to halt. When he approached, inquiring of the MC, perplexed as to why he had assisted them in the first place. Minato ought to have despised them. Shifting slightly, Minato responded icily that he assisted simply because he was able. Nothing beyond that. Upon hearing the reply, Tadano began to shake, bowed his head, and barely managing to compose himself, inquired if that was truly the sole explanation. Suddenly, the tormentor lost their composure and shouted for the main character to cease feigning. Brimming with animosity, the auburn-haired individual charged Minato with being unremarkable and scarcely proficient in magic. Following a brief moment of stillness, they inquired when the protagonist had become so formidable. After yet another fleeting silence, the main character turned to the side and remarked that Kusanagi Minato had perished in a vehicular mishap and had been resurrected with another individual's essence. Listening, Tadano exclaimed that if demise truly enhanced a person's strength, then he ought to be formidable rather than ineffective like Minato. In that instant, the main character interrupted the tormentor, advanced nearer, and inquired if the red-haired individual genuinely believed he was powerful. He further remarked that an air of superiority can easily deceive one, leading them to believe in their own strength. And confronting the aggressor made it evident that Tadano wasn't contemplating a confrontation at that moment. The MC concluded by stating that this feeling of dominance deceives you and leads you to believe you're formidable. And confronting the aggressor made it evident that Tadano wasn't even contemplating a confrontation with him. After, he strolled by the auburn-haired individual and continued forward, disregarding him. In disbelief, the tormentor fell to the ground. Unrestrained, he acknowledged to himself that he was aware of what he had been evading and realized that his fortitude had scarcely progressed since his junior high years. Then Tadano recalled how he and his two companions harassed other pupils and acknowledged that he only engaged in it to release his own pent-up anger. Subsequently, he was rescued by Minato, who had once been feeble, and he struggled to come to terms with that truth. Before long, his two wayward companions approached, bewildered and rattled, conscious they existed solely due to an individual they once belittled. They lingered there behind Tadano, who was unable to rise, as tears continued to cascade down the crimson-haired individual's cheeks. In the interim, the main character continued to rescue individuals, eliminating every creature he encountered. Simultaneously, a malevolent sentinel made its way into the classroom occupied by Minato. The entity stormed in unexpectedly. The protagonist promptly responded, extending his hand as he prepared a spell, treating it as if it were an armament. He unleashed the magic towards the creature. However, the protector evaded the assault. Subsequently, the enchanted emblem on the hero's palm broadened and unleashed its strength. In the following moment, an exceptional exceptionally potent surge of fire materialized and entirely devoured the beast. Shortly thereafter, Minato tucked his hands into his pockets and surveyed the destruction wrought by his own offensive. The protagonist gazed out at the road and determined that there were merely sentinels, indicating that the leader was nearby. Keeping that in consideration, he directed his attention to the two pupils on the ground and instructed them to relax, assuring them that they were secure. Meanwhile, Ryujin clenched his teeth in fury while reviling the main character. He was battling numerous beasts and lamenting that Minato had abandoned all the responsibilities for him to handle. At that instant, entities advanced toward the girls who had been saved. Aware of the threat, Ryujin surged ahead and eliminated the adversaries with a straightforward assault. Following, he declared aloud that he would safeguard all present. He instructed them to accompany him serenely. The pupils responded with gratitude and expressed their appreciation to him. As he advanced, Ryujin contemplated that there were excessively numerous creatures, and he was uncertain how to cope. The hero unexpectedly materialized beside him and inquired if he required assistance, causing Ryujin to startle and grumble about the fright, instructing him to refrain from repeating that action. Without responding, the main character evaluated the circumstances and declared that they would not depart until they addressed all the intruders. Upon hearing this, Ryujin dashed over to him and remarked that no individual could confront such a multitude of adversaries alone. Thus, he proposed exploring an alternative approach. At that precise moment, all the creatures were struck by a singular, catastrophic magical assault. When it had concluded, leaving Minato as the sole presence, the saved students, among them Ryujin, were astonished by what they had just seen. Following the assault, the main character urged the group to expedite their actions, prompting Ryujin to regain his composure, rally everyone together, and instruct them to sprint immediately. Shortly thereafter, the students commenced their escape in search of refuge. Throughout the getaway, several beings attempted to assault, yet Minato dispatched them effortlessly. Ryujin observed everything quietly and regarded his companion as astonishingly powerful. A short while later, a few moments later, only the main character was left and contemplated whether he ought to return to the edifice to survey. In the meantime, the instructor and the remaining pupils continued to uphold the school's fortifications. At that instant, Mizuha began to weaken and nearly collapsed immediately. Ruka apprehended her to prevent her from sustaining any injuries. Bluntly, the elder sibling stated that if she felt overwhelmed, she ought to withdraw to avoid becoming an obstruction. Upon hearing that, Mizuha composed herself and asserted that she was still able to confront Ruka. Simply observe her displaying assurance in her younger sibling. Immediately following that, Mizuha resumed her stance and initiated her enchantment. Shortly thereafter, Ryujin arrived, announcing that he had delivered the salvaged students. Upon hearing this, the instructor remarked that it was excellent news. Ryujin urged everyone to hurry indoors and become part of the assembly. Meanwhile, Ruka contemplated the situation and recognized that everyone had reached their threshold. At that instant, Mizuha inquired about the protagonist's whereabouts. Serenely, Ryujin responded that Minato was well and still possessed plenty of vitality. Upon receiving that information, she experienced a profound sense of alleviation. Thrilled, Ryujin remarked that the main character was remarkable and suggested that perhaps they might overcome the catastrophe. Mizuha consented and prepared to continue battling. Abruptly, the earth began to tremble, leaving all in astonishment. Anxious, the instructor commanded everyone to sprint and find shelter. Immediately thereafter, consequently, fresh adversaries began to appear in vast quantities. Observing the magnitude of the peril, Ryujin shouted that they had to flee immediately. Every student responded simultaneously and began fleeing from the enchanted creature pursuing them. Ruka, her sibling, and Ryujin hurried away, attempting to create as much space as they could between themselves. Abruptly, Mizuha sensed that something was amiss. In the final moment, the creature that nearly assaulted her was subdued prior to making contact. Assistance arrived from the Central Department of Law Enforcement, who had just shown up, and Inspector Shido promptly declared that the elimination of the beast had commenced. Immediately thereafter, the officers established order and commenced their assault in a synchronized manner. Noticing that, the pupils experienced a tremendous sense of relief for having persevered until that moment. Shido faced the remaining individuals and proclaimed confidently that with law enforcement present, everyone was secure and instructed that the evacuation should proceed as per the guidelines. Mizuha advanced, declaring their intention to join the battle as well. The inspector attempted to interject, suggesting that the non-combatants should leave, but she interrupted assertively, stating they were not typical individuals, and her sibling remarked that they were sorcerers. Shido paused for a brief moment, acknowledged their assistance, and commanded them to assault from the rear, receiving an enthusiastic agreement from the students prepared to advance while maintaining the defensive perimeter. The examiner conceded that the workforce was inadequate and that the assistance was vital, expressing annoyance that the circumstance was so humiliating for the law enforcement. In the meantime, Sergeant Karen was attending to the injured, striving to soothe them as she operated within the educational institution. The main character observed the arrival of the police vehicles and experienced a sense of relief. Acknowledging that he could relinquish the circumstances to law enforcement without displaying any sentiment, he concluded it was logical they had shown up prior to the self-defense units. Considering the magnitude of the issue at hand, he apprehensively recognized that occurrences like this could still arise in an ever more precarious world. Swiftly, he empowered himself with sorcery and resumed his sprint through the hallways, as there were still pupils in need of rescue. In the interim, the journalist in the aircraft stated that law enforcement had reached the scene, yet cautioned that the quantity of creatures continued to escalate. Shortly thereafter, she declared that the crowd was anticipating the arrival of the enchanted nobility. Children who had been perceiving it all as a pastime were now observing the news with eagerness, anticipating a remedy. Senior citizens were engaging in similar behavior at their residences, asserting that their taxes would ensure a resolution. The journalist reiterated the appeal for the enchanted elite to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Concurrently, the esteemed sorcerer Fukigen observed the exterior through the pane and commanded, unbothered, anxious. The attendant inquired if he was certain, and he responded icily that the authorities could manage a minor catastrophe without requiring the participation of the enchanted elite. The gentleman rose and departed, and the steward, observing this, inquired about the destination of his employer's slumber. However, Jean simply overlooked him as he exited. Nonetheless, the butler inclined his head and extended his wishes for a pleasant evening. Returning to the battle, Shirley found himself at his breaking point, yet he refused to relinquish his stance. In his mind, he recognized that the circumstances were deteriorating rapidly. He approached a coworker and inquired whether they could tidy up the monster's entrance zone. The response arrived promptly, stating it was unfeasible due to the sheer number present. Upon hearing this, Shirley, lost in contemplation, realized that the emergence rate was surpassing any evacuation strategy. The inspector recalled that the self-defense units merely provided logistical assistance, rendering the magical aristocracy as the sole beacon of hope, despite the absence of any indication of their presence. Overwhelmed, in exasperation, Shirley expressed his indignation that assistance was unavailable at that time. Nonetheless, the academy pupils persisted in battling and vanquishing the creatures that approached, encircled by adversaries. He came to the conclusion that theory alone was insufficient and began to ponder whether everyone would endure when the supervisor eventually arrived. The throngs advanced with unambiguous determination to annihilate all in their path. When a ray of enchanting power descended from the heavens and impacted the earth, immediately thereafter, a formidable aura surged forth, signaling the emergence of the demonic overlord. The effect was instantaneous, and Shirley sensed terror engulf him as perspiration streamed down uncontrollably. In his reflections, the inspector contemplated whether that being truly was the leader. Ruka sensed the weight of the situation as well, and she recognized that this was an uncommon adversary, one that only the enchanted elite could truly confront Mizuhi. Conversely, she trembled upon realizing that they would require advanced incantations, a feat that no one present was capable of executing. The captain advanced boldly without a moment's pause and unleashed a barrage of incantations simultaneously, all directed directly at the assembly. Mizuhi recognized the peril much too late and stood paralyzed. In the final moment, Ruka positioned herself in front of her sibling and attempted to obstruct the assault using aquatic sorcery. It frequently contributes to the effect, yet it fell short. Without a moment's hesitation, she protected her younger sibling with her own physique. The explosion struck Ruka. She shrieked in agony as she collapsed. When Mizuhi succeeded in glancing once more, she observed her sibling was severely injured and frantic, even feeble. Ruka compelled herself to articulate and urged her sister to flee. Overwhelmed, Mizuhi sank to her knees as the creatures approached, while the other students panicked and began to flee. The young girl cradled her elder sister in her embrace and pleaded for assistance, wailing incessantly. Despite their injuries, the officers continued to strive against Ryujin, even as he persisted in battling through his own wounds, with no desire to relent. Then the creature's commander lifted his hand and invoked a fifth-tier technique. In that instant, all comprehended that mortality was inescapable, accompanied by weeping. In her gaze, Mizuhi embraced her sibling and summoned the main character. With each passing moment, the leader's approach intensified, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. With no alternative choice, the girl began shouting her mentor's name, Merciless. The commander remained at the heart of the assault, chuckling at the anguish surrounding him. Abruptly, a recognizable voice resonated throughout the vicinity, surprising the leader unexpectedly and halting him in the midst of his maneuver. The method was constrained by an even more powerful enchantment. Subsequently, the main character emerged before the pupil and expressed remorse for the tardiness. Composedly, the MC Mizuhi locked eyes with the leader and remarked that he had made him wait. Mizuhi's tears continued to accumulate as she bowed her head next to her wounded sister. Minato crouched beside them, assessed Ruka, and confirmed that she had merely fainted. Even thus, the young woman's state remained concerning. Surrounding them, numerous students suffered injuries from the previous assaults. Observing the extent of casualties, the main character's fury intensified. He rose abruptly and focused his gaze on the leader, and Mizuhi shouted to him, astonished by his demeanor, to which he responded resolutely that he would triumph in that battle, perceiving that optimism had re-emerged in the girl's gaze. Indeed, subsequently, a restorative method was initiated on the harmed Mizuhi, acknowledging that her siblings' injuries were vanishing. Observing that she had recovered as well, she paused to comprehend the events that had unfolded. Gradually, the pupils who had been struck began to rise, while a bewildered Karen observed the scene from afar, acknowledging the sophisticated nature of the magic being employed, and pondered who could conjure such a thing. She scanned her surroundings, spotted Shido on the ground, and hurried over to him, fatigued. With a weary smile, he remarked that his mana had depleted, yet for some inexplicable reason he was still clinging on. Just before he could conclude, Karen shrieked in anguish. The inspector labored to rise, wiped his face, and confessed that he, too, was perplexed by the circumstances. Nonetheless, gazing at her, he summoned the scant fortitude he still possessed and asserted that they must safeguard the populace. In response, Karen seized the inspector's arm and exclaimed that it was foolish, yet Shido retorted that they were compelled to battle, as surrendering would result in the demise of all. At that instant, the sergeant began to quiver, and tears flowed relentlessly, accompanied by her voice trembling. She declared it was all futile now. In her view, the authorities had been vanquished, and directly behind the officers' corpses validated her assertion. Terror seized Shido, while Karen emphasized that there would be no reinforcements, and that they were encircled by the demon leader's forces. Simultaneously, the journalist, engulfed by terror, proclaimed that the whole law enforcement contingent had been vanquished, and asserted that this marked the conclusion. The trio of boys who had been ridiculing moments prior stood in hushed fear as the journalist declared that the enchanting aristocracy was futile, and shrieked that everyone would perish there. Before long, the pensioners monitoring the updates were seized by terror as well, for the journalist announced that there was no one remaining capable of confronting the fiends, yet the sole survivor remained Minato. In that instant, the remaining officers spotted him, and Karen exclaimed in disbelief as she observed the student advancing towards the creatures, while Shido, tense, urged him to flee from the scene. Nonetheless, Minato disregarded the cautions and continued advancing confidently toward his adversary. Losing his temper, the host declared that the fiendish leader had crossed the line. The creature responded by emitting a suffocating force and began to chant, increasingly rapid, that he was intent on taking a life. Upon hearing that unsettling voice, the students stood paralyzed in terror. The other officers averted their gazes as well, powerless to respond. Abruptly, a tremendous detonation struck the leader. The assault originated from the main character, who commanded him to be silent. As the energy diminished, the creature bellowed and released an even greater force. Sorcery. Barriers manifested around the surviving creatures, and then torrents of shadowy energy radiated outward in all directions. In light of that, the main character maintained composure and opted not to display any anxiety, ensuring he wouldn't alarm the others. In the following instant, a rush of vitality surged in his direction. Even Inspector Shido believed he had been struck. Nevertheless, enchanting shields materialized around the pupils and assimilated the assault. Those safeguards were conjured by the hero himself, who extended his arms and exerted a substantial portion of his power to shield all. Simultaneously, relentless assaults pounded upon the malevolent creature, causing the beast to wail in agony as it was struck repeatedly. Witnessing, at that moment, Shido was utterly astonished and unable to respond. He could merely ponder the true identity of that student. In the meantime, the correspondent was transmitting the clash, astonished, proposing that they advance nearer at that moment. A watery enchantment assault obliterated the camera. The blow originated from Mizushi, who, in her contemplation, recognized that her guide had consistently concealed his genuine strength. Minato maintained his momentum, relentlessly assaulting the adversary without pausing. Observing this, the trio of pupils began to yell, assured they would be rescued. Abruptly, 3 enchanted creatures materialized before them, instilling terror. Prior to their response, the beings were eliminated by accurate magical strikes. The individuals accountable were Inspector Shido and Sergeant Karen, who, after much dedication, expressed their willingness to assist the MC. Observing that, the main character offered a subtle grin and considered that contemporary law enforcement was performing their duties effectively. Subsequently, he redirected his entire concentration towards the relentless assaults on the malevolent chief. Abruptly, the beast raised its head and emitted an enraged roar, causing its power to escalate escalate in a frightening manner. In the following moment, arcane symbols manifested, indicating a significantly more perilous assault. Upon hearing Shido's exclamation, he realized it was 6th-tier sorcery, a form of magic confined to the aristocracy of the arcane arts, and acknowledged that there was no approach to confront that directly. Without a moment's pause, the supervisor unleashed the 6th-tier ability known as Dragon Flame. The pupils were filled with dread, as the journalist and the videographer grasped one another tightly. Overcome by apprehension, Karen instinctively protected a younger girl as Shido extended his arms, endeavoring to safeguard anyone within his grasp, despite the awareness that it would be futile. The force of that enchantment was far beyond the capacity of any ordinary defense, causing the remaining pupils to stagger backward, weeping and exhausted. Embracing one of their peers, Karen silently hoped that all would endure. Observing the situation, Shido pondered that regardless of the hero's strength, there appeared to be no clear escape route. The sole individual who had unwavering faith in the MC's capabilities was Mizoha, who gazed at her mentor fearlessly, convinced that he would emerge victorious. Minato lifted his gaze and regarded the adversary with a frosty stare, recognizing that although the demon was vast, it was sluggish, and determining that employing 6th-tier sorcery had been imprudent. Following upon that evaluation, he extended his hand and recognized that merely 2nd-tier sorcery would not suffice. Simultaneously, he resolved to avoid attracting excessive notice. Shortly thereafter, a formidable force enveloped him, and four mystical sigils manifested before him. The protagonist initiated arcane amalgamation and employed the 4th-tier technique Serpent Tempest, witnessing that his pupil was astonished because she had always had faith in Minato. Before long, the energy swiftly morphed into a being composed of liquid. Shido was astonished and contemplated whether that truly constituted enchanting amalgamation. Concurrently, Dragon Flame manifested as a being of flames. Subsequently, the two powers clashed directly, initiating a fierce confrontation. The aquatic dragon advanced with accuracy and seized its adversary by the throat. At that instant, the supervisor began incessantly uttering the term annihilate, intensifying the assault further. Nonetheless, Minato simply released a deep exhale. With a solitary motion, the aquatic dragon obliterated the fiery creature. Immediately thereafter, it surged toward the fiend and engulfed it entirely. And just like that, it was concluded. Serenely, the main character believed the adversary had relinquished control right from the outset. All that remained was the indication of its downfall. Thus, Minato contemplated that he had anticipated a more protracted battle. However, the supervisor was less formidable than he appeared. Shortly thereafter, the environment reverted to its usual state, and the danger vanished entirely. The protagonist believed that, with the leader vanquished, the calamity had ultimately ceased, and in that instant, he determined he could finally unwind. At that juncture, the pupils are in disbelief, questioning whether they are truly secure, and if Minato has genuinely vanquished the malevolent leader. But shortly thereafter, all rise in jubilation over the triumph. Even the journalist and her aide embrace when they finally sense security. Karen reassures a pupil, stating that all is well now and that the calamity has come to an end. Meanwhile, Shido fixates on Kusanagi, unwavering in his gaze, and declares that it's inconceivable. He inquires how an ordinary student could single-handedly halt a catastrophe, considering that even aristocrats wielding 6th-tier sorcery were unable to defeat the demonic overlord. Then, the examiner falls to the earth as his limbs buckle under the strain. Minato approaches his pupil, assuring her that everything has been resolved. She grins and expresses that she has always had faith in him. Truly heartfelt, Mizuha expresses her gratitude to her mentor, filled with joy. The MC greets Yuka. Suddenly, they are both taken by surprise. A multitude of learners encircles him with accolades and appreciation, yet the main character becomes exasperated and instructs them to retreat. Subsequently, the protagonist laments drawing attention to himself as he did in his previous existence, wishing to avoid an irksome life henceforth. Observing her guide, the young woman perceives the discomfort he experienced from all the adulation. The institution declares the conclusion of the catastrophe and verifies that there were no fatalities, despite the injuries sustained, and declines to disclose information regarding the student who single-handedly vanquished the demon boss. His peers present the news to Kusanagi, who becomes annoyed by the fame associated with the hero, while they assert that such attention is to be expected. The main character also ascends to Class S, prompting his former classmates to feel uneasy, recognizing they can no longer converse with him in the same manner. Nonetheless, several girls inquire about the source of his strength, speculating that he must possess the lineage of a distinguished noble sorcerer. In the meantime, a Class S student observes Kusanagi's discomfort with the overwhelming scrutiny and expresses skepticism. A student of such remarkable power genuinely exists? Minato's classmates defend him, affirming that he indeed defeated the demon boss on his own, yet the boy remains doubtful, considering it all rather peculiar. Seizing the opportunity, Kusanagi discreetly exits the classroom, experiencing a profound sense of relief as he escapes. Before long, his pupil locates him and inquires with a playful grin if he's experiencing difficulties, to which he simply replies that he wishes to steer clear of being mocked. Subsequently, she remarks that it's customary. Ultimately, he's the formidable guardian who shielded the entire institution. Minato recalls that his pupil was also elevated to Class S. She validates it and attributes it to her endeavors throughout the catastrophe. The man inquires if she feels pleased about it. Mizuha affirms, but it's due to a particular individual being in that class too. Kusanagi recalls Ruka and inquires if she is faring better, and the pupil affirms this, stating that the pair has been communicating far more frequently than in the past. Minato perceives this as a positive development, and Yuka feels pleased as well. She then expresses her appreciation to the host for all his efforts, demonstrating her heartfelt thankfulness. Unexpectedly, Kusanagi gently taps her on the head, causing her to flush and inquire about his actions, to which the main character clarifies that he prefers she doesn't feel the need to thank him constantly. Mizuha simply grins at a symposium. A gentleman concludes a video conference with international counterparts. They recognize that securing assistance for the impending calamity will be challenging, as everyone is burdened with obligations and strategies. They discuss the reports regarding the student who triumphed over the monstrous antagonist, noting the peculiar nature of the incident, particularly the fact that even the law enforcement agency was outmatched. Ultimately, they deduce it could have been a miscommunication, expressing hope that other nations share their skepticism, and instruct the esteemed sorcerers to return and commence arrangements for the forthcoming crisis. On the school rooftop, the groups of companions gather. The quartet gazes at one another quietly for several moments. Subsequently, Ruka expresses that she has a request for Kusanagi. Resolute, the girl implores him to take her on as his apprentice. Following a period of quietude in the chamber, Ruka begins discussing the calamity. Kusanagi successfully triumphed over the demon commander and halted the entire affair. She is astonished to discover he employed level 4 sorcery, more potent than what numerous existing mages are capable of wielding. Although it seems improbable, Ruka has faith in Yukika, as she has always recognized that her sister never deceived. She claims that her sister had consistently been a disciplined child from a young age, and disliked defiance. She additionally believes that an individual possessing numerous attributes and abundant fortitude should not ultimately become an unremarkable sorcerer. He instructs the girl to rise, declaring that she will grow significantly stronger. This prompts Ruka feels a deep sense of pride and observes that her sister has grown significantly. Kusanagi's prowess exceeds that of numerous students and perhaps even her father's. Keeping that concept in consideration, she requests her companion to assist her with a task. If circumstances continue in this manner, she will evolve into a superior sorceress, and requires assistance to grow even more powerful. Indeed, at this moment, she is expressing remorse for offending her companion and significantly undervaluing him. You realize your appeal comes across as quite self-serving. However, one must set aside their ego to achieve it. Fortunately, the young man is laid back and consents to accept her as his apprentice going forward. This catches the girl off guard, as she never anticipated it would pan out, considering the numerous terrible actions she had committed against Kusanagi. Nevertheless, he has already pardoned her, acknowledged her remorse, and there is nothing further to discuss. In this instance, her formidable companion consents as well and perceives no issue with providing instruction. This astonishes the girl, and she understands that he is that type of compassionate individual. As I observed the pair conversing, she determines that the protagonist is an enigma. That identical afternoon, within a meeting room at the law enforcement department, Shido and his companion, Sanada, are present from the law enforcement unit for animal mitigation efforts. The duo, they express their appreciation and extend heartfelt thanks to him, for without the MC's assistance, the populace would have been obliterated. However, the lad expresses that they have expressed their gratitude sufficiently, and he requires no further acknowledgement, then inquires about their desires. Despite the completion of the inquiry into the disaster, an intriguing detail has still captured the detective's focus. The fair-haired individual inquires whether the protagonist discovered his power following a vehicular mishap. Certain individuals even claim he transformed into an entirely distinct character following that savage incident. It is said that his character transformed, and the enchantment within his physique grew extraordinarily potent, powerful enough to vanquish a demon commander. That frustrates the girl, who seeks to comprehend the direction of all this conversation. The individual chooses to restate his inquiry, and is curious if the main character is acquainted with an individual referred to as the Black Mage. This sorcerer vanquished creatures and assisted numerous individuals during the nighttime while adorned in a veil. When inquiring about its relevance to their companion, they respond that the two share notable similarities, not merely in stature, but they also appear to be of comparable age. Their abilities are substantial, and there's no one of that age who could wield such an immense amount of magic. Moreover, one cannot overlook the era when he began performing during the evening hours. They caution him that it is unlawful to employ sorcery in the city without authorization, and if it involves a student, the institution will intervene. Nonetheless, due to the extensive media attention this case has received in recent days, the authorities are compelled to respond. Dismissal alone will not suffice, and if he admits to the offenses, they may attempt to mitigate the penalty. Thus, the investigator reveals his intentions openly, and inquires whether the MC is the dark sorcerer. Without faltering or displaying fear, he asserts that he is not the individual they claim him to be. Through that straightforward assertion, the fair-haired man trusts him and recognizes that the two are not identical individuals. With that, they express their gratitude for the gathering and begin to depart. As he departs, he contemplates that the protagonist is far from a typical student and undoubtedly possesses something unique about him. His detective companion is convinced that Kusanagi is the mage due to numerous parallels. Nevertheless, she is unable to disclose his true identity since the protagonist is an admirable individual. On one hand, the blonde individual is eager to uncover more about the concealed identity, while on the other, the girl is intent on keeping it a secret. Subsequently, the educator begins to present the pupils who are becoming part of her S-class starting today. The students become intrigued to discover additional details about the boy who triumphed over the formidable demonic adversary. Meanwhile, the girls are equally eager to uncover more about the girl with azure hair. With perseverance, the instructor requests that all students take their seats so the lesson can commence. All of this was truly draining for the protagonist who wished to remain inconspicuous. At this moment, an exceptionally attractive girl with crimson locks desires a fragment of the main character's focus. Jackie, 21. Once more, the protagonist finds himself atop the building for a confidential conversation with an individual. When she believed she would be engaging in individual practice, the girl observes that Minato is present in the same location as well. Upon closer inspection, she observes that he is accompanied by an attractive young woman. In an endearing manner, she inquires whether her peer recalls her. The man recollects that he preserved this young woman's life during the disastrous event that occurred previously. He also recalls that during battle training, she was assailed by creatures, and someone assisted her with sorcery. The elements begin to align for Kusanagi, as he recollects that this is the reason the young woman expresses her gratitude for being rescued on 2 occasions. Nonetheless, if it was the appropriate course of action. With her face flushed, she praises the MC, perceiving him as truly impressive. At present, the young woman struggles to comprehend the dialogue clearly and becomes intrigued by the subject matter of their discussion. Unexpectedly, the auburn-haired gloves she is fond of have an interest in the main character and wish to go out on a date. This astonishes the girl as well as the main character, as he did not anticipate such a revelation. Even if she lacks numerous admirable qualities, she guarantees that she will exert her utmost efforts for him. She implores him to commence their romantic relationship from this moment forward. With a frosty demeanor, the MC expresses gratitude, yet offers an apology, completely extinguishing the girl's enthusiasm. He clarifies that he lacks the opportunity to embark on a romantic relationship, an individual, and that he possesses a task to accomplish initially. Thus, the young woman expresses her gratitude for his sincerity and mentions that she is capable of. Abandon the main character at this point. Nevertheless, as she departs, it's evident she's weeping while concealing it from others. Subsequently, Yuka is discovered and they request that she cease concealing herself against the wall. Her mana regulation is so poor that it appears to be dispersed across the entire rooftop. It's quite apparent. The young woman clarifies that her presence was coincidental and that she had no intention of eavesdropping intentionally. Nevertheless, she inquires as to why her companion declined the opportunity to pursue a romantic relationship since the young woman was exceptionally beautiful. It has been disclosed he has no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship, which leaves her perplexed. Although they are in the same academic year, he perceives their ages as significantly dissimilar. In some way, his companion experiences a sense of relief upon hearing that, and she is puzzled as to why. Even within the corridors and upon the educational staircase, she continues to ponder why her companion has no intention of pursuing romantic relationships. The protagonist advises her to concentrate more on mastering mana control and to engage in additional practice. Her strategy is to invest her entire effort and become powerful enough that the main character takes notice of her. During the night, the quantity of creatures has yet to diminish despite the disaster having concluded. A young woman is fleeing from a malevolent wizard, crying out for assistance. At that moment, the cloaked figure appears amidst the turmoil to rescue her once more. more. In a swift motion, he pulls the individual, grabs him by the arm and strikes him in the abdomen. Subsequently, he initiates the yellow incantation that propels him soaring a considerable distance away. The ruffian was merely an inexperienced individual, and his combat abilities were abysmal. The young woman expresses her gratitude and appears to already be aware of the renown of the Grand Dark Sorcerer. With no tolerance, the protagonist disappears as if by enchantment, abandoning all in the wake. As he flees, the protagonist contemplates why his alternative persona is gaining such notoriety among individuals and scholars. At the academy, they claim this purported novice sorcerer operates during the night, and it appears that individuals relish discussing him. This occurs due to the fact that this man has emerged as a trending subject online lately. The digitally uneducated is unaware of the meaning of the internet and believes it refers to a type of phishing net. It's quite unusual for an individual of that age to lack comprehension of technology and to be unfamiliar with operating phones. The young woman illustrates that you can discover anything online and that data disseminates with incredible speed. Subsequently, their peers begin to elucidate to the main character the functionality of a smartphone. Extremely enthusiastic, he ultimately declares that he succeeded in launching the application. Now he is able to access the network and believes this is quite effortless. Ruka recalls the commitment to practice and is eager to find out when the sessions will commence. Thus, the young lad indicates they can commence following the lesson in return for having acquired the knowledge of operating the phone. Nonetheless, his companion harbors a profoundly unsettling intuition regarding the entire situation. Occasionally, passes and the large individual is already on the floor after just a brief period of training. They haven't even begun to prepare, yet they must already behave as if their very existence relies on this training. Nevertheless, the individual is obstinate and continues to persevere in the struggle. That's the essence the main character desires, and he commands them to enter the fray. With that, the trio advances, unleashing their combined sorcery. Now, the narrative shifts to the vicinity of Tokyo Tower. A group of men in formal attire are utilizing binoculars to observe something from a distance. One of them is trembling and inquires about the situation. From afar, they observe a swarm of creatures and beasts emerging and approaching. Trimmy 22. Subsequent to the training, the trio appears quite fatigued and as though they have surrendered. Moreover, thus it was an unexpected maneuver and they counterattack with all their might. That tactic is ineffective as the champion is exceptionally powerful and can neutralize all of them. Seizing that opportunity, the girl emerges from behind, attempting to strike him from the rear. With his rapid pace, the main character successfully evades the blow, astonishing her. Furthermore, he unleashes a spell directed at her brow to conclude the confrontation once more. With everyone vanquished, it's time for a respite to recuperate. The expression on the hero's visage reveals he believes he has deceived all regarding his true identity. However, the young woman believes there is a rationale for his reluctance to disclose information and concludes that it's wiser not to probe any further. Moreover, he believes that the trio is quite simple to deceive and excessively foolish. While returning home, the companions express that the training was quite excellent and that the large individual is rather formidable. However, it renders him quite famished, and he must return home to prepare a meal. This astonishes the protagonist as he didn't believe that a large person like him would possess impressive culinary skills. Returning to his residence, the lad is encircled by children who gather to engage in play alongside him. The chef approaches with dishes in his grasp and expresses remorse for the unruly children. However, this poses no issue for the main character, who dismisses everyone by employing his levitation sorcery. As a result, he receives grievances from his companion, who disapproves of employing sorcery within the home. It's truly surprising that the large fellow is so adept at looking after children, contrary to his appearance. Reflecting on this, the urban remains teeming with weeping children, their eyes filled with sorrow. The main character asserts that children are simply too invaluable. Subsequently, the protagonist begins narrating tales to the infants who continue to frolic and pay attention. Prior to, they partake in the banquet and everyone expresses gratitude for the sustenance. It is disclosed that the gentleman lacks a father and that his mother toils late into the evening. Thus, he takes care of all the household chores in her absence. The main character comes to understand that his companion is quite occupied with household tasks as well as professional responsibilities. However, he expresses that regardless of the difficulty, he doesn't despise engaging in those activities. He asserts that the more challenging circumstances become, the more resilient individuals grow. That identical. At night, all individuals slumber in close quarters, often in shared beds, regardless of the discomfort it may bring. Kusanagi believes that occasionally resting in this manner isn't too detrimental. Shark 23. Out of the blue, the blonde individual desires Kusanagi to collaborate with them, and if he is agreeable agreeable to it, he can certainly offer his strength to the authorities. Despite his reluctance to be out in the open, the circumstances compel him to do so. Moreover, he will be adequately rewarded and they will inform the academy personally. His companions are also willing to assist and offer support whenever possible. Regrettably, it would be unfeasible for this group of youngsters to assist at the moment. Even though they represent the highest tier at the academy, that pales in comparison to an actual confrontation. The sole method to become part of the team is if their abilities are comparable to the MC's caliber. Departing alongside the main character, he advises his companions to return to the academy as if it's merely a minor matter. The protagonist encourages them to pursue him. This genuinely inspires the trio, and they maintain that objective in their thoughts. The narrative now transitions to the law enforcement headquarters. Within the Catastrophe Response Division, numerous creatures are encroaching upon Tokyo Tower, and they must address it before non-combatants are harmed. He clarifies that they sought assistance from the pupil who aided them a few days prior. Upon rising, Kosenaji incites some whispers from the spectators behind. The blonde individual commands attention by elaborating. It was Minato who halted the disaster at the institution. There are scarcely individuals with his degree of strength, and his assistance is essentially indispensable. The two envious investigators become furious at the manner in which the child behaves in the space. However, what they must accomplish remains unchanged, and they are required to eliminate their adversaries. After all the discussions, everyone is reassigned to their positions. The individual expresses remorse to the main character for everything that transpired, and he chooses to overlook it. The individual facing reproach is Sanada, who ought to have taken action but was too intimidated to proceed. Fortunately, the young lad is quite indifferent to the predicament and urges them not to fret. The investigator, who is fond of him, believes that the main character is genuinely a commendable individual. The approximate offensive capability is equivalent to about 80 sorcerers, the majority of whom are of intermediate rank. Intermediate ranks can wield second-tier spells, whereas advanced ranks can utilize up to third-tier magic. As unfortunate as it may seem, the champion is capable of wielding fourth-tier sorcery and ranks among the most formidable within the law enforcement. The tactical approach involves deploying a solitary battle mage, which hardly qualifies as a plan. Challenges are minimal when confronting mere infernal soldiers and enchanted creatures. However, entities from an elevated realm possess considerable intelligence and necessitate intricate strategies for engagement. Appearances, as they seemingly lack any form of apparatus based on the hero's observations. They typically engage in combat donning lightweight garments, and he elaborates that in the past there existed equipment designed to counteract beasts. At present, equipment is scarce, and the protagonist reflects on a time when it was abundant. Despite his awareness of the waning of magic, he seeks to comprehend what has transpired, truly occurred during the past half-century. At last, the authorities reach Tokyo Tower. A variety of abominations are soaring through the air despite the absence of disaster. Observing the scene from a distance, the hero becomes contemplative, attempting to discern the underlying circumstances. The investigators observe that there are significantly more creatures than previously indicated, and at the center of them stands a malevolent commander, and they may require assistance from private entities. The issue is that everyone is occupied with the surge in creatures, and they already face numerous challenges. Likely the sole option remaining is to dismantle these items independently without being obliterated. Kusanagi could potentially eradicate them all with his abilities. That annoys the investigators since they believe the youth is merely flaunting, cannot genuinely triumph for certain. Observing this throng of creatures, he remarks that something seems amiss. As he gazes upward at the heavens above Tokyo Tower, something crimson begins to manifest. They proclaim the onset of yet another savage disaster. The law enforcement communication system began disseminating information about the scenario to all precincts. Another disaster is unfolding across the nation. As they hearken to the alerts emanating from the radios, individuals flee from the creatures in a state of frenzy. The authorities' foremost concern is jeopardizing themselves to protect civilians. In addition to that, they will endeavor to address this disaster within the urban area as the primary focus. The issue is they will lack assistance from any other sector. Sachi 24, a fresh disaster is unfolding once more, and they seek to comprehend its significance. Even if these occurrences transpire organically, the creatures appear to be orchestrating it, and they may have discovered how to instigate a disaster. The investigators are anxious, believing it's unfeasible to manage without assistance and that they must reorganize. The dilemma is that the creatures persistently advance and refuse to cease their onslaught. All the fiends are racing towards the metropolis at maximum velocity. At this pace, they will inflict significant harm on non-combatants and perhaps the sole methods to confront them. Anxiety begins to permeate permeate among the officers who believe their division has let them down. Even the protagonist is energized and leaps in, asserting that they are capable of managing it. He arrives in a location encircled by creatures charging in at a rapid pace. Truthfully, the entire region is teeming with creatures eager for a confrontation. From distantly, the investigators believe the youngster is destined to perish and that he ought to flee. Subsequently, he invokes a third-tier incantation known as Wind Slasher. The entire devastation spectacle startles the officers and energizes the fair-haired individual. Within mere moments, he successfully eliminates all the creatures in his vicinity effortlessly. Nevertheless, the disaster is far from concluded, and additional fiends are continuing to emerge. The combat sorcerers begin unleashing their abilities from afar. Fortunately, the champion erects an enchanted shield safeguarding himself from the blows. Erecting that barrier was an excellent decision, and it ought to suffice in preventing any impact. In a retaliatory strike, he eliminates all adversaries with a flick of enchantment. It's astonishing to witness his ability to wield various magical qualities, much like one would anticipate from an individual of such formidable strength. The officers are instructed to accompany the hero while providing support. Even frightened, the individuals choose not to retreat and opt to advance instead. Thus, the team commences an unrelenting assault, providing they are putting forth all their resources in this conflict. That's quite surprising for the host. The infernal commander finally appears, exuding an aura of menace. Merely a mythical sorcerer possesses the capability to defeat this entity, and no one present matches its caliber. A cerulean radiance begins to envelop the vicinity, constricting around the officers. The children's strategy is to eliminate the captain while allowing the troops to remain with his companions. The group is astonished when they witness their colleagues' formidable sorcery. They must continue battling until the leader arrives. 6 decades ago, the initial global disaster occurred, and since that time, such occurrences transpire intermittently, devastating the planet. If the incidents of the past reoccur, this phenomenon will once again propagate across the globe. Fortunately, he is present this time, and he is determined to prevent humanity from being annihilated. A creature traps the investigator and launches a swift assault. Fortunately, the main character was present once more to rescue the situation utilizing a crimson incantation. This has occurred previously, and it resembles that moment. She expresses her gratitude to Kusanagi for his assistance, and he inquires if she is fine. This concerns the young man as he becomes aware that it is occurring once more, and his sense of self could be revealed. Inquiries begin emerging. The dilemma is that her companion may despise her if she inquires about something so intrusive. She is making a concerted effort to avoid any unusual thoughts. She is taken by surprise by detonations while she is preoccupied as creatures encroach. However, the champion employs his sorcery to annihilate them. This location is quite perilous, and she expresses regret once more. Appears as if she is incapable of employing battle sorcery and must remain alongside the champion. The child appears much more like an adult and does not behave like a student whatsoever. Elsewhere in the conflict, the investigators continue to wield their enchantments when they are taken by surprise. They are unable to cease trembling for an inexplicable reason. At that moment, a demonic commander appears, radiating violet sorcery. This represents yet another incarnation of the species, and it appears to possess even greater strength than the original. Disheartened, the individuals are uncertain whether even formidable sorcerers might conquer this challenge. Throughout all of this, the protagonist remains unperturbed by fear and maintains composure, and they caution that there is no method to overcome this challenge. Regardless of how resilient the child is, he remains self-assured in his abilities, and asserts he is capable of triumphing. Abruptly, the officer observes that the trembling has ceased. The young woman is cheering for Kusanagi and desires for him to triumph in this battle. Perhaps as the individual confrontation approaches, the fair-haired individual seeks to ascertain the true extent of the protagonist's power. Chinching 25, these warriors must exert themselves fully until the ultimate adversary is vanquished. The two challengers observe one another from afar before the confrontation commences. The leader is the individual who initiates the conflict by triggering a formidable pyromantic incantation. Nevertheless, the champion remains completely still and comprehends. The detonation occurs behind him. This creature's power is astonishing, and it's merely Stage 1. Observing the champion emerge unscathed, they desire to comprehend his true identity. No deceptions, yet all they require to understand is that he is merely an average pupil. At that moment, he begins to emit a cerulean mystical radiance throughout the battle. The demon's sole focus is to defeat the formidable human before him. As they struggle, they cannot fathom that this entity is rated 6 and that vanquishing it should be unfeasible. The child finds himself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed as as he wishes to prevent his companions from being harmed. All the creatures begin to conjure a violet incantation simultaneously. Curiously, they're all collaborating harmoniously. With something more significant, frightened, the girl cautions Kusanagi to flee as the collisions. The blaze with the liquid he shaped as the violet rays converge. A subordinate obstacle governs. To shield him in the final moment, the supervisor becomes irritated when the protagonist inquires if that is all. Individuals are perplexed regarding his identity and what just transpired in the conflict. Merely a distinguished sorcerer is capable of casting a 6-tier incantation. It is an exceptionally sophisticated method of remote activation. The most astonishing aspect is that he simultaneously utilized a different form of sorcery. Typically, you are restricted to utilizing a single incantation at once, and there is an interval before you can cast a different variety. Employing a single form of sorcery is already quite formidable. However, wielding two concurrently could indicate that the child surpasses a noble wizard in strength. The investigator's intuition proved accurate, and he truly is the individual he has been seeking, the magnificent and formidable Ichikami Minato. As the creature approaches, the protagonist perceives the area as excessively packed and wishes to relocate to a different location. Engaging with his initial skill, he effortlessly launches the captain a considerable distance. Subsequently, the conflict ascends to the heavens where no one can approach. He undertakes that course of action to avoid receiving assistance from others and to confront challenges independently. Now that he is distanced from others, he finds joy, as he is not required to restrain his strength. He can effortlessly evade the assaults the enormous creature launches at him. He endures a blow that propels him backward, yet catalyzes an enchantment that sustains him aloft. Once more, the creature attempts to unleash its pyromancy upon the hero, who observes it all without trepidation. A massive fireball materializes, and the supervisor flings it towards the main character, enveloped in a violet glow. This moment he strikes the blow and observes the adversary collapse to the earth, while he drifts in the atmosphere. However, that was far from sufficient to overcome the main character, who rises, dusting off the grime. Astonished, the creature ponders how that is feasible, given that such a strike could incapacitate anyone. Returning to the combat zone, the protagonist contemplates the optimal choice is to engage in close-quarters combat. He advances as he readies a forceful strike aimed at the malevolent foe. He is also aware that his adversary will be unable to execute an assault on him. His strike is so powerful it propels the demon leader, soaring several meters away. Upon rising after the strike, the creature cannot fathom that a mere human blow could be so potent. Enraged, it demands to know the true identity of the individual before it. In a combat posture, the child asserts that he cannot depend solely on enchantment and that he intends to demonstrate additional techniques. This is the opportunity to demonstrate his own method. Astonished, on the battlefield, the champion radiates multiple vibrant auras, wearing a grin on his visage. Even his adversary is awestruck by such immense, vibrant, mystical energy. That energy imparts a feeling of tranquility, and the police sense that there is something beyond their control. High above in the heavens, the MC concentrates on harnessing his abilities with utmost efficiency. Nevertheless, the fiend asserts that the adversary is capable of assaulting and that human offensives are futile against them. He desires to verify this claim. Thus, he advances towards the colossal creature. He succeeds to deliver a precise strike directly to the adversary's torso, utilizing all his enchantment. During the confrontation, the lad appears to be performing exceptionally well and delivers multiple powerful strikes to the captain. The blonde individual is taken aback, as he was unaware that the protagonist could excel in close-quarters combat. After all, it's widely recognized that human punches are largely ineffective against those malevolent creatures. Severely injured, the adversary cannot comprehend how the assaults proved so potent. Standard strikes and armaments are ineffectual against creatures, but the scenario shifts dramatically when an immense quantity of sorcery is employed. Assaulting while enveloped in an aura is a fusion of combat techniques and mystical energy. This combat technique is referred to as mystical martial arts. The captain remains incredulous that an ordinary human is managing to outmaneuver him. Enraged, he lunges forward, shouting that he will not tolerate such an affront. That was the opportunity the protagonist required to execute an assault so formidable that it punctured a gap in the creature's torso. All the other creatures observe their leader motionless on the ground. On the surface, following a defeat due to the protagonist's assistance, the disaster ultimately ceases and the investigators feel a sense of pride. A challenge remains, and they must eliminate the foes still present on the field. At that instant, the young man considers that the remaining tasks can be entrusted to the authorities. The amusing aspect is that it had been quite a while since he employed that combat technique, and he was out of practice when, as he descends to the earth, he observes the entire investigative squad positioned directly before him. They express their gratitude for his commendable efforts and for successfully overcoming the mastermind responsible for this disaster because, in unison, they all greet Mr. Kusanagi. From that moment forward, these occurrences unfolded globally, and due to the efforts of law enforcement and sorcerers, they succeeded in preventing the most disastrous outcomes. Online, numerous reproaches were directed toward the administration and law enforcement who failed to meet the expectations of the populace. As individuals' unease intensified, someone mentioned the dark sorcerer. The crowd felt relieved to learn that a cloaked figure existed to rescue them and vanquish the creatures. Within the classroom, classmates were intrigued by how the previous disaster was averted and the nature of the protagonist's abilities. This incessant discussion greatly irritated the boy, as he preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. In today's session, the instructor also wishes to discuss the occurrence that recently took place at Tokyo Tower. She states there exists a. At that instant, law enforcement arrives in the classroom requesting entry. The investigator states that she has received authorization from the principal to carry out her necessary actions. Once more, they require the hero's abilities to address their dilemmas. This frustrates the young lad, since he understands that such matters can cast doubt on the credibility of the police. Additionally, it's disconcerting to observe all the pupils gazing directly at him. With no alternative, he must comprehend what he is being pulled into, and they clarify that he will be compensated for it. In addition to misfortunes, with creatures emerging globally, the lawful sorcerers and institutions are becoming increasingly proactive each day. The law enforcement agency no longer has a substantial number of personnel and requires the protagonist's assistance, as he is the most formidable. The next occasion, the young lad prefers to be reached via telephone to prevent all this chaos in the classroom. The woman articulates that they desire the main character to vanquish the creatures emerging in a nearby vicinity. They had intended to travel together by automobile, but it is now too late and there won't be sufficient time. Thus, the protagonist employs his sorcery to advance rapidly ahead. The metropolis is entirely ravaged and in shambles. Two children find themselves isolated amidst the debris, and the elder sibling vows to safeguard the younger one. Chuck 27. A colossal quadruped creature materializes before the boys, bellowing furiously. At that instant, the boys devise a strategy to flee to avoid being assaulted, but regrettably, they stumble upon the earth, stumbling over a few stones. The creature seizes the opportunity to pounce and sink its teeth into its subsequent prey. Fortunately, the champion arrives precisely when needed to rescue the children with his abilities. As he approaches the young men, he commends them both and expresses that they performed exceptionally. He subsequently returns the young boy's toy that had dropped previously. Rushing off to the upcoming battle, he asserts that the toy will safeguard them. Observing the gentleman depart with his abilities, the younger child feels extremely enthusiastic. It's evident that the conflict in this city is significantly more chaotic than the one that transpired at the academy earlier. Unlike Shibuya, this location is filled with numerous impediments and individuals in need of assistance. With so many civilians scurrying about, utilizing magical projectiles without inadvertently harming someone will be quite challenging. Distinguishing beast magic from human magic is feasible. However, humans devoid of magic remain undetectable. The sole method to ensure everyone's safety is to diligently patrol the vicinity. At this moment, the detectives are concentrating on eliminating all the beasts while the firefighters attend to the public. Then, the man perceives Kusanagi's presence. He was alongside them throughout the final disaster. The main character is present as law enforcement support and inquires about the situation. They still must rescue half of the inhabitants, but they are unable to access the opposing side. Learning that the children's intention is to explore the inaccessible part of the city is concerning. Some reports indicate the presence of unlawful sorcerers in that region. There's no cause for concern regarding the main character, as they are aware of his genuine strength. Another officer fails to comprehend the identity of this young individual who succeeded in eliminating all the creatures in an immediate. Perhaps he appeared in the battle to rescue everyone amidst this tumultuous. Temporal. Grade 6 abilities are being employed in the metropolis to obliterate the malevolent beings. Infernal commanders appearing in the vicinity of a disaster would have been unimaginable even half a century ago. The creatures are multiplying and steadily becoming increasingly formidable. They are becoming so powerful that perhaps even the hero will struggle to cope with it. If they fail to implement precautions promptly, matters could escalate uncontrollably. He has numerous ideas in consideration, yet he is uncertain about which one to pursue at the moment. Traversing the urban landscape, he rescues numerous individuals as his investigator companion draws near. The investigators express their gratitude to Kusanagi once more for his assistance, as he played a crucial role in reducing the impact. However, he attributes it entirely to the the law enforcement officers and emergency responders, and he was merely performing a basic assistance role. That deepens the officer's admiration for the boy and convinces him of his exceptional qualities. They express regret for the events that transpired during the previous disaster and acknowledge that their actions were driven by rage towards the MC. Soothing the situation, he clarifies that it is typical for a learner to exhibit confidence and convey that further time should not be squandered on the matter. The hero's maturity leaves a strong impression on the officers, who express their gratitude once more. The detective likewise extends his thanks and offers an apology for depending heavily on the protagonist, who is merely a student. They must devise a strategy to respond to the creature in order to mitigate the repercussions of this disaster, as they are becoming increasingly aware. Powerful. At that instant, the two siblings arrive and capture interest. They express their gratitude for his assistance earlier, bringing joy to the MC knowing they are secure. The younger child inquires whether Kusanagi is the esteemed sorcerer, and his sibling expresses remorse for that. Gazing at the figurine in the child's grasp, the main character replies affirmatively, "Indeed, he is." That sorcerer energizing the child even further, he claims he was already aware of it in the past. The protagonist is bewildered by the notion of them crafting figurines of him, expressing disbelief that anyone would desire such a thing. Purchase that. His companion states that these possessions are significant to children who require emotional assistance. The enthusiast claims that such actions will be recorded in history for the next century and seeks approval to proceed. Currently, the main character comprehends his companion's intention, yet he realizes that figurines lack the ability to rescue anyone. The genuine exceptional sorcerer is the one who is sincerely required during moments like these. At this point, the narrative shifts to a location within the metropolis. Individuals are discussing their knowledge regarding the Dark Sorcerer. Kuroya Kudo serves as the leader of the Sorcerers Association known as the Dark Insurrection. An unauthorized mage not affiliated with his organization likely suggests opposition to him. In an ominous manner, he inquires of his subordinate whether he is correct. The directive is to uncover the true identity of the masked individual. Moreover, he is indifferent to whether they employ military might to achieve it. The guild leader arrives and inquires if they can dispose of him should he decline. Frankly, these individuals are even more despicable and desire to torment the protagonist before bringing him down. That energizes the manager even further to tackle the task. Chapter 28. The young woman seeks to discover the extent of Kusanagi's abilities. Her companion is curious as well and begins to speculate on the extent of the figures. It has been disclosed that his strength rating is 99,990,000. This leaves the trio perplexed, believing that the extent of abilities is excessive. Ultimately, the esteemed sorcerer Minato is recognized for possessing merely 1 million units of magical energy. 1 million is regarded as the pinnacle threshold of arcane strength, and is essentially widely recognized. This piques the hero's interest in exploring the extent of his enchanted abilities. Thus, he searches for it on the internet. After fiddling with his phone for some time, he loses track of how to operate it, and surrenders due to its excessive complexity. Unexpectedly, he receives a phone call from an individual. The individual expresses regret for the unexpected phone call, but inquires whether the MC has any availability. Shurgel inquires whether the protagonist's companions are present as well and requests him to activate the speakerphone. The protagonist is incredibly technologically challenged. He cannot even activate that function and solicits his companion for assistance. Due to the increase in creatures, the authorities opted to establish a dedicated anti-creature division. It will be designated as the Elite Magic Squad, and they desire Kusanagi to lead that specialized division. Such a title is sought after by many sorcerers, and even Minato would not refuse it. However, astonishingly and entirely contrary to anticipations, the main character declines the role beforehand. Changing the topic, Shido wishes to articulate his thoughts. He claims that there are an excessive number of issues and the authorities are unable to manage them all, and given the present circumstances, they cannot vanquish the creatures independently. The protagonist deduces that this situation is occurring due to the generally diminished level of the mages at present. The leaders of the illustrious mage clans have yet to return from their conference on a distant continent, leaving merely an individual named Fuka in charge. As he pauses to contemplate, the main character comes to the realization that he has never encountered his companion's guardians. Additionally, he suggests that the 3 companions from the academy also become part of the specialized team. He will manage all the issues and discussions, allowing the young man to concentrate on guiding the sorcerers. He implores him to accept the role, as he is the sole individual they can genuinely depend upon. Upon listening to everything that the MC ultimately consents to assume the role of captain. This genuinely energizes the blonde individual, who was taken aback that his suggestion was indeed embraced. His companion companions concur as well, and they have no justification to decline an opportunity this exceptional. He harbors some concerns regarding the role, but he believes it will be acceptable if he can mentor a handful of sorcerers. The newspaper indicates that disapproval directed at the esteemed sorcerer clans has been increasing as well. Forsaking their responsibilities due to the catastrophe at the school, they are also sluggish in eliminating the creatures. In an exceedingly opulent chamber, the steward enters, announcing that he has obtained paperwork from the Metropolitan Police. The individual peruses information regarding this purportedly extraordinary magical division and perceives them as merely ineffectual individuals. The steward to summon his foolish offspring to his chamber. The narrative now transitions to the gathering to establish this distinct group. They clarify that there were contenders, but no applications were filed, and if they achieve favorable outcomes, additional individuals will undoubtedly follow. It was apparent that this would be the scenario, as a team spearheaded by a student could lead to complications. Subsequently, the investigator gives something directly to the main character. It's a provisional sorcerer insignia to affix to their garments. Its purpose is to be utilized when necessary, and it is provisional, as none of them have attained the status of qualified mages as of yet. With that, the student guidance concludes, and all responsibilities will be entrusted to the captain. The young man reflects on how it has been quite some time since he took charge of a group. Before them, he presents himself, announces that he will be the leader of this unit, and expresses his desire to make a pledge. His vow is that he will empower each of them, enhancing their strength beyond that of the esteemed sorcerers who astonishes all present in the space due to its grandeur. Images possess extraordinary potency in perception. That no one trusted his claims, the protagonist resolves to validate them, so he inquires if there is any power measurement instrument available at the station. That energy assessment. Prior to there, the magical energy was 10,000 and 8,000 correspondingly, but it surely must have increased by now. The young woman is astonished when she observes the digits on the display reach 30,000. The identical situation occurs with the large individual who reaches 28,000. A surge of 20,000 energy that astonishes the authorities, who comprehend that such levels belong to high-ranking sorcerer domain. However, the main character states that it is far too premature to be astonished and requests his companion to assess her strength as well. 29. The young woman becomes anxious, reflecting concerning what will transpire if the disparity in strength between her and her sister continues to widen despite the circumstances. She has toiled diligently, yet remains an average individual, apprehensive about the outcomes. However, she resolves that she will no longer flee. No, regardless of the outcome permitting. With all her strength extinguished, she declines to deceive herself yet again in her existence. Investigators are intrigued and eager to observe the outcome. The figures presented are an astonishing 26,000, and based on the statistics, her level should be approximately 2,000. The main character believes it is feasible to enhance magical strength in such a manner, but she retorts emphatically. In reality, what you truly require is perseverance. The essential factor is to exert effort and remain resolute. Gently pats his companion on the head, expressing his pride and acknowledging her excellent performance. That's what one would anticipate from Ruka, since such occurrences are commonplace within the Mizuha household. Nevertheless, the protagonist persists in commending her for the commendable efforts she exerted, declares he had always recognized his companion was extraordinary and that he lacks trepidation due to his courage. His companion becomes somewhat irritated and states that she is not a child. That terrifies all individuals for a moment, but they feel a sense of relief that she wasn't genuinely upset. The initial occasion this young lady has ever received a gentle stroke on the head, and not even her father utilized to do that to anyone, arrives stating that they have been searching for them for some time and wishes to greet them. The investigator was unaware of his arrival today but abruptly altered his decision. This is Mr. Shapla, an esteemed sorcerer from the Fuka lineage. They were compelled to seek the consent of a noble. They were compelled to recruit every member of this household. Disregarded the appeals when the method and would prefer. Remain silent. Chubby is perplexed as to why Japan's enchanting leadership group consists solely of students. Therefore, the officer clarifies that it was this pupil who averted the disaster, and his accomplishments led to his promotion to captain of the squad. The sorcerer is unable to comprehend how an ordinary individual who lacks noble lineage averted a catastrophe. On the protagonist's foot, he inquires how a certain child has the audacity to occupy a higher status than him. Friends become irate over it and begin to berate him. The aristocrat observes that the populace tends to be easily stirred emotionally and glances at the pair. He claims he will assume the role of unit captain despite the fact that a different decision has already been made regarding him. Indicates that anyone who vanquishes the disaster chief obtains the privilege of becoming captain instead. Caring about others' opinions, he declares it settled and strides away nonetheless. nonetheless. Thus, the protagonist remains composed, understanding that there's no halting a blabbermouth of that nature. The trio declares they won't permit the portly individual to assume the role of team captain. The main character contemplates why the three of them are significantly more irate about this situation than he is. They now find themselves at the police training facility once again. Once more, the protagonist is trapped and seeks clarity. Strength, or mana, represents the vital force required to generate magic, yet it also possesses additional applications. He then requests the formidable individual to strike with his utmost power. Bursting forward with a strike, he warns not to grumble afterward as the blow connects with the hero's visage, yet it is obstructed by an enchanted barrier. If you possess an abundance of mana that you can utilize instinctively, and if the storage capacity is extraordinary, you can utilize it continuously while his companion delivers a flurry of strikes. He clarifies that this phenomenon is referred to as automatic enhancement of magic. Your magical strength is the paramount consideration for sorcerers, and it is crucial for everyone to remember that as well. For their training, they will require apparatus and a form of creature repellent gear. Shadow's appearance must be challenging to achieve, and he requested that they be patient for a bit longer. Believes that those objects are no longer available nowadays and resolves to attempt creating something himself. As he rummages through the drawers, he seizes an inexpensive ring to utilize, but quickly understands that it won't suffice, prompting him to acknowledge that he needs to go shopping immediately. Subsequently, Ruka dials his telephone. Following a brief pause, the girl exclaims that only he can assume the role of captain and playfully mocks his demeanor. Amused by her behavior, he chooses to inquire, while remaining close, if she would accompany him on a shopping trip, as he is unfamiliar with where to locate accessories. He clarifies he prefers to accompany only the girl and sees no necessity for large gatherings. Causes the young woman to feel a touch of bashful enthusiasm regarding the shopping trip. The young man is eager to discover her opinion on the matter. After some time, the woman expresses that she wouldn't object to accompanying the main character on the shopping excursion, as it might be a lifesaver for him. They agree to convene at the station the following day. That he ought to have the capacity to purchase rings for every member, and he contemplates whether he ought to begin crafting equipment by utilizing his enchantments on the inexpensive adornments, believing that it could somehow yield favorable results. Therefore, the meal is prepared, and the young woman proceeds to summon her sibling, yet she remains silent when, upon entering the chamber, she recognizes the young woman is selecting garments at this time, observing the space was completely disheveled with garments scattered all around her. Informs her that the meals are prepared. It's the initial occasion she has witnessed her sister enthusiastic about anything, and she contemplates whether her sister is going on a romantic outing. The following day, the main character is present at the designated station, anticipating the arrival of his fellow student. The young lady must conceal her enchantment so Minato remains oblivious to it, and she cannot draw too near. Holds herself accountable for eavesdropping on her companion and her sibling during such a moment as this. Unexpectedly, Ruka arrives appearing exceptionally attractive, capturing the attention of passers-by on the boulevard when, upon his arrival, he inquires whether he kept his companion waiting for an excessive duration. Clarifies he has only recently arrived at the individuals on the street become envious of the main character, believing he is the one who has captured the girl's affection. Also irritates Yuka, who is skeptical that the two of them are on a romantic outing. Clarified that the main character arrived with the intention of purchasing several rings, as they are intended as a type of present. They must purchase in large quantities at a low cost. Rings are superior, and she is aware of the ideal location. Therefore, they visit several stores to search for those products. While observed from a distance, it's extremely difficult to locate the precise ring the main character desires in that marketplace. Nonetheless, upon discovering an intriguing ring, an unsettling sensation arises. The girl becomes uneasy as she observes that their faces are excessively near to one another. The vendor states she can offer a generous reduction if the ring is intended as a present for his partner. That humiliates the protagonist, and he is interrupted by Ruka, who claims she isn't his partner. The sales representative was taken aback by that response. To explore the shop while taking a brief respite, the main character expresses his fatigue from wandering through such a crowded location. It's exceedingly challenging to locate what he seeks. That he contemplates altering his expectations when, unexpectedly, the sorceress declares that she struggles with expressing tenderness. States that her companion understands her nature and how her character functions. She mentions that she struggles to engage effectively with her own sibling and that she has inflicted considerable pain. She claims her companion would fare better purchasing alongside her sibling than he ought to accompany her, and now she desires to return home, yet the young lad interjects and asserts that he is aware that isn't accurate. He clarifies that the young woman researched the locations of the stores in advance and diligently selected which ones they they would explore, and he desires her to understand she is truly a significant assistance that shifts Ruka, and she becomes bashful, unsure of what to express. From a distance, the covert operative observes that she has never encountered her sibling in such a manner. Removing her mask, she contemplates her purpose for being present, ultimately chooses to return home after an extensive period of searching. Locate a selection of suitable rings for purchase. The main character acquires 5 of each required for the team members. Those who have truly selected these presents require them as gear and will undoubtedly bring joy to the team ultimately. Ruka comprehends why the entire shopping experience was deemed so significant. The main character expresses gratitude to his companion for the assistance, stating, "She was truly beneficial," for instance. A respectable individual, he resolves to compensate her in some manner thereafter. He presents a beautiful ring as a present in a passionate path he follows. He takes his companion's hand and slides the ring onto her finger. It is the initial exquisite piece he crafted, and he requests that she handles the apparatus with utmost care upon receiving the present, causing the girl to feel flustered and ultimately choose to depart. It was time to elucidate the functionality of the anti-monster apparatus, but he opted to postpone it for another occasion, continuing on his way. Along the avenues, the young woman gazes at the band adorning her digit, cradling it near her chest as she becomes overwhelmed. Self-conscious and timid, Chalk 31 now. It's time to place the gear into the hands of each team member. Investigators are fascinated by the enchanting response and come to the understanding that it is a form of anti-creature apparatus. If they are imbued with enchantment, this object can be utilized. When charged with mystical energy, it allows you to wield basic wind sorcery. Fascinates the fair-haired individual who cannot comprehend how the main character accomplished the creation of objects that are essentially absent in contemporary society. He remarks that the young man continually astonishes him with his abilities. Yukiya also becomes intrigued by her elder sibling's ring. She observes her sister adorned with an accessory that she hadn't seen previously and deduces that she acquired it during the outing they had. Grows uneasy pondering what truly transpired after her departure. The team requires an efficient means of transportation and cannot depend on vehicles that lack sufficient speed. Shidu recalls that they consistently arrive tardy to confrontations with law enforcement, equipped with vehicles that carry tools accessible to anyone for utilizing magic to slice through obstacles. However, they must keep in mind that it is a fundamental incantation and should not be employed for offensive purposes against others. Sorcery encompasses soaring and rapid movement and must commence with a leap here. A companion is the initial individual who adeptly glides without any difficulty and receives accolades. It's nothing to her as she has been instructed in the art of manipulation magic for an eternity. The burden of eavesdropping on her companions presses heavily on the girl's conscience. At that instant, the host inquires if she is familiar with Ichikami Minato, and she claims he is the individual she esteems the most. The power level hovered near 1,000,000, and he was capable of casting long-distance incantations. However, he perished in battle against the demon deity. Subsequently, few sorcerers remained, and the aristocracy along with the Mizo clan assisted in restoring order. At that time, there were no documentation regarding the surviving magic, necessitating a complete reconstruction of the research from the ground up. The mortality rate among mages was substantial, yet it is likely that some texts were still preserved. The main character recalls concealing multiple items in various locations in preparation for the forthcoming one. The issue lies in the fact that contemporary magical understanding is superficial and rife with errors, resulting in a diminished level of magic. He contemplates whether this is merely a coincidence or if an individual is orchestrating it all. The young woman is curious about her friend's well-being and expresses that she is available to lend an ear regardless. If she lacks reliability, he asserts that her emotions alone suffice and that she contributes significantly. However, the issue with the dark sorcerer looms, and given the possibility of entangling her in it, it's wiser to refrain from mentioning it. Should she discover that the host is the revered Minato, it could complicate matters further. She may even faint. She thinks she remains untrustworthy, but that perception will shift if she becomes more resilient. Her strategy is to continue investing her utmost effort. Week passes, and the unit leader is instructing everyone. The investigator invokes a second-tier sacred incantation, while Shido unleashes a formidable third-tier electric spell. Large individual conjures a fourth-tier earth incantation, causing stones to cascade from the sisters also wield fourth-level enchantments through their aquatic control. The MC is delighted as everyone's rank has increased, and Sanada has already begun employing offensive maneuvers. Moreover, what captivates the boy the most is the sisters' harmonious synergy, which is remarkable that their capabilities are potent enough to create vast chasms in the earth that elicits excitement from the blue-haired girl among all. Performing well, yet they ought not to become overconfident merely due to their standing. A ascended, prompting him to request his companion to employ a level 4 incantation against him. The young woman prepares to launch a formidable assault, employing her azure aura as a barrier. The main character conjures a basic wooden incantation incorporating his tremendous strength allows the level 1 spell to effortlessly negate his companion's level 4. It is clarified that one's level increases the threshold of magic that can be utilized. However, it doesn't imply that it will possess more robust characteristics. Holds significant importance, while water is considerably less powerful than earth. Shouldn't fixate on the notion of rank and must grasp the concept of mystical energy to enhance their strength as well. Their companions, and when they unite their abilities, they can grow more formidable. That energizes the team and inspires them to train effectively. Subsequently, the plump individual arrives grumbling that it is excessively intricate for an ordinary person. As the disaster has yet to arrive, he feels ennui from not engaging in training or battling creatures. He believes this entire situation is excessively intricate and would prefer to leave these issues to law enforcement. No one within the group appreciates the aristocrat, and everyone becomes irritated when he arrives reeking of entitlement. Intense, he desires the catastrophe to accelerate and arrive swiftly as his. The desire is acknowledged, and the heavens transform to crimson as the disaster manifests before the squad. The squad that vanquishes the ultimate adversary first will gain the privilege to command the team vehicles 32. They remain concentrated and will never be defeated by an individual of that caliber. Departing at maximum velocity, the dignified individual bids farewell while gesturing. In light of the setbacks faced by the group, the main character instructs everyone to don their headphones. This is the inaugural genuine confrontation since the team was established, and they must remain vigilant. As I drift through the metropolis, the plump fellow is indifferent to disrupting traffic. He quips that everyone moves so sluggishly it even makes him drowsy. With the additional bulk, the stout fellow's squad is truly. The MCS companions will struggle to keep pace, while the protagonist is aware that he could easily defeat him solo. However, that would contradict the entire purpose of having a team nearby. He continues to chuckle at adversaries who are unable to approach. Frustrated, Yuka wishes she could hear their conversation, but is confident it's merely absurdity. Ultimately, the team of the smooth-haired individuals arrives at the disaster location and chooses to eradicate the creatures. They expend as much renewable energy as possible against the adversaries to annihilate everything. As non-combatants flee, he advises them to continue vanquishing the adversaries fortuitously. Prior to the pair being struck, the protagonist arrives, conjuring his mystical shield with great intensity. He inquires about his colleagues' perceptions of their actions. At that instant, his violet aura begins to emanate, and the plump individual comes to the realization that he is unable to shift the remainder of the law enforcement team, and his companions come to ascertain the well-being of the individuals present. Becomes extremely irate and instructs them not to involve ordinary individuals in this chaos. The aristocrat cannot comprehend why he is unable to move and suspects that the young one is somehow responsible. He claims it's due to the fact that individuals are becoming. It's simple to remove Fuka, yet it may appear as though they're fleeing from the conflict. Perhaps this is the ideal opportunity the main character had been anticipating. He opts to safeguard the inhabitants while his companions concentrate on eliminating the creatures. Yet even a formidable sorcerer can find it challenging to shield everything independently. He claims to be the leader of the elite anti-monster team, while the blonde individual concedes that it was foolish to have made that inquiry. They cannot depend on Minito indefinitely and must confront the creatures independently. Instructions are to advance and triumph for the benefit of the entire team. Everyone in the team harnesses their skills to surge across the combat zone, now energized. They unleash their abilities with accuracy against the approaching adversaries. The young girl unleashes her Tier 3 aquatic ability against the fiends that approach. Prior to her being frightened and unable to take any action except now she is capable of vanquishing demonic warriors, and she experiences a sense of pride of how significantly more powerful she has become. There is a considerable amount of mystical energy in the vicinity, and judging by the appearance of things, many civilians were unable to flee from the main character realizes that the salvation won't be straightforward this time. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to cope, but he is the magnificent sorcerer. On the opposing side of the conflict, the thugs and the aristocrat, the trio of main characters unites to confront adversaries collectively and unexpectedly. They sense an enchanting force and comprehend that a demon stands before them. It is the opportunity the aristocrat desired to display his authentic level 4 sorcery against the adversary. His military personnel assert that the fiend cannot be vanquished using merely a basic level 4 incantation. However, the portly individual is confident and believes he is capable of achieving it. Given that only a handful of individuals have triumphed over demons, he considers it entirely reasonable as a distinguished sorcerer to triumph in these conflicts and unleashes his sorcery as a rival. The fiend concurrently unleashes formidable pyrotechnic powers throughout the arena. In moments later, the man's sorcery is overpowered by the creatures. Apprehensive about losing them, opt to withdraw and flee. Regrettably, the non-combatants are abandoned by the individual who disregards their well-being. At that moment, the champion arrives and rescues the situation once more. He conjures formidable enchantments to endure the force of the adversary's assault, while his companions assist him in elevating his strength, their hands to assist him with incantations deceiving. On the surface, the portly individual experiences a sense of relief upon avoiding failure. Frustrated, Yueka inquires why he involved the inhabitants in this situation. However, the aristocrat claims it's their responsibility for not fleeing and moving at a pace less swift than his esteemed sorcery's wrath. The girl administers a forceful blow to the hefty individual's cheek. Chuck 33. The strike is so powerful it propels the man through the air, and immediately thereafter, she berates the overweight man as a noble devoid of any integrity whatsoever. Reclining on the earth, the aristocrat finds it hard to accept that they truly had the audacity to strike him for real. Companions opt to abandon the overweight individual as they concentrate on eliminating the remaining adversaries from a distance. The main character observes the entire situation and feels pleased that they were able to recover swiftly. However, there are still individuals in need of rescue, and the leader remains free in the vicinity. The colossal creature strides through the metropolis, emanating its malevolent presence, concealing the thugs wish to flee because they believe they cannot overcome the adversary. Hefty individual acknowledges that the adversaries are quite formidable, even for an individual of his caliber. Yet, he proposes a strategy to employ the opposing team to exhaust the beast, providing him an opportunity to deliver the decisive strike. His companions consider this ingenious and feel inspired to execute the plan. At last, the creature is approaching the trio of heroic sorcerers. If the adversary's sorcery is formidable, they must triumph regardless of the circumstances. The chief, every one of them, proceed along the identical path and generate a haze upon contact nonetheless. Thus, they were unable to conquer the creature that remains upright and continues to battle them, require fourth-tier enchantments or a substantial reservoir of arcane energy to overcome it. Now it's the creature's moment to retaliate, and it begins to unleash its malevolent abilities, gaining control. To drift, the companions narrowly evade the lethal strikes. The force is more potent than ever and twice as formidable as the girl's sorcery. The chasm separating them is enormous, and there's no chance they can succeed in this manner, though. The earphones, the protagonist discovers that his companions are facing difficulties and chooses to offer guidance. The suggestion is that they must collaborate and genuinely merge their strengths. He states the crucial element lies amidst the two siblings, with no opportunity to elaborate. He indicates they must resolve it independently at that moment when gunfire erupts towards the girl, and she successfully evades it. Comprehend that they must grasp Kusunagi's statements as they held significance. As her sibling mentioned, Minato consistently guided the group, and that holds significance. The young woman's approach is to eliminate the lesser adversaries initially while evading the demon's sorcery. Her companions can assault from one flank while she engages from the opposite side, and she will provide the cue when the magic is imminent. Before them, the massive creature begins to prepare multiple incantations simultaneously, laboring diligently. The girl begins tallying the seconds to initiate the scheme. She cautions them at the precise instant everyone must evade the collision. The host comes to the understanding that his companion holds the authority and observes that she possesses a remarkable skill for interpreting others. Thus, she questions her own abilities due to her energy levels still appear insufficient. Frightened, she attempts to recall what her companion mentioned not long ago. She's uncertain if this peculiar approach will be effective, yet practical judgment has already been disregarded. In a precarious maneuver, she requests that everyone bestow their strength upon her. The noble observes this and fails to comprehend their intentions behind the unity. As a unified group, everyone concentrates on executing the concept. Lacking alternative choices, they opt to place their trust in the girl. They must exert themselves for this, and if it fails, they will require an alternative strategy. Beast unleashes 5 potent incantations in an effort to link assaults. Collectively, it unleashes an enormous torrent of flames directly towards the adversaries. The effect is so profound that the aristocracy believes everyone has been eliminated. Yet, suddenly, they all advance, emerged from the inferno unscathed. Preparing incantations, the collective assistance invokes divine restorative enchantments on all from afar. The champion recognizes it was a clever strategy and commends the application of healing at this moment. It's the moment for the two siblings, and they prepare to unleash their enchantment in unison. Is the appropriate strategy since their personal strength is feeble. Yet, amalgamating is the solution. Collectively, they succeeded in creating a Tier 6 incantation referred to as through its power that astonishes the investigators who doubted they could execute level 6 sorcery at all. Thus, the creature remains alive and the conflict has not concluded. This is the opportunity the overweight individual yearned for to deliver the decisive strike, yet unexpectedly, his physical stamina begins to deplete. The champion appears at the perfect time and employs a potent enchantment. The group becomes aware that the creature has ceased its motion and is merely a step away from completion. The heavens ultimately brighten and the adversary is vanquished, halting the disaster from unfolding. Due to exhaustion, the girls tumble to the floor entirely. Unexpectedly, despite everything, they are pleased to have successfully turned the situation around collaboratively. 34 Each individual receives commendation from the main character, who extols their commendable efforts in averting the crisis. This marked the team's inaugural official assignment, and they performed exceptionally well. Merely observing, he can discern that everyone is becoming more formidable, particularly Yuka, whose development is astounding. Guidelines were precise, and merging the incantations was an astute decision. She even admits her ignorance regarding it and only recently discovered the name of that method when he understands she was unaware of it prior to the main character is unable to comprehend how the guidance provided by the central figure and the remainder was instinctive. The protagonist believes the young woman could be even more remarkable than he anticipated. Nevertheless, she performed exceptionally well and was particularly adept in that capacity. The synergy between the two siblings significantly contributed to the undertaking. Switching on the television, the general elucidates. The group was established to enhance the reaction to the increase and challenges presented by the demons. One of the journalists asserts that the chief is a scholar who averted the disaster at the institution and inquires if that is accurate. The person who responds is her who presents himself on television and affirms the team leader indeed astonishes the media, which cannot fathom how a youth can occupy such a role. Yet, it is elucidated that he possesses sufficient strength to exceed even the sorcery of the aristocracy. During the disaster at the institution saw even the aristocrats fail to arrive for assistance, leaving the law enforcement and the populace in a precarious situation. However, the champion emerged just in time and rescued all. Why she believes he is a deliverer and that he will assist in this new epic. From afar, the protagonist wished they wouldn't make such a significant fuss over it. That type of assertion is precarious and could potentially jeopardize his standing. However, the general asserts that aristocratic households hold significance, and that forming the team does not diminish their responsibilities. Subsequently, the portly fellow makes an appearance, and commands all to bow down. He claims he will assume the position of the new team leader, asserting that a noble merits that responsibility. He expresses irritation at being dismissed and at the conduct of holding a meeting in his absence. The investigator inquires about his presence, given that he failed the contest while feigning. He overlooked that he claims he has no recollection of making such a commitment. He asserts that as a noble, his statements are definitive, and the common folk must comply with his directives. At that moment, a reporter inquired about posing a question to the alleged new leader. She claims they received intelligence that they failed to assist residents during the disaster and even involved them in altercations that places him in a difficult situation, yet he fabricates and claims it did not occur otherwise. Reporters claim they obtained identical information and possess footage and photographs. The commotion arises because those households are meant to safeguard individuals, not jeopardize their safety. Annoyed, the aristocrat commands everyone to be silent and claims it's the individual's fault for obstructing his spell. The investigator urges everyone to acknowledge his corruption, expresses that what is required are champions who genuinely desire to safeguard the populace without acting out of self-interest, asserting that they do not require aristocrats who fail to defend their subjects. The trio dashed away exclaiming, "The investigators will bear the consequences," and lament their actions while observing everything on television. The main character feels a sense of pride for the companion who defended him. On the device, the young women observe a plethora of videos circulating across the internet regarding the disaster. The esteemed sorcerers are facing the greatest scorn, particularly the portly individual. The online realm is a daunting environment for the protagonist, who becomes aware of the rapidity with which information circulates. At that moment, the girl panics upon catching sight of their visages were captured on film. It's nearly unfeasible to conceal the main character's identity at this point, and the situation might become increasingly intricate. A week later, in the conference room, he inquires about the purpose of all this, feeling unnerved by the multitude of individuals occupying the chairs in the room. Most likely, due to the press briefing, the count of volunteers increased as he behaved erratically on television. He claims he will compensate the MC for it. He genuinely wished to mentor young mages, yet he preferred to remain remain inconspicuous. However, his companion appears to bolster his confidence, asserting that the world cannot avert its gaze from the striking individual. Regrettably, that genuinely disturbs him as he prefers not to attract notice at. In the darkness of the night, an individual is restrained to a chair in a sinister location. The individual who apprehended him seeks to uncover every detail that this unfortunate man possesses regarding the maniac desires comprehensive details regarding the dark sorcerer. He claims it's a youthful individual capable of performing extraordinary incantations, and that's all he knows. Understands furious, the madman lunges with blades shrieking as he believes there's more to it than that weeping. The man recalls that the authorities are working in rotations at the Sorcery Institute to uncover the identity of the spellcaster. One speculation is that this individual is a scholar and there's no further remarks to offer with. There's no possibility of providing further assistance. The captive pleads for release, yet, like a lunatic, his captor terminates him in mere seconds, obtaining. Irritated when the crimson marks tarnish his costly attire in a frenzy of insanity, he cleans his garments while shouting obscenities. Enthusiastic about the concept of the apprehension a pupil could experience, he informs the dark sorcerer to anticipate his coming formation. 35 Re-establishing the cover on the main character makes their entrance in Shinjuku, gliding through the air. He observes a few individuals strolling past and recording the surroundings when he observes a creature sprawled on the earth, and he perceives indications that the dark sorcerer had been present. There, the protagonist believed the excitement surrounding him had already diminished, yet nevertheless, they continue to search for him through patrols, have risen and appear to handle creatures and calamities with greater efficacy now. Perhaps they abruptly find themselves less reliant on the Black Mage's assistance. He observes a group of ruffians gathering a payment of 10 million yen. The gentleman in the suit claims he merely borrowed 200,000. While attempting to protect himself from the assault, they indicate that this is the purpose of the interest and affirm that the rate is indeed elevated. Correct? Subsequently, the hero leaps in to rescue the individual who was nearly slain, resulting in an enchanted shield that endures the blows with irritation. The bandits believe the child before them is attempting to act the savior. In the flash of an instant, they are thoroughly battered and too feeble to respond with. Numerous issues prevent law enforcement from addressing illicit sorcerers, with whispers suggesting that criminal organizations are pursuing the shadowy mage, which ignites the protagonist's intrigue, and he desires to gain further insight into this entity. The criminals claim they lack extensive knowledge. Is a consortium of sorcerers that remains concealed from the public gaze. In various forms of offenses, they resemble organizations akin to the Yakuza or the Mafia, exhibiting a similar structure. Relationships in the media and political sphere. There is an establishment in Kabukicho, and both of them aspire to have an opportunity to delve into it. Subsequent to declaring that, they ultimately find themselves confronted and overpowered by the main character once again. Nonetheless, he reflects on how Sanada had previously indicated the increase in unlawful mage actions. Managing creatures and calamities can be entrusted to Minato Kusanagi Academy, while the Dark Sorcerer oversees the Nether Realms. Now he determines it's moment to eradicate the Kabukicho division. That the branch is situated in a zone filled with nightclubs and inebriated individuals. As he strolls through the crowd, individuals present him with exquisite accommodations and crimson-lit establishments at a reduced price. Contemporary leisure zones are exceptionally vibrant and somewhat overpower the main character. All around, one can sense enchantment, and it's challenging to discern who is affiliated with the establishment. Perhaps he ought to commence by apprehending several individuals and inquiring about their activities. Perhaps he should begin by holding those engaged in suspicious behavior in that vicinity. In a shadowy passage, individuals peddle peculiar items and express irritation at the protagonist's presence. Once more, he brings the adversaries to their knees without even appearing fatigued. Then one of the goons informs him about the groups individuals are assembling in return for being dismissed, tapping the individual on the ground. He wishes that what he listened to is accurate with the information. He reaches at an establishment named Western within. A few rugged individuals are anticipating the arrival of their companions. The bartender inquires about the patron's wishes while receiving cash. The young woman seeks confidential intel. She is curious about the concealed location of the Black Uprising. However, they inform her that she has posed an incorrect inquiry and suggest she should be asking a different question. The pertinent question is what lies ahead for her. A few men draw nearer, having already realized someone was prying into their affairs, but they didn't anticipate encountering such a beautiful woman. It seems the girl received misleading information and stumbled directly into this predicament. Their abilities, they are instructed to apprehend her while ensuring she remains unharmed. With dexterity, she adeptly endures and evades the mystical assaults aimed at her. The strategy is to discover a means to evade the confrontation. Yet, regrettably, she is struck by a incendiary incantation and crash to the earth. The ruffians claim they are indifferent to resilient women envisioning engaging in twisted actions towards. On the brink of defeat, she expresses her regrets to several individuals for her inability to resolve any issues. A man approaches to engage in something dubious. The host enters, disregarding the uproar. He approaches the counter. He inquires of the bartender whether the affiliates of that clandestine group are present. A ruffian approaches him from behind and inquires if he is aware of the predicament he's encountered. Individual attempts to assault while hurling insults. Attempts to rise but loses consciousness. The other criminals and the young woman merely gaze. The violet-tressed woman is astonished. No ordinary individual strikes with such force, and she is completely unaware of how he accomplished it. She contemplates whether it was sorcery, yet she never witnessed him perform any spells. Kusanagi is at least pleased that the information directed him to some minor sorcerer ruffians in this Western establishment. He encountered numerous feeble mage miscreants here. Kusanagi derides them as pitiful for ganging up on a single woman. The thugs feel intimidated, yet they still believe their quantity affords them a chance. One thug instructs the others to charge him simultaneously, asserting that he is by himself. Launch multiple fire assaults while our lad attempts to merely evade the violet-haired woman questions his ability to triumph over numerous adversaries, particularly in an enclosed space. She deduces that he is unable to employ powerful incantations in this location and shouts at him to flee immediately. Just before they strike him, he ultimately runs out of tolerance. He evades each assault with ease and swiftly narrows the distance. Then he moves in and begins delivering blows. Moments our lad takes them down individually and incapacitates them all. The woman was rendered voiceless. He acted with such swiftness that she couldn't comprehend what transpired. Contemplates once more whether that was a form of enchantment. A ruffian collapses in tears and insists on discovering the identity of Kusanagi. Proclaims he is the dark sorcerer, the individual destined to eradicate the shadow uprising. He incapacitates the final ruffian and strides towards the maiden, who is still astonished by how effortlessly he defeated everyone and ponders whether he is an extraordinary or mythical sorcerer. As Kusanagi approaches, she notices that he resembles a secondary school pupil. She remarks that his eyes are distinctive, prompting him to feel slightly anxious and inquire whether she is in pain. She claims she is well and unharmed. He subsequently approaches the bartender concealed behind the counter. Kusanagi requests, yet the bartender declines, fearing they might harm him for speaking in that manner. Our lad obliterates the table with a single blow to intimidate him. He inquires once more, stating that this is the bartender's final opportunity. Frightened, the man chooses to speak. He reveals that the primary stronghold of the Black Rebellion is located in Tokyo, with extensions spread throughout, even beyond Kabukicho. Rumored that the Kabukicho branch chief is an individual to be avoided at all costs. The commander is a sorcerer wielding significant influence in the criminal underworld. Some even claim he manipulates Japan's affairs from behind the scenes. Kusanagi inquires about the branch's whereabouts, but the bartender firmly asserts that he lacks any knowledge. Low-level operatives like him are relegated to menial tasks and receive no valuable intelligence. Kusanagi feels disheartened and finds himself at a dead end, prompting him to seek out additional illicit mages for leads. As he starts to depart, the woman halts him and expresses her gratitude for his rescue. She states she cannot fathom what might have occurred had he not arrived. He reassures her not to be concerned as he was merely passing through, but he also mentions that this occurred because she placed herself in jeopardy. She refers to him as severe, and he agrees, admitting that he is only stern with grown-ups. Speculates he is departing. He claims he will annihilate them. She perceives his sincerity yet still questions his ability to eradicate the entire group on his own, regardless of his strength, as she is unable to accomplish it alone as well. Consequently, she proposes a deal to him, invites him to accompany her, stating that she is an investigator with valuable connections and access to pertinent information, despite her deficiency in physical power. She is equally astonished that the dark sorcerer is significantly more powerful than the tales suggested, and believes that collaborating with him might assist her in attaining her objective. Kusanagi understands and inquires if she desires his strength in return for her information. She affirms this and refers to it as she, extends her hand and requests his assistance. He realizes he requires details yet still contemplates whether he can rely on her. Ultimately, he concludes that it's acceptable. If matters take a turn for the worse, he can simply abandon her. He consents and grasps her hand as she presents herself as Leona, while our protagonist merely states that he is a dark sorcerer, states that the name is somewhat challenging and inquires why he doesn't opt for something more concise. He invites her to refer to him in any manner she prefers. Thus, she selects Chrono, and he acquiesces. Inquires why the miscreants were pursuing her, and she replies that she was attempting to locate the hideout of the Black Rebellions. He labels her foolish for her recklessness. She asserts that they are both in pursuit of the same objective, but he counters that he is capable of defending himself. She concedes that she still has numerous vulnerabilities. She asserts that she had no alternative, as no one is willing to oppose the Black Uprising these days. Unconventional sorcerers act freely in Kabukicho because the authorities are excessively occupied managing the disaster's Kusanagi. Recalls Sanada informing him that prior to this, he had not fully grasped the extent of Leona's predicament. In an effort to maintain her composure, Leona discloses that unruly sorcerers assaulted her younger sibling after the demise of their parents. She was compelled to rear him alone, spending considerable time by his side. He likely felt isolated, yet he never voiced his grievances. Then one day, intruders unexpectedly invaded their residence. Her sibling witnessed them, prompting them to attempt to eliminate him. Her expression shifts, and he inquires whether her sibling resided there. Claims he endured, yet he has remained in a state of unconsciousness ever since. Kusanagi understands that even divine sorcery cannot rouse an individual from a coma, leaving him feeling exasperated. She states that the physicians remain uncertain about when he will regain consciousness. He is merely 9 years old, and she contends that he deserves a typical existence. Leona states that the individuals responsible for it have departed. When he inquires whether this is merely retribution, she replies no. She aspires to mend matters so that no one else endures the pain they experienced. She realizes she lacks the necessary strength, yet she is confident that he can withstand the dark uprising. Kusanagi suspects she is likely being truthful nonetheless. He ponders whether she shared all this merely to prevent him from deceiving her in the future. Then he commends her resilience for reaching this point and grins, as he is drawn to women in dire situations. Cautions her against hindering his progress, yet she responds that she has already discovered numerous potential hideaways, so he ought not to undervalue her intelligence network. That's precisely why she needed to exercise caution. He instructs her to pass over the list, and when she inquires about his intentions, he replies that he merely intends to pay them a visit. Cautions him that it's exceedingly perilous and asserts that even he could meet his demise. He reassures her not to fret, as he is the renowned dark sorcerer. She consents to provide him with the information but insists on accompanying him. He cautions her once more, yet she remains resolute, undeterred even if it costs her life. Inquires about her siblings' actions in the event of her demise. Claims he would at least receive insurance compensation. He retorts that wealth is inconsequential and advises her never to utter that again. Family is paramount. She expresses that he cannot comprehend the experience of feeling powerless and enraged. She describes the misery of living authentically yet still being overwhelmed by detritus such as those gang members. When individuals like her find themselves trapped, they lack the strength to retaliate. She questions why her innocent younger brother had to endure pain, then succumbs to tears. Kusanagi. He begins to move, and when she inquires about his actions, he instructs her to provide him with the hideout coordinates, asserting that those gang members will face consequences. She ceases her weeping and finally appears somewhat improved. She supplies him with the details but mentions that it will take an eternity to reach each location on foot. He reassures her not to fret and seizes her from behind. Our lad advises her to grip firmly, and she promptly begins to flush at a single structure brimming with gang affiliates. A man approaches the window to observe something. Another enforcer inquires about the issue when the window shatters inward, and Kusanagi leaps into the chamber with Leona cradled in his grasp. He delivers a powerful kick to the thug near the window, stunning everyone present. The gang stands motionless as one of their associates is taken down. Kusanagi questions whether this is indeed the genuine headquarters of the Black Rebellion. Leona attempts to regain her composure, yet she continues to tremble as thoughts of preparing to eliminate him swirl in her mind. He remains composed and observes that the Yakuza have not altered significantly since his previous existence. The leader approaches, cigar in hand, and inquires about his identity. He responds that he is the dark sorcerer. The leader erupts with rage and commands his men to assault. He instructs Leona to remain close. A goon charges in wielding a sword, but Kusanagi remains unfazed. The thug halts in shock when his weapon is severed and is unable to comprehend what just occurred. More assailants emerge from behind and begin to unleash gunfire. Kusanagi conjures a mystical shield and effortlessly deflects everything without difficulty. Criminals begin to lose hope when they comprehend that their firearms are ineffective. Label the dark sorcerer a beast, yet he disregards them and strides towards the leader. He inquires once more if this individual is genuinely the chief and if there is any connection to the dark uprising. The supervisor quivers and remains silent for a brief period. He then retorts with taunts, asserting that the dark sorcerer won't leave unscathed and cautions him against underestimating the Yakuza. The crew crew assaults once more, discharging their weapons and storming in. Kusanagi remains composed and refers to them as obstinate, while Leona understands individuals similar to them. None of them are genuine sorcerers, therefore, he concludes they aren't linked to the Dark Uprising and resolves to eliminate them. The leader remarks that he has chosen the incorrect adversaries, but Kusanagi interrupts and intervenes with a blow that propels them into the air. A single hit is sufficient to shatter the entire assembly. The Yakuza ultimately capitulate to Leona, is astonished by how swiftly it concluded Kusanagi, is irritated that they gain no knowledge, so he proceeds to the subsequent location. Leona ultimately realizes the formidable strength of the Dark Sorcerer and begins to trust that he genuinely possesses the ability to annihilate. He leaps through the window alongside her, while she cries out and pleads for him to cease, yet he persists. At the subsequent refuge, they burst through yet another window. Kusanagi quickly takes down the entire crew in mere moments, and they kneel and plead for forgiveness in return. Outdoors, he ponders why they consistently opt to strike and refers to the Yakuza as fools. Leona concedes but asserts that gang affiliates were never inclined to heed her words regardless. Implores him to refrain from accessing through windows. Sneaking up on the Yakuza is one matter, but she is weary of all the aerial antics he engages in. Claims that regulations are irrelevant when it comes to the Yakuza, which she deems absurd, prompting him to concur that they should proceed correctly this time. At the subsequent location, they rap on the door, and a shaven-headed individual inquires about their identity. Kusanagi responds that he has come to inquire about the Black Rebellion. The bald man promptly closes the door and instructs them to leave. Irritated, Kusanagi forcefully swung the door wide with a expel the group within, anxiously speculating whether one individual is genuinely assessing them. Insist on discovering which clan he hails from, but Kusanagi reiterates that his sole interest lies in acquiring details about the Black Uprising. The hairless individual grows impatient and strikes first with Kusanagi. Had desired to resolve this amicably for once, but with no alternative available, he retaliates and swiftly takes down the bald individual. The others are left astonished, disregarding the minor players as Kusanagi searches for the chief, a man known as Asura, who steps forward and declares himself the leader. Inquires why Kusanagi intruded, and Kusanagi promptly questions whether they have connections to the Black Rebellion. Asura comprehends the situation, but his subordinates perceive it as an affront and draw their weapons against us. The young man commands them from behind to withdraw when they demonstrate. He informs them that they are unable to, he asserts. Respect is significant to his clan. Kusanagi inquires about the location of the Black Rebellion's hideout, and Asura questions whether he will depart upon receiving the information. States he will. Leona. Kusanagi and Asura face each other while his associates encircle them. She feels apprehensive about becoming entangled in this situation. Asura presents himself, and Kusanagi assumes the alias Chrono, with Leona following suit. Asura gestures toward a map and indicates that the location of the Black Rebellion's hideout should be in that vicinity, adding that this is the extent of his knowledge. Kusanagi inspects the location and observes that it corresponds with Leona's clue. He understands that they would have ultimately discovered it if they had continued their search. It and acknowledges that she is more dependable than he anticipated. He inquires of Asura whether he is certain about divulging that type of information to an outsider, despite sharing the same realm. Asura asserts that they are not allies but adversaries, stating that his clan is not despicable enough to exploit honorable individuals. Kusanagi ponders why they initially assaulted him, but Asura remarks that he did not precisely appear respectable while raiding Yakuza establishments. Asura further mentions that his clan adheres to principles, thus they should not be equated with the likes of the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is taken aback to encounter a Yakuza of his caliber in this age. Having obtained what he sought, Kusanagi departs as pledged earlier. He proceeds to inquire if he genuinely intends to confront the Dark Uprising and cautions that influential figures within the nation support them. Kusanagi raises Leona and assures him that he has encountered formidable opponents. Similar to that prior, he then soars away with her cradled in his embrace. Asura observes his departure and commends his courage. He believes the child could potentially bring down the dark. The auburn-haired individual instructs his team to surrender the funds, and the gentlemen in dark suits collect it. One of them exchanges a handshake with the red-haired purchaser to finalize the agreement. The suited man remarks that Japan is remarkable for its leniency towards offenders, and the other concurs, affirming it as the finest nation, all while they chuckle. Suddenly, Kusanagi bursts through the window, cradling Leona in his arms. Everyone is taken aback, but they quickly conjure magical circles and brandish firearms. Kusanagi comprehends that he has at last discovered the group he had been pursuing. Enchantment awareness reveals to him that every member of the Dark Insurrection is a sorcerer, and even the criminal faction possesses a handful of sorcerers as well. Leona conceals herself behind behind a container and begins capturing footage with her mobile device. The crimson-haired individual inquires about the identity of Kusanagi. Fatigued by the repetitive question, he asserts that he is the dark sorcerer come to obliterate the Ebony Uprising. This only serves to perplex them further, prompting them to erupt in laughter, convinced that a mere child cannot vanquish them single-handedly. Kusanagi disregards them and casts a massive fire incantation multiple times. Men are astonished. He makes it evident he is determined to dismantle the entire group. Furious, they retaliate with barrage after barrage of sorcery. Kusanagi obstructs all with his shield. He recognizes they won't employ anything beyond Tier 2 or they would devastate the storage facility. He ponders offensive spells, but with so many adversaries, it won't suffice. The minions are astonished that their sorcery is ineffective, and even the rounds are futile. They cannot comprehend how he remains unscathed. None of them have encountered magic of this caliber before. Kusanagi feels disheartened. They're in a state of panic despite him not having exerted himself yet. Then, one man in formal attire recalls the unique armament they recently acquired, causing their entire demeanor to shift as they caution Kusanagi not to become overly arrogant. He immediately perceives the change as they don masks and retrieve the specialized weapon. Kusanagi perceives it immediately and instructs Leona to flee outdoors. She complies and exits just as a brute hurls a gas canister, but Kusanagi halts it mid-flight with sorcery. It detonates nonetheless, releasing toxic fumes. The men are confident that even he cannot withstand this, and they ease, believing the dark sorcerer is lifeless. They advance to inspect his remains when, as the haze dissipates, they are astonished to find him there, unscathed. Kusanagi remarks that sorcery alone cannot protect him from toxic gas, yet gas remains merely gas. He adeptly employed wind magic to shift the air surrounding him, then dismisses their scheme as foolish and alerts them that a sorcerer of his caliber won't be subdued so effortlessly, and in their panic, they attempt to summon reinforcements, yet no one responds. Kusanagi asserts that it is futile, as he has already managed the situation. Of that all other safe havens have been obliterated and this is all they possess, he instructs them to prepare and subsequently subdues them all, feeling content. He eradicates Kabukicho's dark insurgency and then sets off in search of Leona, but he abruptly perceives an individual lurking behind him. A figure emerges from the darkness, grasping his. Astonished, Kusanagi single-handedly overcame all adversaries and with a malevolent grin, expresses his desire to parley with the dark sorcerer after eliminating the members of the Black Rebellion. Having managed the poisonous gas, Kusanagi proceeds towards the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to discover an enemy mage holding her captive. The man demands a negotiation if Kusanagi wishes to reclaim her. Kusanagi swiftly assesses the distance and realizes he cannot reach her in time using combat magic unless he finds an opportunity. He begins to prepare a level 1 incantation to disarm the assailant, but the man notices and cautions him against making any moves if he values Leona's well-being. Kusanagi is taken aback that his opponent sensed the spell, acknowledging the man's proficiency. From what he can discern, the adversary is concealing his full potential, yet his magical power is approximately 40,000, clearly indicating he is a high-ranking mage. Leona starts to apologize to Kusanagi, referring to him as Chrono as well, but he reassures her calmly that he will rescue her. Frustrated by Minato's lack of response, the man threatens to genuinely kill Leona if Minato continues to underestimate him. A handful of additional strained words, Minato relaxes the atmosphere and consents to refrain from abrupt movements, feeling satisfied. The captor presents himself as Kaga Shuji, leader of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho division. He claims he was dispatched to probe the Black Mage, either to enlist him or eliminate him. Kaga further confesses to having inflicted suffering on individuals associated with the Black Mage, only to discover that the objective was merely a child attempting to eradicate the division, much to his annoyance. Kaga clenches the blade more firmly and nicks Leona's. He swiftly expresses remorse, not out of genuine regret but because he became overly enthusiastic. He even derives pleasure from observing the crimson fluid trickle down her skin. The blade, observing Kaga's instability, inquires about his desires. Kaga hesitates momentarily before revealing that he would prefer to torment and eliminate Minato in return for Leona's existence. If Minato declines or attempts to flee, he will end her life instead, compelling Minato to decide between his own fate. Leona Minato consents immediately to endure the torment, while Kaga taunts Leona and questions whether she believes Minato appears courageous. However, Minato is aware that conventional strikes cannot penetrate his sorcery, making this the most secure strategy. Subsequently, Kaga insists that Minato deactivate the barrier, arguing that the torment is meaningless otherwise. This revelation startles Leona, who finally comprehends how Minato consistently thwarted assaults. Now she fears the consequences if he actually relinquishes it. Minato, too, is taken aback that Kaga is aware of the barrier and realizes he may have revealed too much earlier. He turns it off and inquires if that suffices. Kaga immediately unleashes a first-tier lightning incantation aimed at Minato's crucial areas. Leona pleads with him to cease, but Kaga is too engrossed in his sadistic amusement. Following the relentless blows, Minato feigns unconsciousness while Leona berates herself for her perceived weakness in failing to assist. Seizing the opportunity, Kaga prepares to launch another attack and taunts her. Leona attempts to disrupt his incantation to shield Minato, but Kaga anticipates her action immediately. After sending her crashing to the ground, he ridicules her as a pathetic nobody, claiming that Minato's downfall is her fault. He advances to eliminate her, eager to witness her demise, but at the crucial moment, Minato leaps back to his feet and brutally strikes Kaga, shattering his visage. A stunned Leona inquires how he survived after lowering his shield. Minato claims he discreetly maintained a small concealed shield just prior to the strike occurring. It merely appeared as though his protection had vanished. Leona emitted a tense chuckle and remarked that only Minato would attempt something like that with. Kaga is temporarily subdued as Minato tends to Leona's wound with luminous magic, assuring her that she is secure and expressing his relief. Leona silently expresses gratitude for her fortune in having the dark sorcerer on her team, but Kaga rises once more, his visage magically rejuvenated, infuriated by their demeanor. Minato is astonished that he remained alert after that speed-boosted strike and chooses to remain. Prepared to acknowledge that torment will not defeat Minato, Kaga resolves to set both himself and Leona ablaze as Kaga constructs a powerful pyromantic incantation. Minato ultimately recognizes the true peril he embodies, as Kaga has evidently been restraining his capabilities, and his sorcery continues to escalate. Once the incantation is complete, Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire lightning spell, launching a blazing spark directly towards them. Just before it strikes, Leona is overwhelmed with panic, certain that Chrono cannot intervene. Minato remains composed and merely elevates his magical shield when the fire is nearly upon. To Leona's astonishment, his initial tier protective incantation effortlessly obliterates the 4th tier offensive strike. Observing Minato extinguish the flames effortlessly, she feels oddly secure merely being next to. The more she observes him, the greater her desire becomes to uncover the true identity of the dark sorcerer. His assault falters as Kaga chuckles and commends Minato's efforts. Strength, he claims he realized basic fire sorcery wouldn't triumph over him, yet he possesses additional tactics. Leona, still bewildered, inquired why Kaga's enchantment has not diminished yet, as it typically would have by now. Minato clarifies that Kaga is employing enduring magic, continuously replenishing the spell to maintain its potency, similar to how he utilizes wind for aerial movement. Leona retorts that this is not the moment for a tutorial, yet she cautions that the barrier could disappear shortly. She observes that it remains present and contemplates why Minato informs her that he can also wield sustainable magic, alleviating her concerns, which causes Kaga to become anxious while attempting to capture it. Leona courageously urges him to surrender while he still has the chance. Kaga feigns fear, then abandons the pretense and strikes once more. Acknowledging Minato's strength, he ultimately reveals his true tactic, intensifying the flames surrounding Minato's shield even further. Then Leona abruptly experiences fatigue. Her physique feels burdensome, and she can scarcely breathe. Kaga elucidates that by encircling the barrier with flames, he consumed the oxygen contained without. They'll be deprived of oxygen, and as the temperature escalates, even Minato's shield won't endure indefinitely. Presents Minato with an option: perish within the confines of the barrier or be consumed by flames outside. Minato simply yawns in exasperation as Kaga inquires whether he truly comprehends the severity of the situation. Minato composedly asserts that he comprehends it more thoroughly than Kaga does. Kaga contends that regardless of Minato's actions, Leona is already perishing and cannot be rescued. Then Leona abruptly regains her vigor and is left bewildered. Kaga gazes in astonishment, and Minato elucidates that pyromancy can alter the atmosphere, yet Kaga overlooks that the essence of magic resides within the air as well. Kaga insists that he clarify further. Minato succinctly elucidates the manner in which barriers engage with sorcery within the environment, subsequently employs gusts to shift the atmosphere and suffocate the fire. As his scheme disintegrates and Kaga becomes frantic and laments his defeat before he can lose consciousness, Minato intervenes and declines to allow him to evade capture so effortlessly. He ridicules Kaga's fixation on torment before conjuring a spell, and thrusts him into the shadowy abyss. Kaga abruptly finds himself in a vacuum devoid of anything. No sound, no illumination, only infinite obscurity. Filled with dread, he cries out for assistance, yet receives no reply. Minato then returns to Leona, who informs him that someone has already alerted the authorities regarding the warehouse. Without delay, Minato scoops her up and departs, disregarding her protests as they make their escape before before the police arrive. Once they've reached a secure location, Leona finally concedes that the Kabukicho branch is beyond saving. Minato is already strategizing, discussing plans to dismantle the next district. Addressing him as Chrono, Leona requests to become his partner. Aware of her limitations and the possibility of hindering his progress, she asserts that her intelligence and network can still be beneficial. After a moment's hesitation, Minato concedes that he struggles with declining requests and consents to her proposal. Leona radiates with enthusiasm as she assures him that she will manage public relations and recruitment on his behalf. A few hours later, the morning news broadcasts a report about the warehouse, indicating that members of the Black Rebellion have been apprehended and attributing the credit to the Black Mage. Suddenly, the program is disrupted by urgent news, a nationwide video announcement from an anti-illegal mage organization spearheaded by the Black Mage. At the onset, a cloaked silhouette thought to be the Dark Sorcerer materializes. On display, he identifies the faction as Shadowbringer and proclaims himself the Dark Obliterator committed to eradicating unlawful sorcerers associated with the Dark Uprising. He then cautions that, moving forward, he will not tolerate wrongdoing from anyone. A prominent member of the Black Uprising observes the transmission and erupts with rage at the audacity of the Black Sorcerer. His companion remains composed and dismisses the Black Mage as inconsequential, which soothes the furious individual. He then places his confidence in his formidable noble mage associate and the leader of the Fuka lineage, Fuka-jin. Following that confrontation, Fuka-jin returns to his chamber and observes the news as journalists criticize the enchanted aristocrats, labeling them ineffective and shameful during press briefings, while the specialized magic unit managed the recent emergency more effectively. Both the press and the populace are beginning to inquire whether magic is truly necessary at all. Infuriated, Tord, the contemptuous spirit, flings his teacup at the television and instructs his valet to call for a performance. As the valet hurriedly departs, Jin vows that those contemptible peasants will suffer for ridiculing the so-called ineffectual magical aristocracy. Simultaneously around the globe, New York City descends into disorder, when creatures abruptly materialize and assault innocents, prompting individuals to flee for their safety initially. Responders reach the scene in mere moments and relay information as they endeavor to manage the assault. Yet, the creatures are excessively numerous. An officer restrains them while another urgently summons SMAT, only to learn that chaos is erupting all around and reinforcements will not arrive promptly amidst the detonations. Ravage the metropolis, claiming hundreds of lives and wounding thousands. Subsequently, a formidable leader emerges and prepares to unleash a level 5 searing column of flame incantation capable of engulfing the entire metropolis in an instant. Prior to its ignition, a proficient aristocratic sorcerer makes an entrance and obstructs it with a tier 5 colossal aquatic incantation. The Mizuha Toshiru is the progenitor of the image, and he effortlessly neutralizes the assault from the monstrous leaders. Prior to arriving on the combat zone, the astonished responders are instructed to assist Toshiru and aid in securing the vicinity. Disregarding the accolades from the crowd, Toshiru concentrates on the battle and conjures an even more potent water incantation to subdue the monstrous chief. The strength of it overwhelms the being before it has a chance to retaliate and concludes the conflict in Toshiru's. Once it concludes, the participants gather around him and express their gratitude. As is customary, he remains composed and states that he merely fulfilled his obligation shortly thereafter. The mayor of New York expresses his gratitude to him for minimizing the impact as Toshiru prepares to head back to Japan, while individuals in the audience begin to murmur among themselves. Ridicule the notion of a subordinate Japanese aristocrat behaving arrogantly while criticizing Japan's diminished condition. Toshiru perceives their voices but disregards them, focusing instead on the difficulties that await him at home, including his daughter's involvement in the elite magical division and Japan's diminishing standing in other regions. Yuka Ruka and their companion recuperate on the training ground, still aching from their fierce bout with Minato Kusanagi. Ruka laments that prior to their incessant complaining, Sanada arrives accompanied by a cohort of apprentices. He discards a fresh strategy if they all converge on Minato simultaneously, believing they may actually have a chance. Energized by their numbers, Yuka supports the notion, confident that even Minato cannot manage more than 100 trainees at the same time. Unfortunately, Minato overhears everything and unexpectedly materializes behind them, nonchalantly inquiring if they would like to attempt that scheme. Yuka stiffens and promptly refutes it, clumsily asserting they were merely conversing. Minato is not entertained. He declares that the recess has concluded and assigns them their subsequent challenge, to defeat him using all their strength. The team seizes the opportunity and assaults simultaneously. Undoubtedly, their figures will triumph in this. Minato scarcely responds, deflecting them with a basic level 1 shield when Yuka confidently asserts that it won't endure. He nonchalantly nonchalantly elevates it to a level 4 formidable magical shield, and the apprentices are astonished yet resolute. They exert even greater energy into their assaults, yet Minato's shield absorbs each blow effortlessly. As their exasperation intensifies, they ultimately comprehend the true extent of Minato's formidable power. Subsequently, Minato strikes and utterly shatters them when it concludes, leaving the trainees strewn across the field, moaning in absolute defeat. Upon the conclusion of their training, Yuka and Ruka glance at their devices and immediately turn ashen. Minato observes their reaction and inquires about the situation. The sisters adopt a grave demeanor and inform him that their father has returned to Japan after an extended absence. Departing from their father's residence, the Mizuwa sisters proceed to the family estate for a significant discussion. An uncomfortable stillness lingers there, until Toshiru ultimately inquired about the unique magical team they became part of. Yuka verifies they are located at minimum attention. They enthusiastically discuss the numerous benefits the team provides and how wonderful their new companions are. Ruka boasts that their magical abilities and spell proficiency have advanced rapidly due to Minato Kusanagi and the rest. Toshiru, intrigued by all the accolades, concedes that Minato is skilled and beneficial to the community, yet subsequently as he sips his tea, he overhears one of them liken Minato to himself and propose that Minato could potentially compete with a magical aristocrat named Toshiru. Serenely places his cup down and issues an abrupt command. They are to leave the elite magical unit, immediately astonished. The sisters insist on understanding the reason behind it. Toshiru coolly elucidates that the standing of the aristocrats is already declining, which could adversely impact Japan. He asserts that the magical nobles, rather than the elite division, represent the genuine backbone of the nation. Thus Minato by merely being present, the situation deteriorates, prompting him to prohibit them from encountering him again. Sisters retort angrily and deem his reasoning ridiculous. Toshiru remains resolute, commanding them to comply as usual before pivoting to depart. Hikin Yuika, who has consistently adhered to him without hesitation, asserts her dissent for the very first time. She proclaims that she will never abandon the extraordinary magic team or Minato, as she is convinced he has the power to transform the world. She claims the aristocrats have become complacent while the team rigorously trains them for genuine warfare. Had their father requested collaboration, they would have acquiesced, but attempting to coerce them is an error. In perceiving that Toshiru unemotionally rejects her, declaring that she can no longer refer to herself as a magic noble. Ruka prepares to articulate, but Yuika merely nods and departs without further comment. Prior to departing, she grins at her father and declares that from this moment onward, she will be known as Mizuha Yuika. No longer has to be concerned about tarnishing the family reputation once she departs from Toshiru. Mumbles regarding her rebelliousness, and Ruka cautions him that Yuika possesses. Altered in the hopes of retaining at least one daughter, Toshiru feels let down once more when Ruka relinquishes her noble standing to accompany Yuika, renounces her as well, and instructs her to refrain from utilizing the family surname once more. Ruka acknowledges this and expresses gratitude for all that he has done, and departs, departing and leaving him to murmur to himself. Now liberated from their father's authority, the sisters swap their regal attire for more relaxed ensembles and make their way to a hotel, engaging in conversation about their liberation along the way. The manner in which Yuika inquires whether Ruka is genuinely fine with departing from the family, Ruka comforts her, asserting that as the elder sibling, she would never abandon Yuika alone. Grins at that and the siblings embrace in a tender hug. However, the pleasant atmosphere is short-lived as they quickly encounter difficulties in securing a hotel accommodation. After exhausting all options, they approach the supervisor, yet it ultimately leads them to no destination after an entire day of exploring every accommodation, and even a cyber cafe reject them for being underage. Ruka may have fabricated her age, but Yuika is far too youthful to pretend. Exhausted, they settle at a quaint cafe to relax with beverages. Yuika exhales in disbelief at the contradiction that they have finally earned funds from team efforts yet lack a place to truly reside during this time. They converse as two inebriated young men approach their table, and begin to flirt with Yuika right in front of Ruka before the situation escalates. Ruka shoots them a fierce look and cautions them to retreat if they value their well-being. The young men quickly perceive the threat, express their regrets, and flee. Once they have departed, Yuika smiles and proposes that they have some fun while they still can. When Ruka mentions the location of their sleeping arrangements, Yuika expresses that they will concern themselves with that at a later time, so for their inaugural evening independently, they venture out to purchase garments and plush toys melodiously harmonize. Sing karaoke like playful revelers and simply enjoy yourself. As nightfall approaches, reality gradually reasserts itself. However, Yuika expresses her gratitude gratitude to Ruka for rendering the evening extraordinary. She acknowledges that everything appears significantly less frightening with Ruka. Ruka grins mischievously but cautions her that they still require a location. To slumber while they ponder who could assist them, Yuika acquires a. In his typical awkward manner, Minato inquires about the operation of his phone, as he has once more forgotten how to use it. The sisters exchange glances and choose to visit Minato, hoping he will permit them to reside with him for the time being. When they ultimately pay a visit to Minato, they inquire if they might reside at his home temporarily prior to. Responding to Minato, he leads the Mizuha sisters into the lounge so they can discuss the events that transpired afterward. After listening to the complete narrative, he inquires about their sentiments regarding the young women. Acknowledge they acted impulsively and exhibited childishness. As Minato listens, he observes their newfound honesty toward themselves, reflecting their strengthened bond as sisters. Once they finish, Yuika expresses remorse for burdening him and inquires once more if they can remain, as they have no other place to turn. Minato hesitates and contemplates the situation. Lacking any romantic feelings for either of them, he concludes that it's acceptable and consents to their request. Remain prior to their festivities. He cautions them that his flat is modest and far from the luxurious residences to which they are accustomed. Minato nonchalantly remarks on how swiftly they adapt, which in some way results in. The young women flush as their thoughts wander into whimsical daydreams of cohabitating with the formidable and charming Kusanagi Minato. Yuika becomes particularly engrossed, her heart racing, until she must soothe herself. Oblivious to their discomfort, Minato nonchalantly inquires if they wish to bathe prior to sleeping. The girls immediately panic and respond as if he's being inappropriate. Undeterred, Minato poses the question once more, and this time they reply. Typically, Yuika departs first, leaving Minato and Ruka together in the lounge. While they converse, Minato commends their decision to depart from home, confessing that he never anticipated such a move from them. Ruka expresses her astonishment as well, noting that it's the first occasion they have defied their rigid father, a man who has always prohibited autonomy. She believes he will only become more entrenched in his convictions now. Minato recalls that Toshiru already holds a bleak perception of their team, so it remains uncertain what actions he may take. In the future, prior to Ruka's response, Yuika emerges in her sleep attire and instructs Ruka to proceed next. Swiftly enters and relishes the finest soak she's experienced throughout the day. During her absence, Yuika expresses to Minato that it still seems surreal to be in his residence. Serenely states that this is his inaugural experience hosting visitors, yet he remains unconcerned about Yuika. Heartfelt gratitude is expressed to him for allowing them to remain, and Minato dismisses it as insignificant, prompting her to chuckle. And when he inquires, she replies that he has consistently behaved as if everything is ordinary, regardless of how peculiar circumstances become. Minato informs her that as long as they remain in his team, they will always belong, and he will not forsake them. Hushed stillness as both endeavor to comprehend all that transpired. The following day, Minato encounters his supervisor Shido and receives the updated training timetable for his team. After the customary meeting, he informs Shido that Yuika and Ruka will be remaining. Upon the instant Shido discovers that Minato resides with two females, he erupts in disbelief, questioning why Minato appears so unfazed by the situation. Completely perplexed, he ponders whether this is the norm for the youth today. Resolute in his mission to impart some basic understanding, Shido admonishes Minato, emphasizing that polygamy is not accepted in Japan, while presenting a series of half-accurate notions regarding cultural practices. As he departs, Minato reflects on the notion of seeking a larger residence. Accommodating 3 individuals in his dwelling has become cramped. A bit constricted prior to departing, he observes Sanada practicing solo in the courtyard and chooses to inquire about. He shouts her name and inquires why she is. Sanada expresses that she feels lagging, as she has ultimately mastered the use of offensive incantations. However, she remains unsatisfied. Instructs Minato to cease being overly formal, as she is his subordinate, and he promptly complies. Minato urges her to attempt unleashing an offensive spell. When she wavers, he assures her that he will lead her, offering his counsel. Sanada assumes a stance and performs a spell afterward. Observing the enchantment, Minato commends her and encourages her to persist. If she continues, she will only grow more powerful. Sanada expresses her gratitude but responds that Sanada confesses she enlisted in the police force due to the rarity of holy mages, and she perceives herself as the most vulnerable among them. Coming to this realization, she is offloading her concerns onto him, and she swiftly expresses her remorse. Minato remains unresponsive. Dismiss it, he inquired why she wished to become part of the squad at all. Sanada states that her grandmother was a sacred sorceress who rescued innumerable individuals during former disasters. Desiring to emulate that model, she enlisted in the ranks to level the playing field. Following that, she continues to question her own ability abilities, asserting that she lacks significant aspirations like those around her and does not consider herself particularly exceptional. Minato immediately dismisses that, highlighting her restorative magic's offensive capabilities and the intensity of her training. Informs her that the rationale behind her beginning is not as significant as her actions in the present. Resonates deeply, and Sanada ultimately realizes her preparation is genuinely yielding results. The moment engulfs her, and she begins to weep with relief. She finds stability and refers to herself as a pitiable grown-up, but Minato reassures her that age is irrelevant to the matter. Grateful for his remarks, Sanada begins to perceive Minato as the resolution to her uncertainties thereafter. That evening, Minato prepares for his clandestine assignment as the Dark Sorcerer. Prior to departing, he encounters Leona, who reveals that she has discovered details regarding the speculation surrounding the enchanted aristocrats who are intrigued. Minato requests her to share what she has discovered, but she insists that he must don the Shadowbringer ensemble initially. Subsequent to being dismissed by the Dark Sorcerer once more, Leona presents her findings on illicit mages and dubious magical factions. She asserts that the arcane aristocrats are allegedly linked to offenses such as financial conspiracies and misappropriation of funds. Families, particularly the emphasis, might even be associated with the African-American uprising. Minato inquires about who oversees it. Leona indicates that the whispers suggest Korwa Akudo, a once revered magic aristocrat who was ousted and shamed, which further tarnishes the reputation of the nobility associated with the dark insurrection in Minato's eyes. However, Leona cautions him that there remains no concrete evidence against the focal point or any noble lineage. Discussions are scarce, and reliable intelligence is challenging to obtain. Believes that anyone who could voice their opinion is being muted, so she cautions Minato to tread carefully if he seeks to delve further. Upon completion, Minato requests her to transmit all the information to his phone. When she inquires about his next course of action, he simply replies that he is on his way to uphold justice. He leaps from the rooftop, contemplating how to exact retribution on the wrongdoers. A couple of hours later, the Dark Sorcerer returns home and resumes the persona of Minato Kusanagi, unwinding alongside his new housemates, Yuka and Ruka. The trio silently concentrate on their individual pursuits with some time available, Minato begins to investigate the disasters from half a century ago. That he understands how to operate a smartphone, he sifts through what he can uncover. Much of Ichikami's history remains unchanged, yet contemporary mages are depicted as significantly weaker, which feels peculiar. He also discovers only ambiguous accounts of the magic aristocrats and their lineages, with scarcely any details about their former strength or training. Reflecting on his existence as Ichikami, Minato speculates that if his magical tomes were still in existence, mages would never have diminished to this extent. Yuka observes that literature and information regarding high-level mages are scarce. Minato conjectures that the current Mizu leader might possess some knowledge, but with so little information on the calamities, arranging a meeting will be challenging. For the time being, he continues to strive to comprehend what calamities truly are and when they first emerged on Earth, but he makes no progress. Yuka perceives his exasperation and returns to her tasks. The following day, as the elite magical division is practicing, Minato and his companions receive an urgent notification regarding a disaster and are dispatched immediately. Yet upon their arrival, they encounter Shufuka and his subordinate already positioned above a deceased catastrophe creature. Despite feeling bewildered, Minato remains composed while arrogantly ridiculing them for arriving tardily. He boasts that his team managed it prior to their arrival, then advises Minato to ease up, assuring him that no bystanders were harmed. Continues to brag that circumstances would have turned unfavorable without his intervention, then self-satisfactorily advises them to be more vigilant in the future before departing. Once he has left, Yuka inquires about Shu's issue, but Minato remains unaware that in the ensuing days, additional misfortunes emerge. And each occasion Shu's team arrives ahead and claims the recognition, he continuously ridicules the elite magical division for their sluggishness and asserts that the realm still requires the magical aristocrats. Yuka loses her temper when he labels their squad as ineffective afterwards. As he departs, she highlights that this marks the fifth occurrence of his behavior, clearly indicating that something suspicious is transpiring. Subsequently, Shido informs them that they might be experiencing sabotage, as their reports consistently arrive late. Minato is unable to perceive disasters from a distance and cannot devise a solution. Yuka furiously points out that Shu consistently evades confrontations whenever a demon-tier adversary appears. In search of answers, Sanada examines her phone and discovers that the Fukas are receiving an overwhelming amount of online backing, which is peculiar given that individuals were criticizing them not too long ago. She also notices that Jin Fuka is on the verge of conducting a press conference. Minato and the others convene to observe his statements. Jin expresses gratitude to the journalists and asserts that the briefing pertains to the recent shortcomings of the magical aristocrats, particularly Shu. In a surprising action, he bows and offers a public apology for his son's conduct. Journalists are astonished. None anticipated that a magical aristocrat would express remorse. Jean continues by expressing that he has fallen short as a parent and intends to rectify matters. Simultaneously, the press begins to report on Shu grappling with numerous disasters prior to the arrival of the specialized magical unit witnessing. His strategy succeeds. Jean sits upright and begins to discuss the deficiency of proficient magical aristocrats. Nonetheless, he mentions that they are already initiating measures to address the issue. The issue arises as the conference gains traction on the internet, with approximately half of the remarks endorsing the Fukas, which infuriates Yuka. The team express concerns, questioning whether everyone understands that their objective remains unchanged regardless of public opinion. He urges them to have faith in him. Several days following the conference, Shidu is summoned to a prestigious meeting. His superior informs him that the elite magical team is at risk due to escalating grievances as their confrontation with the magical aristocracy intensifies. When Shidu attempts to clarify the peculiar behavior Shu has been exhibiting, his superior dismisses him and charges him with instigating a confrontation with the aristocrats. He claims that Shidu advocated for the formation of the team and antagonized the aristocrats, thus making this situation his obligation. Shidu. He inquires whether they understand the reason their efforts are repeatedly obstructed, but his superior reprimands him for even hinting at the possibility of sabotage. He emphasizes that the team will only endure if they enhance their reputation and reconcile with the enchanted aristocrats, or they will face closure in other areas. Jean Fuka observes all of this with contentment as he understands that the audience can be effortlessly influenced by an impressive performance and a handful of falsehoods. With sentiment shifting in his favor, Jean is confident he will swiftly overpower the elite magic team shortly thereafter. After approximately a week of inactivity, Minato and the team enjoy their lunch atop the school rooftop, expressing their frustrations about being idle. Ruka indicates that the Fukas are managing the recent disasters, but Ruji highlights that an individual within the police force must be undermining the special magic team. Minato concurs, elaborating that certain officers are connected to the magical aristocracy and perceive the SMT as a danger. Oblivious Yuka inquires about how that could be feasible, and Minato responds that the team's actions have adversely affected the noble's reputation. Deep down, he understands that the aristocrats are linked to the Black Uprising, so any backing for the SMT poses a dilemma for them. Frustrated, Yuka criticizes the magical elite for their ineptitude and asserts that they should concentrate on mending their own standing instead of engaging in this absurdity. After regaining her composure, she ponders whether her father is implicated, but Ruka expresses her skepticism. Minato finishes his meal, rises, and informs everyone that they are heading to the Mizuho estate to uncover the truth for themselves. The sisters are reluctant as circumstances with their father are unfavorable. Minato suggests they may remain behind if they prefer. However, ultimately they arrive swiftly. They arrive at the Mizuho estate, where two female sentinels intercept them at the entrance. Despite presenting their identities, the sentinels decline to permit their entry when Yuka and Ruka request a special allowance, but the sentinels inform them that their lord has prohibited his estranged daughters from gaining entry. As the siblings relinquish their hold, Minato advances, identifies himself as the SMT leader, and states that he requires to interrogate Toshiru. The sentinels instruct him to schedule a meeting, but Minato asserts that he simply requires a handful of responses. Frustrated, he begins contemplating coercing his entry, when Toshiru unexpectedly appears following. Upon learning of the circumstance, he permits them to proceed in. Minato playfully remarks about whether they are youthful or not, referencing their father from a time long ago as they make their way to the conference room. They take a seat, and Toshiru begins by charging Minato with guiding his daughters off course. Minato retorts that attributing the independence of your children to another individual's influence reflects poor parenting. He subsequently inquires why Toshiru is unable to take pride in the fact that his daughters are maturing. Toshiru discreetly observes him, understanding that Minato didn't arrive here for amusement. Therefore, Minato abandons the casual conversation and inquires whether Toshiru has been exerting pressure on the elite magic squad. Toshiru refutes the claim, asserting that magical aristocrats seldom collaborate and that he is operating independently. Following his remarks on Minato's resolve, Toshiru confesses that he has heard of him as a pupil, possessing elevated strength and as a champion who thwarted numerous disasters nonetheless. Skeptical, he confronts Minato to evaluate that power. Toshiru unleashes an immense surge of mana to demonstrate his strength, and, to his astonishment, Minato effortlessly counters it. The remainder of the group, along with the sisters, can scarcely shift beneath the overwhelming mana. As the tension dissipates, Toshiru commends Minato for keeping keeping pace with him, but Minato dismisses it as mere mastery of magic, suggesting that Toshiru was still restraining himself significantly. Toshiru is astonished that Minato picked up on this, then inquires why sorcerers today are less powerful than they were in former times. Toshiru inquires about his reasons for wanting to know. When Minato references the events that transpired half a century prior, Toshiru responds by stating that sorcerers were deliberately diminished to maintain their subjugation. Minato requests that Toshiru clarify that further, merely states that Minato will comprehend in due course. He subsequently asserts that magical aristocrats are essential for Minato. Minato expresses his gratitude and concludes the conversation beforehand. Departing, the others concede they still struggle to maneuver effectively following that prior mana explosion. Minato aids them as they embark on their journey, expressing to Toshiru his relief at not discovering any wrongdoing within his family. Otherwise, he would have approached the situation in a markedly different manner. Mentions that Toshiru's daughters are significant companions to him when Toshiru inquires about his meaning, while Minato simply strides off. A couple of days later, the elite magic team acquires new outfits crafted from anti-monster fabric that withstands most enchantments. Shido proclaims the squad can ultimately operate at peak capacity with everything prepared, Minato assembles the group and announces that it's time to resolve matters with the Fukas in the meantime. At the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu commemorate the impending collapse of the SMT. Jin boasts that with assistance from the Dark Uprising, he will shortly wield authority. Japan, yet their festivities are abruptly interrupted when law enforcement and individuals in formal attire burst in and command everyone to halt. The entire spectacle is broadcasted on television as a journalist reports on the astonishing apprehension of an aristocrat skilled in sorcery from a helicopter. Outside, she informs the audience that this marks the inaugural instance of a noble confronting such allegations. The authorities apprehend Jin for extortion threats and misusing his privileged position, subsequently informing him that his property is under investigation. Erupting asserts that an aristocrat ought not to be regarded as an ordinary offender and insists on evidence. Very well, the extraordinary enchantment squad has arrived. Minato advances, lifts his phone, and coolly states that they possess all the proof. Shu identifies him as Kusanagi Minato from the SMT and insists on understanding the reason for his presence, while Jin promptly labels the proof as counterfeit Minato. Responses by displaying images of Jin accepting illicit payments and collaborating with unlawful sorcerers as well. Evidence that he conspired to kill Jin. Freaks out and blames Minato for orchestrating everything. Until that is halted, Minato showcases a recording of Jin and Shu declining to halt a minor disaster despite the peril faced by civilians, then inquires if that is also fabricated. Cornered, Jin bursts out in fury and insists on discovering who was observing them. His butler approaches and confesses that it was he. Jin seizes the butler by the neck, yelling and demanding to know why he would betray the person who provided nourishment and attire. The steward discloses that he had clandestinely encountered the dark sorcerer, who inquired whether fidelity signified observing the family descend further into depravity. Powerless. In response, the butler was instructed to decide between aiding malevolence and acting righteously. He now proclaims that Jin is unsuited to be a magical aristocrat and must be eliminated in a fit of rage. Jin conjures multiple mystical circles and menaces to eliminate all present. Prior to delivering his attack, Minato fractures the formations and creates an opening in the barrier. He illuminates that there is no way out for a dishonest aristocrat. Jin laments the downfall of all he has created, yet Minato unemotionally asserts that he is responsible for it himself. A final urgent maneuver, Jin proudly claims to have an international facility ready for a situation like this. He asserts that once he breaks free, no one will dare to confront him, and prior to his departure, he will eliminate anyone attempting to apprehend him. Jin, Shu, and their associates unleash a torrent of sorcery upon the authorities. Yet Minato obstructs it with a shield and instructs the officers to retreat while the SMT assumes control. Minato fires once more, creating a second breach in the wall, and this time the news helicopter captures it live. The reporters declare that the Fuka family is defiantly opposing apprehension, casting significant skepticism on the magical aristocracy as the entire nation observes. The reporter queries whether the public can still rely on nobles for their safety, then swiftly reminds the audience that Japan still possesses the SMT and their commander, Kusanagi Minato, outside the estate where the Fukas and the SMT prepare. In the confrontation, Minato confronts Jin while Shu and his troops engage the remainder. Prior to its commencement, Shu derides the SMT, inquiring if they genuinely believe they can triumph with such a limited number of individuals. Yuka retorts that, in contrast to pampered aristocrats, their team is also confronting various adversities. Furious, Shu declares that he will cease restraining himself and threatens to annihilate them. Everyone refers refers to Yuka as a blemish on the magical aristocracy and claims they will never absolve him for his actions towards the populace. As the confrontation commences, Jean inquires of Minato whether he genuinely believes he can triumph over a magical aristocrat, to which Minato replies that there is no justification. Additionally, derides him as pitiful for stooping to such depths. Jean retorts that he is indifferent to how low he descends, provided he reaps rewards, which merely aggravates Minato further. In the meantime, Yuka Ruka Sanada and their companion begin to dominate the Fuka minions, witnessing. As his faction falters, Shu becomes frantic. He cannot bear the thought of aristocrats being vanquished by peasants. He commands his troops to employ their most formidable sorcery and eliminate the SMT at all costs. As the adversary readies their most formidable incantations, the Mizuha sisters combine their strengths and release spell Surge Flow. The assault obliterates Shu and his troops in a single blow, and renders them powerless in the face of the SMT vanquished. Shu sinks to his knees and fervently asserts that it was merely a fleeting error, and resolve he vows to transform and pleads for compassion, perceiving his insincerity. Yuka feigns acceptance of the apology, and the moment she and Ruka pivot away, Shu berates them as fools and initiates a surprise assault, but the sisters anticipated it and swiftly restrained him. They inquire whether he genuinely believed they would pardon an individual who had no intention of altering with. His final performance faltered, prompting Shu to dissolve into tears, overwhelmed by emotion. His squad has triumphed over the remaining competitors. Minato turns to Jean and informs him that his beloved son has ultimately been defeated while observing. His realm disintegrates. Jean ultimately becomes earnest following. After a brief confrontation, he strikes first with a basic wind incantation from above. Minato evades it effortlessly, irritation evident on his face. Jean pursues with a Tier 2 gust lance to ensnare, catches him unawares, yet Minato navigates through that as well. Jean subsequently launches a level 3 wind slasher, and Minato evades once more. The journalist in the helicopter is astounded by Jin's mystical abilities, but begins to fret about Minato, inquiring to the audience whether he can continue managing this relentless barrage. Aiming to complete it, Jean amplifies his efforts and unleashes a level 4 tempest wind incantation, forming a wormhole that endangers to draw in all surrounding objects. When Minato evades that as well, Jean elevates it to a category 5 super cyclone potent enough to tear through anything. By that time, Minato's squad is aware of the peril involved and implores him to cease and detain Jean at a later moment. Minato disregards them, constructs a 4-tiered high magic shield, and eradicates the typhoon before it can reach him. Ruka is astonished that he managed to thwart such a lethal incantation, while Ruji observes with admiration, already accustomed to Minato's audacious bravery. The spectators of the live stream are rendered speechless, finally witnessing the immense strength of a magic aristocrat after Jean effortlessly casts a level 5 spell. However, the most significant moment occurs when Minato halts it effortlessly, and the journalist captivates the audience with continuous narration throughout. During a brief respite, Jean begins to ponder why Minato has yet to launch an assault, suspecting he might be delaying for reinforcements. To challenge this notion, he derides Minato, questioning his reluctance to unleash his full potential. Minato grins and replies that he simply wishes to prolong the confrontation, as he is enjoying the duel. This response compels Jean to unleash his complete strength. He claims his mana hovers around 200,000 and cautions Minato not to fret upon witnessing the disparity between them. The SMT members scoff, convinced he is fabricating the truth, as even possessing 100,000 mana is nearly unprecedented in Japan. Without uttering a word, they motion for him to maintain his distance. They comprehend immediately and do not intervene. Jean chuckles at that and remarks that had they approached any nearer, he would have terminated them instantly. Subsequently, he conjures 5 expansive mystical circles and unleashes the energy he had concealed, causing his entire form to radiate as shockwaves ripple throughout the terrain. The SMT observes in dread, apprehensive that Jean has overstepped his boundaries. Minato, however, remains unfazed by Jean, inquires whether he can sense the true magnitude of his sorcery. However, Minato remains silent and merely observes as Jean readies an incantation referred to as rises prominently, beating increasingly stronger for the initial occasion. During the battle, Minato grins, intrigued by the peculiar incantation he observes. Jean enthusiastically describes his signature technique, referring to it as atmospheric sorcery, and boasts that it can incapacitate an individual in an instant. Amused, Minato encourages him to proceed, seething with anger. With that demeanor, Jean propels the enchantment deeper into Tier 6 atmospheric sorcery, distorting the air in the vicinity. It renders evasion unattainable, yet Minato remains still as the gateway engulfs him. Jean erupts in laughter, certain that Minato has been overwhelmed. Even Even the SMT members begin to contemplate their leader. Has been absent for over a minute when Yuka and Ruka shout his name, pleading for a response. Just as they begin to come to terms with the dire situation, Manito's voice shatters the stillness, causing both sisters to inhale sharply. Manito advises them not to conclude that he is deceased so quickly. Jean, utterly astounded, inquires about how he managed to endure against Minato. Tranquilly states that he equilibrated the tension within and beyond his body, neutralizing the enchantment akin to deep-sea organisms residing under immense oceanic pressure, remaining undisturbed. Trembling Jean inquires atmospheric sorcery, his personal distinctive incantation. Manito smiles and mentions that he merely observed and imitated it. Jean is rendered voiceless, and Manito remarks that had Jean ceased his conversation and launched an assault earlier, he could have potentially inflicted some harm. Subsequently, Minato taunts him by employing sound sorcery to manipulate the pressure within Jin's ears, inflicting intense discomfort. Jean recoils, inquiring about his actions. Minato grins and explains that sound magic, a subdivision of wind magic, elevated the auditory pressure surrounding his ears and compelled him to endure witnessing all of this. Yuka ultimately begins to grasp something significant about Minato. In the meantime, Jean feels so embarrassed that he relinquishes all self-control. He unleashes additional strength and proclaims he's finished restraining himself. He asserts that 200,000 mana was merely a preliminary phase, and at peak strength, he attains 500,000. Shido and the SMT members sense the intensity and understand that Jean is not exaggerating this. As the second round commences, Jean bellows at Minato to lose hope and prepare his most formidable strike to date for. In a matter of moments, Jean accumulates an enormous reservoir of enchantment. The SMT, including Ruji, who seldom shows concern for adversaries, concede that Jean surpasses them, and Shido cautions that even Minato might struggle against such strength at this moment. Completely energized, Jean begins to boast once more about Minato. Only yawns cause Jean to halt in perplexity. The magical aristocrat inquires whether Minato is too obtuse to grasp his abilities, yet Minato remains silent, continues to babble about his supreme incantation. Prior to initiating a compact emerald atmospheric gateway at Minato, who doesn't even respond with irritation that Minato remains unimpressed, Jean enhances his abilities and conjures an additional 6 emerald-hued magical circles. The energy is so powerful that even the SMT members feel restless. This is the first level 7 incantation they have witnessed all year. As the tension escalates, Yuka discreetly decides to place her trust in Minato, hoping he can defeat Jean with the spell at the ready. Jean ridicules Minato for not launching an attack while he prepares his magic, stating that regret will not rescue him, only despair awaits. Minato inquires whether he is ultimately going to launch an assault instead of Jean, continues conversing before finally letting go of his most powerful maneuver thus far, the level 7 atmospheric arcane plasma rupture. The explosion is so fierce that it destabilizes the helicopter above, and the SMT members hastily brainstorm solutions to halt it. A frantic Ruka implores Minato to flee, but he remains in his current position. Jean offers him a final opportunity to flee, cautioning that if he fails to do so, his companions will perish in place of Minato. Embraces the challenge unwaveringly and prepares to respond. Prior to the plasma rupture potentially spiraling deeper, he conjures a 4th-tier incantation and creates a central amethyst directly into Plasma Disrupt's core and burdens to all individuals. The shock plasma rupture is removed immediately. Jean and the SMT members come to a standstill, incapable of comprehending how his final incantation vanished so effortlessly. Gazing in astonishment, Jean seeks clarification. Minato nonchalantly remarks that magic is vulnerable to earth magic, noting that since Plasma Break was a sluggish incantation, the amethyst crystal could effortlessly neutralize it. He ridicules Jean for his ignorance, leaving the noble disconcerted. Still perplexed, Jean requests a further explanation. Minato states that the fundamental amethyst lacks significant potency for offensive purposes, yet its concentrated magic possesses the ability to absorb incantations of the opposing element. Thus, it is capable of nullifying them even amidst disparities in rank. Astonished, Jean inquires why Minato possesses knowledge of such an outrageous incantation. Minato grins and remarks that he created it for amusement. Upon hearing that, Jean ultimately shatters. He cannot fathom that a charm he refined over many years was vanquished by something conjured without forethought. With the confrontation essentially concluded, Minato strides ahead and informs Jean to brace himself for retribution. But prior to taking any action, Jean swiftly concedes, stating that he has exhausted his magical abilities and is unable to move. Minato remarks that he has no desire to assault someone so pitiful. Instead, he lifts a digit to tap Jin's brow. Jean considers it trivial and dismisses it immediately. Minato shoves him, causing causing Jean to be propelled several feet away. And simultaneously, the journalist in the helicopter reports that SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato has triumphed over a magical aristocrat entirely. Throughout the nation, individuals commemorate and acclaim Minato following. In the skirmish, the SMT members assemble around him, commending him for ultimately defeating Fukugen while the authorities haul Jean away. Minato experiences disillusionment with Japan's magical aristocrats, realizing they were merely charlatans. Before Jean vanishes, Minato inquires about the actions of the magical nobles following Ichikami Minato's demise half a century ago. Jean replies that they did nothing, prompting Minato to question whether they obliterated the magical tome from that era and insistently seeks to understand their motives for such actions. Jean ultimately responds that ordinary individuals could never grasp the perspectives of magical aristocrats. Perplexed, Minato requests him to elaborate, but Jean merely grins and advises him to solve it. He removes himself prior to being removed. A few hours later, Minato is compelled to participate in a press briefing alongside Shido and the team leader. Once it commences, he delivers a brief speech regarding the clash with Fukugen. His remarks quickly circulate and his fame skyrockets overnight. Several days afterwards, Minato is unwinding on a shore in Hawaii, still contemplating how he arrived at this moment as he reflects on Yuka, strolls over in a bathing suit and inquires about his thoughts. Prior to responding, Minato recalls his previous encounter with Shido and the group. In that recollection, Ryuji inquires about their trip to Hawaii. Shido clarifies that the SMT has surged in popularity recently, and with the heightened attention, circumstances are spiraling out of control. He mentions that Yuka discovers a video of Minato amidst a crowd of girls and comes to the realization that they are being recorded even at school. She informs the team that their videos are gaining immense popularity across social media platforms. Ruka mentions that the internet is inundated with SMT updates as concerns arise regarding the intense scrutiny. Shido affirms that the entirety of Japan is observing their situation, prompting him to organize a respite in Hawaii for when tensions ease. He also notes that Minato contributes to fortifying the team, along with assistance from the Mizuho clan, which will handle emergency responses during their absence. With that, he encourages them to utilize the journey for relaxation and departs to allow them time to prepare. Currently, Manadu rises and informs Yuka that he merely became disoriented. Feeling content, Yuka shilly gestures towards her swimsuit and inquires whether it appears unusual. Upon her arrival, Minato promptly remarks that she appears adorable. The unexpected praise takes Yuka by surprise, causing her to blush deeply. Continues expressing that the swimsuit complements her aesthetic and appears exceptionally flattering on her, leaving her feeling elated. Yuka clumsily expresses her gratitude to him and then turns away to compose herself shortly thereafter. Once Ruka appears in a dark swimsuit, irritated that Minato has been evading her throughout the day when he appears bewildered as she inquires if he has anything to express. Minato replies that he was merely appreciating her beauty, noting that her fair complexion accentuates the swimsuit and enhances her grace. Flustered by such an elaborate praise, Ruka turns away, flushed, and expresses her gratitude to Ryuji, who has been beside Minato the entire time, is astonished by how effortlessly and sincerely he compliments the girls without any ulterior motives. A moment later, Sanada appears in a white, elegant gown and expresses her regret for keeping them waiting. Ryuji is astonished upon realizing. For the first occasion, intrigued by how shapely she appears beneath her uniform, Sanada inquired of Minato his opinion on her attire. Before he responds, Ryuji silently admires her form, choosing not to comment on her physique. As all eyes were on him, Minato casually remarked that she possesses exceptional fashion sense. Skeptical, Sanada inquired about his intentions. Minato remarks that the ensemble truly accentuates her innate grace, which takes her by surprise and causes her to flush just as intensely as the others, who are equally astonished. Due to the effortless manner in which Minato causes everyone to flush, Ryuji quips that he's remarkable and then inquires if he might be going too far. Minato asserts that he is merely being truthful. If an individual warrants commendation, he will express it. As all three young women appear stunning in their swimwear, he perceives no justification for concealing it. Ryuji understands this but continues to feel a sense of embarrassment for them due to their overwhelming agitation, exacerbating the situation. Minato. Abruptly, he pivots to Ryuji and begins to commend his well-proportioned physique, urging him to take pride in his appearance. Ryuji immediately responds, cautioning him against complimenting another male in the presence of the girls. Once that uncomfortable moment has elapsed, the extraordinary magic team enjoys the remainder of the day indulging in amusement, which includes engaging in a game of volleyball, operating jet skis, sunbathing, and capturing numerous images through. In the evening, Minato ventures out to purchase a beverage from a convenience store prior to. As he advances, he observes Yuka behaving unusually reserved and chooses to accompany accompany her as they saunter. They discuss the extent of their recent conflicts and how surreal this respite seems afterward. Yuka perceives earlier and begins to ponder if her sibling has been involved with Minato prior. She contemplates excessively, recalling that Minato mentioned he isn't involved with anyone. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, he remains silent, allowing her to express herself first. Summoning her bravery, Yuka inquires about the type of person he is attracted to. When Minato replies that he hasn't given it much thought, she playfully suggests herself. Ruka and Sanada serve as illustrations and prompt him to select one afterward. Contemplating for a moment, Minato selects all three, remarking that each of them is lovely and commendable. Yuka becomes irritated and points out that this is not equivalent to romantic affection. Perplexed, Minato concedes that he had considered love and admiration to be nearly synonymous. After reflecting further, he states that if he were to choose one, Yuka is the girl he holds in the highest regard. Remains in disbelief as Minato sincerely enumerates all his fondnesses for her. Her visage flushes a vivid crimson and she sinks to the ground in utter mortification, anxious. Minato crouches beside her and inquires if she is all right, still feeling embarrassed. Yuka softly responds that, even if Minato does not intend it romantically, hearing those words from him brings her immense joy and serves only to illustrate the profound love she harbors for him. Upon returning to Japan, Shido examines social media and comes to the conclusion that conditions are deteriorating further. Individuals are rebelling against the enchanted aristocrats, and numerous citizens are now advocating for the SMT to manage calamities and creature assaults. Concurrently, the clandestine figure known as Shadowbringer is gaining notoriety, prompting extensive debates online regarding a potential confrontation between him and Minato. Amidst all this turmoil, Shido understands that he faces a significant choice ahead. The Japanese global airport, a particular aircraft, returns accompanied by two family leaders, both evidently irritated by the turmoil that ensued during their absence. The initial is Hinata, leader of the Homerai clan. The second individual is Riku, the leader of the Kaichi clan. As they disembark from the aircraft, both express their dissatisfaction regarding the chaos that awaits them. Approximately a week later, Minato and the young women arrive back in Japan and resume their everyday routines. One evening, as Yuka prepares dinner, Minato remarks that their holiday concluded much too quickly. Ruka, seated beside him, notes that both the SMT and the school have intensified media regulation, which should assist in keeping the paparazzi at bay. Before long, the table is laden with dishes. While they dine, Yuka inquires if they are prepared for the return to school the following day. Minato states that with the assistance of law enforcement and educational institutions, the focus on them should have diminished by this point. Following a bit more conversation, he suggests they should simply disregard it, as individuals will likely lose interest shortly. However, the next day, Minato discovers just how mistaken he was when girls from various classes flock to him, incessantly inquiring about his relationship status. When it becomes overwhelming, Yuka and the others shoo the students away and extend an invitation for lunch among themselves. En route, Yuka remarks that things had been even more chaotic prior to the trip. Occasionally, individuals from beyond the school would stealthily enter merely to claim they had run out of toilet paper. Minato suggests they should visit the store after school to purchase additional supplies, along with some bath salts that Yuka enjoys. The students in proximity overhear that and come to understand that Minato is residing with the Mizuha sisters. Flustered by the response, Yuka gathers her companions and rushes them up to the rooftop to dine. Their Ruji affirms the trio collectively, stating it is logical as they are accompanying their squad. Leader Minato Kusanagi expresses that should they ever require assistance, they can rely on him. The girls express their gratitude for this. Subsequently, Ruji advises Minato to cease being so formal and inquires if they may address him by his first name instead. Laid back as ever, Minato remarks that they can refer to him by any name they choose. Just as Yuka is about to reply, she abruptly halts and recognizes how significant it appears for the three of them to cohabit. She tends to ponder it excessively, but she brushes it aside and reassures herself that everything is acceptable as long as nothing unusual occurs. Ruji. Minato observes her abrupt change in demeanor, exchanging perplexed glances with her. Once she calms down, Yuka inquires if he ever experiences discomfort about cohabiting with the two of them. He hesitates to respond immediately, and they complete their lunch before proceeding through the remainder of the day serenely. That evening, as Ruka and Minato slumber peacefully, Yuka remains alert, pondering how they managed to drift off so effortlessly. She begins to question whether she is the sole one troubled by their circumstances when the stillness overwhelms her, prompting a minor outburst before she compels herself to regain composure. To slumber a bit longer, Ruka awakens contemplating nearly the identical thought. She confesses that she remains unaccustomed to sharing a space with Minato. Unable to drift back to sleep, she sits upright and attempts to comprehend comprehend why this disturbs her to such an extent. When she remains unable to comprehend it, she casts a glance at Minato resting on the ground who, by herself, causes her to flush, and when her mind begins to wander to inappropriate places, she pulls the covers over her head, then recalls how Ruji and the others effortlessly refer to Minato by his given name and ponders why she continues to address him as Kusanagi. Her thoughts drift back to the moment she nearly suffocated while attempting to address him as Minato during their journey to school. Ultimately, all she could utter was Kusanagi before muttering something so peculiar that it left Minato bewildered. On another occasion, while they were secluded on the rooftop during lunch, she still found herself unable to articulate his first name, lost in contemplation. Regarding all those uncomfortable instances, she winces at and reprimands herself for being too frightened to undertake something so straightforward the following morning en route to school. Minato observes that Ruka appears troubled and inquires if she is unwell. Ruka replies that she is alright, but once more refers to him as Kusanagi. At that moment, Minato halts her and emphasizes that they are not unfamiliar to each other, instructs her to stop utilizing his surname and simply refer to him as Minato, flushing with embarrassment. Brave Ruka ultimately gathers the audacity and utters his given name. In another location, the enchanted aristocrats convene clandestinely to discuss the severe decline of their reputation. Hinata commences the assembly by attributing the decline in backing for the magic nobles to the special magic squad. As she contemplates her next move, Riku inquires about her strategy for dealing with Captain Minato Kusanagi. Lacking a definitive response, Hinata shifts her gaze to Toshiru and seeks his opinion. Toshiru declares that he merely aims to adhere to his master's desires, which provokes Hinata due to his ambiguity when she urges him to be explicit as Toshiru discloses that Minato is not aware. Hinata inquires whether that implies Minato is unaware of their situation, to which Toshiru replies affirmatively. Riku discovers that Minato is oblivious to their presence, so he resolves to evaluate him. If Minato demonstrates his value, well and good. If not, they will eliminate him without remorse. The following day, Minato informs his team that the impending significant catastrophe will occur in Osaka. Thus far, the major calamities, apart from the minor ones, have adhered to a similar pattern as they did half a century ago. Yuka mentions that the intervals have significantly diminished, with major disasters that previously occurred annually now becoming difficult to foresee, even with law enforcement closely monitoring the situation. Furthermore, the response to catastrophes is disorganized, and without teams akin to SMT in other regions, conditions are likely to deteriorate further. In a moment of pride, Shido informs Minato that the police are establishing a secondary unit. They have collaborated with law enforcement and self-defense forces to enhance disaster response, and numerous trainees there are eager for Minato to provide them with training. With a hint of arrogance, Shido inquires if Minato will accept the offer, knowing he cannot genuinely decline. His agreement brings Shido even greater delight. Shido then reveals that an individual who survived the great disaster 50 years prior is awaiting him. That person is Takagami Shizuku, one of the few remaining creators of anti-monster equipment, and she wishes to converse with Minato. Minato consents to the meeting, and Shido adds that Takagami is the one associated with the uniforms. With all arrangements finalized, Minato proceeds to the airport and encounters his team for one final meeting before embarking on his journey. Just prior to the departure, Minato delves into his pocket and presents each colleague with a bracelet. He advises them to maintain the bangles until his return and not to take them off under any circumstances. When he inquires whether they will manage without him, the others respond that they have become more resilient as well, allowing him to travel to Osaka without concern. Minato bids farewell, assuring them he is relying on their support, and steps onto the aircraft, settling into his first-class seat. As the journey commences, he reflects on several fleeting memories from Hawaii, but then becomes sidetracked by the realization that he is indeed traveling in first class. He concedes that Shido treated him quite well on this occasion. Then he observes a handful of unusual individuals embarking on the aircraft, individuals he has never encountered before, and contemplates their identities. When Hinata and Riku settle in relatively near him, Minato immediately perceives that they are formidable sorcerers. It appears there are several others on the flight as well, but with security being this stringent, he concludes they are unlikely to pose any issues. Embarkation is complete, the aircraft descends, and Minato is presented with a sumptuous, delectable feast that he relishes with each mouthful. He then reclines to unwind and appreciate the scenery outside the window with a touch of melancholy. He seldom encounters the opportunity since a group of unlawful sorcerers who had boarded earlier rise and seized multiple passengers as hostages, including Minato. They threaten everyone that if the passengers fail to comply, they will begin eliminating individuals. Minato, Hinata, and Riku remain silent in their chairs as if anticipating the opportune time. As the abduction persists, Minato enumerates the unlawful sorcerers and discerns announce that there are 10 of them if he removes them individually, aware that the other travelers could be endangered, and if he employs more potent sorcery, he risks harming the aircraft. Therefore, he concludes that he cannot manage the situation alone and will require assistance. At this point, the entire aircraft is in disarray, with travelers pleading for compassion as the hijackers bellow at them to remain silent if they wish to survive. Before long, the perpetrators have seized complete command of the plane. One of the sorcerers strides over to Minato and demands that he free the BR members, asserting that they will not tolerate such treatment of esteemed mages. If their demands are not met, they will begin executing the hostages one by one. Prior to initiating the countdown, they confirm with the pilot that he has understood the menacing ultimatum. With no moments to waste, Minato deliberates over his subsequent action meticulously, exchanges a glance with Riku and Hinata, who are silently accumulating mana, anticipating the cue to assault. Yet one sorcerer observes Minato behaving unusually, while another cautions that he will perish if he takes a step. A fleeting moment later, as the assailants are preoccupied, Hinata and Riku dash forward inside and begin releasing them consecutively. As swiftly as feasible after the guards protecting the travelers are subdued, Riku, Hinata, and Minato exchange a brief glance prior to traversing the compartment to remove the remainder. Amidst the conflict, a few of the sorcerers attempt to strike Hinata down, yet she surpasses them significantly in authority. Riku and Minato continuously overpower the assailants without any signs of deceleration. One sorcerer seizes a cabin crew member and menaces to bring down the aircraft if they do not comply. The moment his concentration wavers, Minato strikes, sending him crashing to the ground and liberating the attendant. Simultaneously, Hinata and Riku release the other two, leaving the onlookers astonished that these three unfamiliar individuals have come to their rescue, as bystanders hurriedly approach to express their gratitude to Hinata. Ridicules the sorcerers for collapsing so swiftly and rendering the battle monotonous. Minato, however, perceives an issue in the cockpit. Therefore, he informs the others that it isn't finished and dashes toward the cockpit entrance, while the trio discovers another illicit activity. A figure brandishing a firearm threatens the pilot, cautioning them to refrain from advancing. Alongside these ruffians, Hinata delivers a fierce blow, but as he collapses, he strikes and impacts one of the aircraft's controls. Minato has already protected the aviator, but he immediately realizes they're in peril. The aircraft suddenly loses stability and begins to tremble violently. Following an exhaustive attempt with every film, the pilot declares that they have completed the task, the controls are unresponsive, and the communication system is non-functional. If no alterations occur, they plummet towards the peaks. Upon realizing this, Hinata becomes frantic, seizing the pilot and imploring him to rescue them to prevent disaster. Then one of the panes shatters, and frigid air from outside begins to swirl through. In the cockpit, the co-pilot grimaces, fearing they may succumb to frostbite before the impending crash. How dire the situation is, Hinata inquires with the others for suggestions. Riku morosely states they ought to perish together after snapping at him for mentioning that. Hinata begins to contemplate whether this is truly the conclusion with no alternatives remaining. The captain and first officer resign themselves to their destiny and instruct everyone to brace for demise. At that moment, Minato, who had remained silent throughout, finally grins and declares that he will rescue everyone. The aviator cautions him that this predicament is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to resolve. They are all condemned. Finished. Hearing that, Minato strides toward the window and disregards their cries and inquiries before leaping from the aircraft. Hinata. Initially, Minato believes he must flee to ensure his own safety, but she retracts that thought as the aircraft begins its rapid descent, placing all passengers aboard mere moments away from peril. At this moment, travelers are offering their last supplications, as the aviator fervently attempts to elevate the nose and evade a collision with the ocean just prior to collision when all optimism appears lost. A phenomenon occurs as the aircraft stabilizes and begins to ascend once more. Both aviators gaze in astonishment, pondering what just occurred. He is independently sustaining the entire aircraft, undoubtedly. Sufficient. Minato is beneath the aircraft transporting more than 230 tons and directing it towards the closest airfield. He describes that he initially created a massive obstacle beneath the aircraft utilizing void sorcery, subsequently enhanced his physique with enchanted combat techniques, and employed aeromancy to guide it towards a secure descent. Given that this is his inaugural experience supporting a plane, it remains a formidable challenge. Even at present, the aviator is astonished that a single individual is hoisting a 230-ton airplane thousands of meters above the ground. Observing Minato's abilities, the pilot begins to perceive him as a beast and develops a profound fascination with them. By that time, the cabin crew and travelers ultimately settle down after the captain announces that they are secure for the time being. A father and his young daughter weep with joy, grateful for the gift of life. However, the aviator cautions cautions them against rejoicing prematurely, as he has discovered that the landing gear will not deploy either. That signifies a secure arrival now relies entirely on Minato. Thus, the aviator aligns them with the closest airstrip and directs the aircraft towards it, trusting that Minato has a strategy for. As the damaged aircraft approaches the runway, Minato, still supporting it from beneath, conjures a level 6 void incantation, a formidable magical barrier, utilizes the obstacle to cushion the fall and decelerate the aircraft until it halts. As Minato executes the landing, the entire cabin erupts in applause, with unfamiliar individuals embracing one another. Even the aviator acknowledges SMT Captain Kusanagi. Minato, resembling a soldier, faces Riku and Hinata, who gaze at him with indifference, anticipating their forthcoming encounter as soon as he disembarks the aircraft. Reporters immediately swarm him, inquiring how he managed to save everyone from the disaster. Minato, already vexed after enduring the most harrowing flight of his life, eventually loses his temper. Security intervenes, pushing the press back and assuring them of a future press briefing. They then escort Minato to Takagami's residence for a meeting. Just before he departs, Hinata and Riku halt him, showering him with compliments in an apparent effort to win his favor. However, Minato refrains from claiming sole credit, acknowledging both of their contributions as well, especially since their minor scheme had not succeeded. The duo then exchanges a few more casual comments before taking their leave, with Hinata resolutely expressing her desire for a swift reunion after Minato is directed to Takagami's assembly chamber, where the aged Takagami greets him indoors. Once they take their seats, Takagami expresses that she contacted him due to her fascination with his recent accomplishments in sorcery. Much of it evokes memories of her guide and supporter Ichikami Minato. Void enchantment is uncommon, challenging to utilize, and frequently regarded as feudal sorcery. Thus, Takagami is astonished that Minato possesses the ability and inquires how he acquired the same sorcery as Ichikami thereafter. Listening to her, Minato laughs softly and remarks that she remains unchanged, just as she was in the past. Perplexed, Takagami inquires if they have encountered one another before, to which Minato replies that their meetings exceed the number he can recall. He then responds straightforwardly that he is able to wield Ichikami's sorcery as he is Ichikami Minato. She is astonished yet remains composed, and asserts that numerous individuals, including family members, friends, partners, and even undisclosed offspring, have alleged connections to Ichikami in order to gain proximity to him. Nevertheless, she never anticipated anyone would go to the extent of asserting they were him, so she presumes Minato is yet another counterfeit Takagami, expresses regret for being impolite, and then courteously requests him to depart. Prior to departing, Minato mentions encountering two siblings previously and observing that the younger brother possessed a doll of Ichikami Takagami, prompting Takagami to inquire about its significance. And Minato recollects that she previously expressed her desire to create a figurine of him now. Takagami begins to perspire and inquires how he is aware of such confidential information afterward. A brief intermission, Minato states that she previously asserted the figurine bestowed children with power, and even now Ichikami continues to rescue individuals through. After absorbing all this information, Takagami gradually begins to trust him and inquires if he truly is Ichikami. Still troubled by her skepticism, Minato resolves to share a tale with her. After a few more moments of reminiscing, Takagami ultimately comes to accept that he is the reborn Ichikami Minato, especially when he gently admonishes her for her disbelief. She states that having faith in reincarnation is challenging in today's society. Even though Ichikami was consistently unconventional, she never anticipated he would return during her lifetime after. Bringing him up to speed on the calamities that befell the world following his demise, Takagami confesses her joy at reuniting with him and becomes emotional. Shortly after she settles down, she realizes what transpired over the past 5 decades. He claims he's observed that mystical wisdom ceased to be true. The diminishing whispers regarding Ichikami Minato are rife with falsehoods, and these purported magical aristocrats seemingly emerged from thin air. He inquires if she could clarify the events that transpired during his absence, and Takagami begins to respond. But a message appears on her phone, causing her expression to shift in astonishment. Minato inquires about the issue. However, she evidently cannot convey that to him, so she abbreviates the meeting, states that it's late, and invites him to spend the night so they can discuss it in the morning. Minato concurs and proceeds to. Near the stroke of midnight, Riku quietly enters Minato's chamber without a noise, and strikes at the mattress in an attempt to eliminate him. Yet, Minato is already positioned next to it, ridiculing him for assaulting someone while in bed. Initially, he is unaware of the individual's identity, but once he glimpses their visage, he identifies Riku. Minato can articulate as Riku strikes once more, and Minato evades. An instant later, Riku propels him through the window. Minato touches down securely in the garden, and Riku is already present, awaiting. Employs uses basic terrestrial sorcery to shatter stones. Minato responds with a basic void enchantment, attempting to obstruct the strikes, but following several interactions, Riku slices directly through the obstruction and drives Minato to adopt a serious demeanor prior to the commencement of the second round. Minato compliments the weapon and inquires whether it is enchanted with anti-magic properties. Riku remains silent on both matters. They collect mana and prepare once more accordingly. Prior to their confrontation, Hinata shows up and instructs them to cease. Minato remarks he was aware she would become entangled in this situation. Hinata disregards that and instructs him not to defy their call. To ensure he pays attention, she displays real-time footage of her associates approaching friends at their residences, and menaces to eliminate them during their slumber if he declines to acknowledge the snare. Minato remains composed and inquires about their desires. Hinata presents herself and Riku, then states that their sole request is straightforward: to align with them as a magical aristocrat and obtain status, wealth, influence, and potentially companionship if he desires additional pursuits. Then that she asserts that aligning with them will enable him to safeguard his companions and issue unequivocal commands. Should he decline, even if he manages to flee this evening, the enchanted aristocrats will pursue him relentlessly, rendering his existence unbearable. Become part of their small ensemble of idle sorcerers, and Hinata becomes enraged as she seizes her phone, grumbling about employing his acquaintances as leverage. Subsequently, she instructs her personnel at every site to initiate Plan B. Desires to ensure Minato never behaves arrogantly again. But just as her companions advance with the bracelets Minato bestowed upon his comrades prior to departing for a soccer match commence to radiate while all are still slumbering, they conjure golden enchantments that replicate Minato's likenesses. Form and Hinata's associates are in a frenzy at the scene. Before they have the opportunity to respond, the entities employ level 5 advanced arcane siphoning, erasing them without delay. Shortly thereafter, Minato attempts to reach them, but when there is no response, Riku comes to the conclusion that they have all been subdued. Frustrated, Hinata insists that Minato clarify his actions. However, Minato retorts that she ought to have anticipated this unless she's foolish. Despite finding him annoying, Hinata commends how he dealt with both the abduction and the hostage situation, declaring that he has successfully completed the initial assessment. Perplexed, Minato inquires if they were also responsible for the hijacking, but she replies that they would never resort to such a foolish tactic. To pull him into their competition, then she informs him that it's time for the subsequent challenge as she and Riku enhance their abilities for the genuine round against Minato. Obviously relishing this, playfully inquires if he might bypass the confrontation, but Hinata declines and charges at him with Riku. Hinata starts off with a strike at Minato, and he effortlessly deflects it. She rebounds to create room and unleashes a level 4 fire incantation, resulting in a thunderous explosion from the assault. Yet Minato emerges unscathed. Riku then slices through the haze for a blade attack directed at Minato's throat, yet it ultimately fails as Minato deflects it with a minor obstruction encircling his neck causes him to exhale deeply, realizing that it would have been fatal for an ordinary individual like Hinata. Advises him against becoming arrogant and unleashes another spell, a level 5 fire enchantment, directing a searing column of flames towards the commander of the SMT. Minato commends the incantation before responding with level 3 aquatic sorcery, Deluge Burst, and thoroughly eradicates it, noting that Hinata ultimately comprehends the speculation that he can perform without incantation when he nullifies her level 5 incantation with a level 3 one, leaving her with the impression that he is ridiculing her magical abilities. Riku strikes once more, yet Minato evades and urges them to elevate the confrontation into the air. Hinata promptly agrees and soars into the sky with her companion Riku, confesses they previously undervalued him but no longer do so now. Both of them unleash their most powerful incantations. Hinata summons Tier 7 fire sorcery infernal beings ignite as Riku employs Tier 7 terrestrial sorcery meteor. Following her boast that Minato cannot hinder her supreme maneuver, the duo unleashes their assaults upon him simultaneously. Isn't captivated by him, unleashes 7th tier void sorcery that engulfs both strikes and obliterates them entirely. Hinata and Riku are left bewildered, struggling to comprehend what has just transpired. To clarify for them, Minato explains that he disassembled and dispersed the mystical energy to minimize harm to the surroundings. Hinata dismisses this as absurd and asserts that it doesn't qualify, akin to cheating in an authentic confrontation. She asserts that everything up until now has been trivial and declares that she will now demonstrate her authentic strength. Prior to her being able to, the atmosphere surrounding them abruptly transforms, and all three become aware of it. Then the heavens shift to crimson, and Minato comprehends that the disaster has arrived in Osaka. Given all that is occurring, this seems far too precise to merely be serendipity. Returning indoors, Takagami observes the crimson radiance filtering through her window. She gazes at it for a brief moment, subsequently shuts the window coverings. Hinata recognizes the disaster as well but disregards it, still eager to continue battling and overpower Minato before she can intervene. Riku halts her and brings to her attention their objective. Hinata acknowledges his correctness and restrains herself, while Minato asserts that their confrontation must be postponed as he must confront the disaster. He soars towards the devastated district abandoned following the Great Catastrophe 5 decades prior. Gazing upon the landscape, he likens it to Shibuya and observes that creatures continue to emerge there even in the absence of an ongoing disaster due to its perilous nature. He questions whether any rational individual would remain in such a place when he perceives throngs of lesser creatures throughout the city. Minato swiftly comprehends that he cannot manage everything by himself. If they infiltrate populated regions, lives will be lost. Therefore, he urgently requires assistance. Just as he contemplates summoning reinforcements, upon their arrival, Minato greets Hinata and Riku with a playful remark, suggesting they must have abandoned their attempts to eliminate him. Riku responds, clarifying that the previous confrontation was merely an experiment, and since Minato has departed, they will collaborate for the time being. Minato concedes, although he realizes that this is not the conclusion, as creatures inundate the avenues. The trio advances to thwart them, with Hinata, enthusiastic for engagement, leaping in theatrically and dubbing it a performance. She unleashes a complete horde, utilizing a level 5 Inferno column. Manages a considerable amount on his end as well. Above them, Minato unleashes a 5th-tier void sorcery, effortlessly dispatching lesser creatures while he awaits the arrival of the boss. As he surveys the battlefield, Minato observes an elderly man ambulating with a walking stick. Concerned, he descends and inquires about the man's well-being, but the old man remains silent, proposes to guide him to safety, yet prior to being able to assist, the man shoves him away and scowls. Following a brief silence, he expresses gratitude to Minato for his worry and reassures him that he is well. About him seems recognizable, yet before Minato can ascertain it, one of the man's aides assists him into a dark sedan and the vehicle departs shortly. Subsequent to Osaka's emergency response and disaster management squads swiftly intervene, cordoning off the exits of Dotonbori to prevent the catastrophe from escalating. Their rapid action astonishes Minato, evoking memories of Shido's remarks regarding their readiness despite having little actual experience. As they establish their perimeter, Minato lands next to an officer who misidentifies him as a stray child. As soon as the officer identifies him as the leader of the elite magic squad, he promptly allows Minato to assist. Creature stealthily approaches from behind to remain vigilant and requests a progress update. The officer indicates that the law enforcement and SDF have cordoned off Dotonbori and are concentrating on ensuring the safe evacuation of civilians. However, they concede that they lack the means to confront the boss monster independently. Minato reassures them not to be concerned, as he will take care of the boss on his own. The troops express their gratitude to him, and Minato interjects that he did not arrive by himself. His support consists of Riku and Hinata, sorceress aristocrats from the Homrai and Kaichi lineages. The troops are astonished and inquire whether the SMT is collaborating with them at this moment. Minato remains silent, yet he observes their optimism rekindle as they have faith in both factions to engage in battle. Then a deep violet haze abruptly envelopes the atmosphere. The soldiers' bodies become burdensome, and they struggle to navigate through the mist as a colossal silhouette gradually materializes. The officials identify it immediately as the primary fiend, the formidable beast. This singular entity has the potential to annihilate Osaka, something akin to that ordinary individuals have no opportunity. Minato, however, merely grins and laments that it required an excessive amount of time to. His composed demeanor astonishes the officers before Hinata and Riku intervene, asserting their ownership of the chief demon and instructing him to observe. Although he was eager to engage in battle, Minato withdraws, allowing them to confront such a formidable adversary. The arena is prepared as Riku and Hinata brace themselves for a dire confrontation following Hinata's typical antics. The pair unleash their 6th-tier incantations once more, Demonic Inferno and Celestial Body, shooting simultaneously at the principal fiend, who merely remains still as if they were fools while the assaults surge forward. The principal fiend obliterates them with his level 8 pyromancy incantation, Supernova, dazzling both the aristocrats and leaving all astonished that a creature can wield such formidable sorcery. Acknowledging its power, Hinata and Riku prepare to launch another attack. Yet the principal fiend unexpectedly inquires whether there exists any formidable wizard among their ranks. A lone warrior recognizes that the primary fiends possess greater intellect than ordinary beasts. However, listening to one articulate like a human still astounds him. Minato comprehends their apprehension. A creature in endowed with human-like reasoning is uncommon, and the unfamiliar terrifies individuals. Nevertheless, he remains silent, merely observing as the aristocrats continue to embarrass themselves after failing once. Hinata erupts in another tantrum, conjuring a flame spell even more potent than Demon Blaze Riku. Similarly, Furious adorns his weapon with 8th-tier gravitational arcane dimensional edge. Observing them finally employ unique incantations, Minato becomes intrigued and wishes for their collaboration to vanquish the principal demon. As they prepare to launch their assault, the principal demon remarks on an individual's sorceress abilities. Hinata presumes he is referring to her and boasts. However, the demon claims he was referring to Minato's immense magical energy. Irritated by that affront, Hinata and Riku descend their sorcery and assault him with their fists instead. The principal demon evades each strike effortlessly, taunting them for their sluggishness thereafter. Playing with them for a moment, he retaliates, delivering, both of them soaring at that moment. He combines flames and air into a tier 6 amalgamation spell, Inferno Cyclone, and vanquishes the aristocrats in a singular strike. As Riku and Hinata unsteadily attempt to rise once more, Minato advances and assures them to rely on him for the remainder. Hinata attempts to dissuade him, asserting that if even magical aristocrats such as themselves have been defeated, there is no chance he can prevail. Riku suggests retreating, but Minato remains composed, assuring them that a creature of this kind poses no threat to him. Riku inquires whether Minato truly comprehends the extent of the energy emanating from the chief demon. Hinata remains resolute, unwilling to concede. They cannot bear to disappoint the individual they aspire to assist. Minato strides toward the confrontation, taunting the principal demon, who still appears awestruck by his strength prior to their engagement. The principal fiend inquires Minato about his name. Minato dismisses it and inquires why he ought to respond. The principal fiend acknowledges that and states that engaging with humanity holds little significance for demonkind in any case. With that settled, the battle commences. The primary fiend assaults immediately, assaulting Minato from all angles. However, Minato obstructs everything with his formidable magical shield while observing. Hinata believes Minato is in a predicament and begins boasting that she was aware he wouldn't triumph beforehand. She effortlessly concludes as Minato nonchalantly pushes the chief demon aside, expressing that it's becoming tiresome. The two aristocrats are rendered voiceless as the relentless assaults from the demons have failed to inflict even a blemish on them. Minato Riku comes to the understanding that mere defense will not suffice, as the primary demon possesses remarkable resilience as well. Contemplates employing a novel incantation he has just crafted, yet hesitates with the aristocrats still observing. He selects an alternative strategy and unleashes a level 9 void enchantment, shimmering with magical brilliance, to prepare his counterstrike against Hinata. Is astonished. She had always believed that level 8 was the pinnacle of magical ability. Minato ensnares the lead demon within the radiant golden void orbs he has just created, and concludes the battle in one swift. The troops can scarcely fathom it. Captain Minato has just triumphed over the beast that the aristocrats were unable to subdue. As Minato descends, the troops erupt in applause, hailing him as aristocrats, and nonchalantly remarks that the creature posed minimal difficulty for him, thoroughly defeating Hinata, who concedes that they are far from his caliber and that they have no chance of overcoming him. Minato inquires whether they still wish to battle, promptly capitulates, and proclaims that he has successfully completed their challenge. With the matter resolved, Minato insists on clarification. Riku consents but mentions that another individual must be present, Takagami. Minato quickly comprehends whom he refers to, and moments later, Takagami arrives. Comes and inquires if Minato was aware that she was responsible for all of this. He replies affirmatively, stating that she has never succeeded in concealing anything from him. He now seeks to understand why she evaluated him, why practitioners of sorcery have diminished in strength over the past 5 decades, and why she has collaborated with the enchanted elite since his passing. Prior to responding, Takagami escorts Minato and the aristocrats back to her residence to facilitate a proper discussion. Once settled, Minato inquires if she was aware of the magical aristocrats prior to his return. Takagami replies that she was indeed informed and also knew he would face an assault. Perplexed, Minato questions why she permitted it, but Riku clarifies that they merely aimed to evaluate Minato's abilities and determine if he would wield his powers for his own gain. Minato highlights that his companions were ensnared in that trial as well, and Riku responds that they never intended genuine injury, they merely issued threats. Minato remains curious about their motivations for taking such actions. Riku explains that Minato's presence in the SMT diminishes the authority of the magical aristocracy, which jeopardizes Japan's safety. Minato retorts that this predicament arises from the nobles' own disregard, as the SMT has never sought to undermine them. Aristocrats were the ones gazing condescendingly at others, others, while Hinata has another outburst. However, Riku, demonstrating greater maturity, urges her to cease as Minato is correct. Nonetheless, Riku asserts that the realm continues to require the aristocracy to maintain stability. Takagami interjects, stating that the genuine issue commenced 5 decades prior with Minato's demise, resulting in Japan's present condition and the emergence of the magical aristocracy. Following the demise of Ichikami Minato and the disappearance of most demons, Japan became inundated with illicit sorcerers. There were so many that even the police and self-defense forces were inundated, leading to a breakdown of law enforcement. Japan descended into chaos. The scant number of virtuous mages that remained resisted, but they were vanquished and perished. The nation teetered on the brink of ruin, and optimism was nearly extinguished. Takagami, concise by stating that Japan disintegrated due to the demise of Ichikami Minato. In his absence, the remaining sorcerers were unable to restore faith, leading to extensive discussions that culminated in the establishment of the magical aristocracy. They were intended to gain the confidence of the populace and emerge as a fresh emblem of optimism akin to Minato, as magic posed a threat during tranquil times. The aristocrats seized every tome of sorcery and documentation, assembled individuals with aptitude, and eliminated those who resisted joining by monopolizing all arcane knowledge. They halted verbal instruction and even whispers of sorcery, and Japan progressed towards tranquility. Yet, the expense was substantial, Japanese sorcerers grew less powerful, and political factors also led to a decline in technological advancements. Understanding something Minato has witnessed previously, he recalls the turmoil from half a century ago among individuals. Deceased sorcerers collapsing and sorcery being employed for malevolent purposes. Now he perceives that the situation has only deteriorated since his demise. He then inquired of Takagami whether the aristocrats truly possessed sufficient political influence to manipulate affairs to this extent thereafter. Casting a gaze at the aristocrats, Takagami softly inquired Minato whether he recollects Mumu Hifumi, his former underling, a bitter loser but exceptionally talented. When Minato consents, she discloses Mumu is now the president of the influential Mumu organization. He was already recognized as the successor to the Mumu Empire, and for the last half-century, he has been financing the magical aristocrats. That ultimately elucidates their impact on Minato, although he was never aware that Mumu was a descendant of Takagami. Chuckles at how little Ichikami Minato values rank, wealth, or recognition. He has consistently prioritized sorcery and relationships. She mentions being the finest in the world during Minato's era, but now they have significantly declined. Hinata interjects, asserting that Japan maintained its tranquility solely due to the efforts of their forerunners, particularly Minato. Inquired what her response would be if another disaster struck, but she remained silent, unable to provide an answer. Riku stated that they trust the authorities could manage any situation, especially with the intervention of the magical aristocrats, but only in the event of a severe crisis. Minato questioned whether they now recognized their error, to which Riku offered no reply. Glances back at Takagami and inquires if she was aware of all this. She replies affirmatively, stating that she has been engaged for 5 decades, although she is not a magical aristocrat, lacks their authority or sway at the moment. She is merely a monster-fighting craftsman content with her role. Position. Despite having listened to everything, Minato senses that she is still concealing something. Therefore, he inquires whether there are any additional secrets, and she replies that she has divulged everything. Consequently, Minato alters his direction and suggests a coalition between the magical aristocrats and the SMT to more effectively confront the doctor. Minato explicitly states that should they consent, he will not operate beneath them. This will be a collaboration, especially considering their poor performance during the last disaster. Collaborating is the sole viable option. Hinata scoffs, questioning why a person of his stature would require their assistance. Minato responds that even he has boundaries, and if the aristocrats align with SMT, he will relinquish the opportunity. He then inquires if any of them oppose aiding the people. Riku acknowledges their inability to overcome the primary demon independently and concedes that placing faith in Minato is their most strategic option. Takagami states that she will assist as well with her monster repellent equipment. Minato willingly acquiesces following. After additional grievances and one final outburst, Hinata ultimately consents, provided that Minato refrains from mentioning the chief demon debacle again. He acquiesces but insists that they cease taking hostages whenever they wish to communicate with him, to which they concur. With that SMT, the enchanted aristocrats establish their initial coalition in half a century. Shortly thereafter, Minato senses he has overlooked something, but unable to identify it, he chooses to move on. Subsequently, the remaining SMT members awaken to discover well-dressed individuals bruised and bound beside their beds. Initially, they assume these individuals are intruders, but they swiftly conjecture it is connected to. Midday the following day, Minato reaches the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy Academy, where a throng of students is anticipating his arrival. He's taken aback by the level of attention he's receiving, yet the mentor swiftly instructs the enthusiastic learners to form a queue and behave appropriately. Also expresses regret for the turmoil. The educator elucidates that numerous individuals enlisted in the police force due to their admiration for Minato, particularly following the actions taken by SMT during the crises involving Minato. Exhales and promptly begins his tasks. After a brief period, he summons a few pupils and instructs them to ready the basic spells. He commands them to shoot at the wooden objectives while instructing them. Minato observes 3 young women gazing at him and comprehends that social media and the news have significantly influenced public perception of him. Nevertheless, even if their justifications aren't compelling, they aspire to enhance. Therefore, chooses not to be lenient with them. He increases the challenge by requiring them to move while detecting their magical energy, thereby allowing them to develop both endurance and mana subsequently. After a few minutes, the trainees begin to complain, inquiring about his response should they lose consciousness. Minato assures them that he possesses the ability to mend their wounds with divine sorcery, regardless of the severity of their condition. Therefore, he advises them to cease their grievances and continue advancing against the foes. Will be indifferent to their exhaustion, prompting the trainees to push themselves through the training as if their very existence hinges on it thereafter. A week of the identical harsh regimen causes the Osaka law enforcement's average magical energy to significantly increase. On the final day, Minato delivers a parting address, commending them for enduring the rigorous training and developing significantly in merely a week. He urges them to continue their training even in his absence, as they are now the guardians of Osaka's tranquility. Upon his conclusion, both the apprentices and their mentor are left in tears. Not long after, Osaka's enchantment quotient is demonstrated to have advanced significantly to the extent that it now competes with Tokyo's officials, all due to Minato Kusanagi following. As he departs the training facility, Minato feels a sense of apprehension about returning to Tokyo. Undoubtedly, another media briefing or yet another annoyance is awaiting him. During the return journey, national media reports on the newly formed coalition between SMT and the Hamurai and Kaichi noble families to combat disasters. That prominent corporations might begin supporting SMT. Individuals concerned about the authority of law enforcement are informed that SMT is not affiliated with the official Tokyo Police Department. As the news circulates, citizens throughout Japan begin to recognize the growing influence of SMT. Journalists also highlight the peculiar absence of the Mizuha family from public view, which is unusual given their typical collaboration with SMT. This sparks speculation that they might be withdrawing just as Japan begins to consolidate against the disasters. Arriving, Minato inquires with the young women whether they are able to contact their father. Yuka states that she has attempted numerous times, but since they have been estranged, he might be reluctant to respond at all. Minato is concerned that the family has yet to officially endorse the collaboration with Ruka. States she believed he would intervene once the additional 2 aristocratic families became involved since. Toshiru's quietude is quite peculiar, prompting Minato to plan a visit later to inquire about him. Engrossed in contemplation, the girls bring him back to reality by complimenting his accomplishments in Osaka and expressing their pride in him. Awakening to the fact that he's facing difficulties, Minato enters their conversation. Truly guides the Shadowbringers. While Chrono is an unlawful sorcerer, he must be apprehended. Nevertheless, Shido fervently wishes he is mistaken, as he is convinced that Minato is destined to rescue the world in the future. That evening, as he was making his way home and complaining about his preoccupied colleagues, Minato, he is intercepted by 2 of Toshiru's associates who inform him that he has been called by Minato. Serenely accompanies them. Soon, he reaches Toshiru's residence. Toshiru furiously inquires if it is indeed accurate that both of his daughters are residing in Minato. Cautions him that he will end his life if he causes them distress. Bewildered, Minato asserts that they are merely acquaintances, yet Toshiru continues to insist on a definitive assurance that Minato will not engage with them. Minato resolutely asserts that he would never betray his companions and then ponders whether this entire gathering solely revolved around the daughters. Following all that has transpired, he can discern that Toshiru genuinely cares for them as a paternal figure. Shortly thereafter, Toshiru escorts Minato outdoors and dares him to a contest in the skies. As he has some free time, Minato consents to Toshiru, launches an initial offensive by gathering mana and unleashing a level 6 aquatic magic geyser wave. Minato responses featuring level 7 infernal magic entities, ignites and shatters the aquatic incantation afterward. They arrive, and Toshiru commends him for overcoming water's superiority with fire, acknowledging Minato's prowess. Ultimately, Toshiru entrusts his daughters to his guardianship. Minato remains silent for a brief period, observing him depart. In another location, the enraged BR executive executive from before hurls a. Empowered upon discovering that Chrono is still alive, he resolves to cease his restraint and obliterate anyone who stands in his way. He subsequently directs his attention to his latest companion, Tashiru, and requires evidence he can astonishingly provide. Tashiru vows to eradicate Chrono, after which the furious leader, later unveiled as the former mischief-making magical aristocrat Korwa, proclaims that BR's forthcoming action will be an all-out assault against the Shadowbringers and instructs the Dark Sorcerer to bide his time for him. A couple of days prior to BR's initiative, Minato and the SMT members return to school, garnering even greater attention than before as their popularity skyrockets. Minato is already feeling exhausted. The others face challenges as well. Yuka is constantly surrounded by admirers eager to be close to her, as envious individuals begin to despise her for it. 3 resentful girls ultimately conclude they've reached their limit with all the focus Yuka receives. When Yuka discreetly departs from class under the pretense of needing the restroom, they seize their opportunity. After expressing her frustration about the exhausting nature of constant attention, Yuka is abruptly confronted by the trio, who proceed to pull her into a notorious section of the school, attempt to intimidate her and begin labeling her as bothersome, questioning her presence in SMT. When Yuka remains silent, the stout petite girl asserts that she must have received preferential treatment due to her status as a magical aristocrat. The emerald-haired fool asserts that Yuka likely charmed her way into SMT. Yuka ultimately loses her temper, declaring that she toiled diligently to gain entry and would never resort to underhanded tactics. Observing her response, the crimson-haired leader intensifies her pressure, insisting that Yuka affirm, as a magical noble, that she does not have feelings for Minato. Pauses, yet before she reveals her true self. Minato arrives and inquires about the situation, taken aback. The girls hastily assert that they were merely discussing the inequity of Yuka's preferential treatment, while their leader even charges Minato with exhibiting bias, disregards them, gazes at Yuka, and immediately comprehends the depth of her embarrassment. All the while, the envious girls begin to chatter about their desire to participate in SMT, claiming they could significantly assist in uncovering the ruse. Minato chooses to play along with their scheme, restrains his wrath for the time being, and advises them to enroll in the SMT introductory program instead. If they're truly that enthusiastic, he claims they are able to. Initially, Ruka and Yuka express their lack of enthusiasm regarding the course, finding the new girls lacking in potential. Yuka is concerned that Minato might genuinely consider admitting them, but she sets that notion aside to focus on the immediate situation as the newcomers continue their conversation with Ruji, and Ruka becomes increasingly wary. When they inquire of Minato, he simply advises them not to overanalyze it. These young women must grasp a valuable lesson in discipline. Begins, and within an hour, the auburn-haired individual is on the verge of crumbling, prompting Minato and the seasoned SMT members to exclaim. Subsequently, having them complete the track 4 entire laps, Minato transitions to single-handed, magic-enhanced push-ups. He practices alongside the others, urging the 3 underperformers to continue striving. Then follows continuous incantation until they are utterly exhausted. By that time, the envious trio is already scheming to escape solely. As they attempt to sneak away, Minato summons them back, and nonchalantly mentions that they have merely completed the warm-up, causing the girls to begin shouting that he is intimidating them. One of them even claims he rendered the training intolerable merely to torment them in retaliation to Minato. Highlights the true SMT members and reminds the girls that they all face challenges at the start as well, but continued striving each day to evolve into their current selves. He asserts that SMT battles beasts alongside death itself and safeguards individuals with all their might. Then, he mentions Yuka, stating that even if they believe she is devoid of skill, she tirelessly strives for improvement. Thus, claiming that she gained entry through her appearance or social standing is simply foolish. He understands that she would never resort to such measures. At last, he locks eyes with the redhead and asserts that Yuka holds significant value to him, and he will not pardon anyone who undermines her. They overstep their bounds as the trio of tormentors began pleading for forgiveness. Then, they scurry away like the cowardly individuals they are, and as he observes their retreat, Minato emits a weary exhale at their pitiful display. Still perplexed, Ruji inquires about what just transpired, but Minato assures him not to be concerned. Later, on their journey home after practice, Yuka expresses her gratitude to Minato for defending her and confesses that she overheard everything. He downplays the situation, stating that he merely conveyed the truth and quelled their foolish envy. They will likely share the narrative independently, he asserts, indicating that she need no longer be concerned. Yuka chuckles and echoes his statement. Then, feeling a bit bashful, she confesses that he holds significance for her as well. Deep down, she understands that his intentions do not align with hers, yet that suffices for the moment. She is convinced that once she gains the strength to stand alongside him, she may ultimately capture his affection with renewed determination. mission. She instructs Minato to prepare for the day she becomes powerful enough to defeat him, as Yuka's torment has finally been resolved, allowing circumstances to return to their usual state for the SMT. Until the subsequent catastrophe strikes. As it commences in Tokyo, the heavens blaze crimson and beasts begin to emerge throughout the thoroughfares. Individuals perceive the peril and flee as the entities launch their assaults. Minato and Hinata find themselves in close proximity, prompting them to spring into action immediately. Hinata eagerly claims a few creatures for herself and incinerates them using fire sorcery. Without the luxury of time to dispute with the petite chatterbox, Minato pursues the remainder and annihilates them using void sorcery. Meanwhile, initial responders and even some onlookers are astonished to witness the SMT and the aristocrats collaborating so seamlessly. Ever since the nobles began cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has gradually improved, as a recent public poll corroborates. For the time being, Chrono manages unlawful sorcerers while the SMT addresses disasters and creatures. However, as the primary participants of the SMT are learners rather than law enforcement, the unit remains inadequately recognized as an emergency response team, which further intensifies the scrutiny of law enforcement agencies. A few days later, Minato pays a visit to Leona's unresponsive sibling, Kai, in the hospital while concealed as the Shadowbringer. Overlay of that evening, he quietly enters Kai's chamber and rests a hand on his brow, attempting to mend him with ethereal breath. Level 7 Divine Incantation. Despite the fact that sacred sorcery typically cannot awaken someone from a coma, Minato wishes it can at least assist Kai's physique and psyche, yet despite numerous attempts, no transformation occurs. He begins to contemplate that divine magic simply may not be effective in this case, all the while recalling the profound hope Leona holds on to each time Kai's name is brought up. Minato declines to surrender just as he prepares to embark on a different endeavor. The door abruptly swings open and he swiftly conceals himself. Leona enters momentarily, perceiving the presence of another individual but dismisses it. She approaches her sibling and resumes the tale from the previous day, this time recounting Chrono's incredible sorcery, how reliable he is and how he assumes control. She confesses that she genuinely respects him, yet claims his coaching is absolute torment. His training is exceedingly intense, it seems almost malevolent, but as she jests, her expression gradually transforms. Grasping Kai's comforter, she vows she will not cease battling until no one else suffers the same fate as him, even if it demands all she has. She pledges to dismantle the dark uprising alongside Chrono. Then, she succumbs to tears, lamenting once more to her brother for the events that transpired. Referred to shortly thereafter, Leona arrives and presents the new members. Minato surprises her by requesting formal introductions, clarifies that these individuals are not just random strangers. They sought her out after noticing her online posts and awareness initiative. She intentionally provided only minimal information to assess their commitment to locating her. Now that they have succeeded, she informs Minato that she has already verified their identities and scrutinized them thoroughly. The recruits become enthusiastic and begin to express their admiration for Minato, but Leona swiftly intervenes to halt the excitement. Once the situation settles, Minato remains steadfast and encourages him to challenge them as rigorously as he wishes. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, Minato initiates their training and almost annihilates them with its sheer ferocity. They began with excessive enthusiasm but quickly demonstrated their commitment under Minato's rigorous instruction. They progressed rapidly in the process. One week, Minato assembles an elite squad for infiltration and data management, together with a tactical unit designed to attack and obliterate BR strongholds. As the influence of Shadowbringers expands, he also receives assistance from factions within the underworld BR. Sanctuaries continue to be obliterated, leaving law enforcement bewildered regarding the true intentions of the dark sorcerer. Yet she never falters. Illicit sorcerers are offenders in his view. To him, Shadowbringer is not a champion but merely another renegade. He is resolute in his mission to ensure these self-proclaimed liberators do not escape retribution. Simultaneously, Korwa erupts in another fit of rage, infuriated that the dark sorcerer continues to resist him. Prior to him breaking anything, an underling informs him that the upcoming mission is prepared. Korwa continues to label them as sluggish and ineffectual, yet remains steadfast in a singular objective. He vows to personally track down and eliminate Minato and Chrono, regardless of the circumstances. The following day during SMT training, she observes the complete procedure and can't dismiss the notion that Captain Minato could be Chrono given his age-related abilities. And when Chrono initially emerged, the doubt is difficult to overlook as Ruji finds himself deep in contemplation. And the young women express their regrets to Minato for damaging their bracelets during the night several weeks prior. Listening to their concerns, Minato responds that it's acceptable and speculates that the bracelets may have merely reached their capacity. Inwardly, he acknowledges that he is a novice. Nonetheless, Ruji and the others are still furious that the aristocrats assaulted them at night merely to assess their abilities, acting as if they were above reproach. Minato comprehends their frustration and concedes that he is irate as well, but since collaborating with the nobles is crucial for future endeavors, he implores his team to let this incident slide. They begrudgingly acquiesce, only to begin blaming themselves for being too feeble to even detect the incursion. At that moment, Yuika recollects the bewildered expressions on the faces of the magic nobles upon regaining consciousness and inquires of Minato about what transpired. She notes that they still appeared disoriented. Minato elucidates that he employed a siphoning incantation that appropriated their sorcery and obscured their recollections. They might not recall any details from prior to or following its impact. After completing the day's training, Minato proposes that they all return home together, yet his subordinates promptly reject him with various rationalizations. As he has been abandoned, Shido provides him with a lift and Minato agrees to it. The path home. Shido raises the issue of Shadowbringer's escalating influence and states that, as a law enforcement officer, he cannot simply overlook it. Perceptive to the underlying tension, Minato inquires whether Shido still harbors suspicions about him. Shido sidesteps the question and instead enumerates several characteristics of Shadowbringer, asking if Minato has observed them as well. Minato feigns ignorance, claiming to know nothing. Shido remains skeptical but decides to drop the matter for the time being. Minato then probes whether Shido perceives Chrono as a villain, noting that he has never heard of him committing any malevolent acts. Shido concedes that he has heard Chrono is a decent individual, prompting Minato to question why he harbors such animosity towards him. Shido responds that Chrono is still a criminal. To clarify his perspective, he begins to recount his past. His father was an exceptional law enforcement officer with a profound sense of fairness. While the majority of individuals perceived offenders as fiends, however, his father was convinced that they still possessed a sense of morality and that addressing them with dignity could prompt them to confront their wrongdoings. Shido revered that conviction, and it motivated him to pursue a career in law enforcement as well, but his father was slain while attempting to negotiate with a perpetrator holding captives. He possessed neither armament nor protection, and the offender assailed him with sorcery. Since he was unable to wield magic himself, he never had the opportunity. The perpetrator was subsequently apprehended for theft and homicide. When questioned about why he took the life of Shido's father, he claimed he was frightened of the defenseless individual. Simply recalling that causes Shido to lose his composure. Captures that those who ought to experience dread are the victims, individuals such as his father, who perish due to something so trivial. Subsequently, he expresses his stance unequivocally that he will never pardon wrongdoers, even if they offer salvation. Individuals should not be absolved, otherwise truthful individuals will be left with nothing to trust in, as Shido remains with. That anguish Minato comprehends is anchored profoundly within him. After regaining his composure, Shido expresses remorse for becoming overly emotional and leaves Minato behind, stating that he will be relying on him once more the following day. The following morning, the SMT convenes for a training session, but Minato arrives late, an occurrence that is exceedingly rare. After a brief period, he hastily exits the classroom, muttering about educators who speak excessively as he makes his way to the training zone, disregarding two suspicious individuals observing him from a shadowy alcove. Moments after he departs, a colossal news display is abruptly commandeered. The picture transforms and Korwa materializes on prominent screens throughout Japan. Individuals promptly identify him as the previous. Stating he possesses a present for them, he asserts that explosives have been positioned throughout Japan and cautions the authorities against meddling, or they will detonate sequentially to demonstrate his sincerity. Korwa clicks his fingers. A neighboring structure adjacent to Minato abruptly detonates. Minato responds immediately, hurling, erect a significant barrier to safeguard civilians as. Simultaneously, the SMT attempts to collect intelligence, only to discover that all their information is in disarray. Even more troubling, neither they nor law enforcement can react promptly. Exasperated, Yuka expresses her frustration, lamenting their inability to contact Minato and questioning what he could possibly be occupied with during such a crisis. As chaos ensues within the police force, Korwa issues his ultimate ultimatum. Chrono must arrive at the designated site unaccompanied. Failure to comply will result in the simultaneous detonation of all bombs. Assessing the destruction in the vicinity, Minato resolves to take action and bides his time until nightfall to proceed. When night falls, he dons the Shadowbringer attire and proceeds to the rendezvous point, an antiquated harbor storage facility that once served as a refuge. After verifying the site, Leona inquires through the intercom if he is genuinely proceeding, to which he reassures her that everything will be all right. With everything prepared, Leona urges him to return unharmed and expresses her hope that he won't perish on them. After soothing Leona once more, Minato soars across the metropolis. He arrives at the designated storage facility. The moment he enters, enters, presenting numerous unlawful BR mages. Korwa greets him with a grin, stating that he has been anticipating the spectacle of his demise. He boasts that all those present are elite BR mages. Chrono Minato inquires whether defeating all those present will suffice to topple BR down. Korwa chuckles at his audacity before he can elaborate further. One sorcerer derides Chrono as a simpleton for assuming he can succeed independently. Korwa seizes that individual by the neck and declares that underestimating Chrono is precisely the reason individuals fail against him. Now that Chrono has arrived, Korwa asserts he will not hold back and will eliminate him without a single blunder. Chrono, prepared for combat, questions whether Korwa genuinely believes that, but Korwa interrupts him and cautions that if he resists, the explosives scattered throughout the city will come into play, underscoring his seriousness. Chrono remains motionless, biding his time. Korwa commands his subordinates to eliminate Chrono, and they all launch an assault simultaneously, yet none of it connects. Korwa suspects Chrono has established a barrier and instructs them to continue their onslaught. It falters once more as Chrono informs them that level 3 sorcery is ineffective against him. Korwa snaps and even berates his own team, deeming them insignificant. Chrono disregards them as refuse. Korwa growls that this very refuse will rip him to shreds. He concedes that Chrono would typically be beyond his capabilities, but asserts that circumstances have shifted now that he possesses new firearms. Observing them, Chrono presumes they are his usual armaments and remarks that projectiles won't be effective against. As soon as he completes his task, Korwa unleashes a burst of gunfire, and a bullet grazes his right cheek. Chrono is genuinely wounded by Korwa, erupts into laughter at his response. He clarifies that the firearm is anti-magic, equipped with projectiles designed to shatter magical elements. Subsequently, he discharges 3 additional rounds, each one narrowly missing Chrono. Korwa claims it's been some time since he last handled a firearm, so his precision is somewhat lacking. However, he is taken aback when Chrono instinctively recovers, mistakenly attributing it to divine magic. Korwa challenges this notion, and Chrono clarifies that it is a form of natural magic that facilitates his automatic healing. Korwa asserts that this alteration is inconsequential, as it merely allows him to inflict more pain on Chrono. He discharges 3 additional rounds while mocking him, yet once again, the bullets merely skim past, and Chrono swiftly heals once more. Korwa begins to sense that something is amiss. As his shots connect precisely, he momentarily ponders whether Chrono is evading them, but dismisses the idea as implausible. As Korwa contemplates, he suspects that Chrono is covertly inquiring with Leona and the others about the completion of their clandestine task. Observing this, Korwa reprimands him sharply for conversing during the midst of a battle. Now that the assignment is accomplished, Chrono unleashes Grand Typhoon, a 5th-tier wind incantation, propelling, removing the unlawful sorcerers and ripping apart the ceiling, devastating the storage facility. Korwa promptly commands the urban explosives to explode, yet Chrono discloses that his companions have already neutralized them. Liberated to concentrate prior to their confrontation, the SMT intervenes swiftly and halts it. Yuka announces that each explosive has been neutralized, and Ruka advises BR to relinquish their desires. To maintain his anonymity, Chrono discreetly commends the swiftness of the SMT's arrival and speculates whether they had been lingering nearby. The SMT immediately recognizes Chrono as the Shadowbringer leader and senses how strong his magic is. Sonata, who knows Chrono is really Manadu, wants to help, worried he may be hiding injuries. As the current shifted, Chrono self-assuredly inquires if he still desires to engage in battle. But just when they believe it's finished, Tashiru materializes unexpectedly and provides assistance to Korwa. The young women are astonished to witness their father aligning himself with him and insist on understanding why he associates with someone like Korwa. Prior to Tashiru responding, Korwa states it's due to their continued camaraderie. Perplexed, Yuka and her sibling continue to urge their father, seeking to comprehend why he would align himself with that scoundrel. Exasperated, Tashiru icily retorts that he is not obligated to provide them with any justification. Young women become silent and simply gaze at him. She does, but Korwa inquires if this is genuinely the moment to regard him as an adversary like the others. Concur that collaboration is essential, particularly in Minato's absence. Shidu hesitantly consents to join forces for the time being. A moment later, Korwa launches specialized grenades towards the SMT, cautioning them to evade, and they scarcely achieve clarity. They swiftly comprehend that these are no ordinary explosives. Korwa is astounded to behold anti-magic armaments that extend beyond mere firearms. Korwa confidently unfurls his coat, revealing an array of concealed equipment. As Korwa, the siblings grapple with the notion of confronting their own progenitor. Tashiru capitalizes on this opportunity and unleashes Azure Splash, a Tier 3 aquatic incantation directed at them. Ruka responds with a similar incantation, but hers lacks sufficient strength. Tashiru's assault penetrates directly through it. Left with no alternatives, the girls steel themselves then. Ruji enters with a stone barrier, a tier 3 geomancy incantation. Rescuing them from being engulfed by the onslaught, they express their gratitude to him, and Toshiru acknowledges their progress and their effective collaboration. Nevertheless, he cautions that they are far from his level, as his strength competes with Yuka, who remains resolute and unwilling to yield. She and Ruka merge their mana to unleash a fire geyser, casting a level 7 water incantation. Toshiru responses featuring the grade 8 tsunami and obliterates their assault. He remarks that they annulled a portion of his incantation, yet they remain considerably lagging as the sisters collapse vanquished. Korwa derides the simplicity of the situation, asserting that even the formidable Shadowbringer is incapable of managing anti-magic armaments, taunts suggesting that Chrono must have never battled firearms previously with. Toshiru, alongside Korwa, asserts that Chrono stands no opportunity, even extending a proposition to him. In response, he shouts for Korwa to cease pretending to be so self-assured, ignites once more, and this instance Chrono evades every projectile. Korwa initially believes it to be mere chance, but the more he observes, the less he trusts that in the interim. Toshiru displays his level 8 aquatic incantation once more and inquires about their thoughts on obtaining it. Without response, he lunges at Chrono, who evades effortlessly. Korwa observes an oddity in Chrono's actions, and swiftly invokes Night Raid, a level 5 shadow incantation. Sneaking behind him to attack, yet Chrono evades each cut from Korwa. Fires once more, and Chrono evades that as well. Since Chrono regains his composure as an additional surge of aqueous sorcery barrels towards him. He erects an empty shield, yet it shatters from the impact as he observes. From the sidelines, the SMT is astonished by the sheer volume of mana being expended and begins to feel ineffectual, coming to the realization they cannot oppose Manadu in this manner. They determine that they must take action and demonstrate their worth to Shidu. Still resentful toward Manadu, observes his opportunity while Chrono is preoccupied and immobilized, believing they can ultimately thwart him, particularly with additional support arriving for Toshiru, who is reluctant. As the instant arrives, Shidu pivots toward Sanada and requests her assistance in apprehending Chrono. She pauses and inquires about his motives. Shidu asserts that Chrono is an unlawful sorcerer operating solo, thus necessitating immediate action for his capture. Initially, she declines, but he persistently urges her, nearly pleading. Sanada tightens her fists and gazes forward, leading Shidu to believe she concurred. Yet, rather than launching an assault, she bestows Chrono with luminous magic, noting that Chrono believes the authorities have merely deceived their sole companion, and shortly thereafter, Shidu notices Sanada casting a level 5 divine incantation on Chrono. Korwa promptly contacts the authorities to report assistance to an unlawful sorcerer. Chrono disregards him, as his latent sorcery is sufficient to restore his health. He contemplates why Sanada employed magic, fully aware that it is unnecessary for him. He understands that she is attempting to convey her emotions to him through that incantation, so he embraces it and continues to battle. In the meantime, Shidu inquires why she aided a wrongdoer, and Sanada, exasperated, responds that it's due to Chrono battling on their behalf. When he questions what she implies, Sanada urges him to ponder why they, who can hardly move, are still alive and why no one has, and she reveals to him that Chrono is safeguarding all of them, even as Korwa continues to fire at him. If it weren't for Chrono, they would have turned into Korwa's prey. Hence, he refuses to distance himself from them, even after learning that Shidu continues to label Chrono as the antagonist, asserting that an illicit mage would never assist the police. Observing his skepticism, Sanada points out that Chrono arrived alone to rescue others and battle for them. Gradually, Shidu begins to reconsider, as watching Chrono remain steadfast despite his injuries prompts him to reevaluate all his previous convictions. The reality starts to dawn on him, particularly when the girls declare their intention to stand alongside Chrono. Regardless of his status as an unauthorized sorcerer, Korwa derides them, asserting that individuals like them will not make a difference since they are nearly depleted of magic. Nevertheless, as the SMT launches an all-out assault, Yuka asserts that despite their diminished mana, they are still capable of taking action. With that, they all pivot towards Toshiru, still buoyantly suspended within his aquatic orb, compelling him to descend to their altitude. As soon as he touches down, Chrono strikes him with Demon's Inferno. Toshiru immediately perceives the ambush and obstructs it with a geyser surge. Observing their effective collaboration, Toshiru comprehends that he has few opportunities to strike at Chrono. He recognizes that the SMT will continue to obstruct him, and they exert every effort to restrain him. Sanada eagerly steps in to assist Minato. As the girls exert influence on their father, Shidu strengthens his resolve and aligns himself with them against Toshiru. That ultimately infuriates Korwa. Chrono commends the SMT for preoccupying Toshiru, thereby simplifying his own confrontation, which only intensifies Korwa's fury until he swears to eliminate them all. He fires additional rounds at Chrono. In this instance, Chrono evades each projectile flawlessly, leaving Korwa astounded. When Korwa charges him with employing sorcery, Chrono replies that he merely evaded, without any enchantment whatsoever. Korwa retorts sharply, asserting that this isn't a cinematic performance. Chrono responds by mentioning that it has been some time since he confronted long-range anti-magic equipment, so he was a bit out of practice against it. That Korwa begins shooting erratically, yet Chrono claims he has already discerned his offensive strategy, and glides by each attempt as he narrows the distance once more. Korwa realizes that firearms are ineffective. He retrieves an anti-magic missile launcher to obliterate everyone, but prior to launching his attack, Chrono employs Night Raid to swiftly close the distance to Korwa. Is astonished, and Chrono continues with Ruthless A, shadowy enchantment distinct from conventional sorcery, and plunges him into torment that will endure for 3 days and 3 nights after confronting Korwa. Chrono then shifts his attention to Tushuru. Despite the squad struggling to progress due to fatigue, he observes how effectively they restrain Tushuru. Chrono grins at them and assures them to entrust the remainder to him. Then he directs his complete attention towards Tushuru, but prior to engaging in combat, Tushuru capitulates, prompting Chrono to inquire about the reason behind this decision. Subsequently, Leona conveys via communications that the authorities and magical aristocrats are storming BR sanctuaries throughout Tokyo. She further mentions that the timing was evidently orchestrated and attributes the breach to Mizuha Tushuru. Chrono inquires of Tushuru whether he served as an undercover agent within BR. Tushuru acknowledges it. Before they have the chance to say anything further, Korwa rises again and instructs everyone to cease their fooling around. Based on his state, Chrono deduces that he employed anti-magic equipment to liberate himself from Cruel. Grasping a detonator, Korwa menaces to detonate all the explosives he has concealed in the vicinity. SMT members express that they feel excessively fatigued to make a timely exit. However, Chrono and Tushuru remain positioned as they deploy Firewall and Emerald Aqua. Repeatedly nothing occurs. He merely gazes in bewilderment, maintaining that he has concealed explosives in every location while he becomes frantic when Leona shows up and informs him that the explosives in the vicinity have already been deactivated. As soon as he identifies her as one of the Shadowbringer's associates, he refers to them as subordinates and commands them to bow and submit to Leona. Enraged, she strikes him forcefully and then declares that she has finally achieved her retribution. Subsequently, Korwa claims that he is merely a single gear in BR and that the true leaders remain undiscovered. Immediately after this assertion, he overcomes Chrono, is left pondering who genuinely governs, yet he realizes he requires additional evidence. Thus, he discards the notion, lifts Leona, and readies to depart before the authorities arrive. Yuka shouts out requesting him to pause so she can verify something. Yet Chrono disregards her and vaults into the midnight sky once more. The SMT is unable to apprehend him. Once he departs, Ruka, Yuka, and Ruji find themselves contemplating the true nature of the Shadowbringer's leader. Sanada, aware that Chrono is actually Kusanagi, feels immense gratitude towards her savior for preserving numerous lives that evening. By the following morning, BR President Korwa has been apprehended, is confronted with allegations of orchestrating terrorist assaults as law enforcement receives commendations for neutralizing the explosives and showcasing their counterterrorism expertise. Observing the bulletin in a certain part of the city, Hinata and Riku deride the media for attributing praise to the authorities, while Minato resumes his routine as SMT captain. That morning, he proceeds to the Mizuha residence with the team to visit Toshiru. Along the way, they inquire about his absence during the Korwa operation. Minato fabricates a story, claiming there was a problem, and they acquiesce, though they remind him to keep in touch next time he is unavailable. Upon arriving at the Mizuha residence, they are greeted and escorted to the conference room. The daughters request their father to clarify everything, and Toshiru begins by stating that he merely feigned collaboration with Korwa. He claims he joined BR to vindicate the magic noble's reputation and to put an end to rogue mages causing chaos. Then he discloses that Korwa was not merely a past magic noble but, additionally, a significant felon who continuously expanded his influence without restraint, prompting Toshiru Yuka to inquire why he allied with BR only at this juncture. Toshiru clarifies that law enforcement requested his involvement due to his position as the leader of a magic noble lineage, which afforded him better access to Korwa, particularly since Korwa had previously collaborated with Fuka. By leveraging this connection, Toshiru was able to earn Korwa's trust. He concludes by stating that although he is not formally part of the police force, he was regarded as a special case undercover operative and will not face repercussions for his actions. Listening to the young women exhale in relief and condemn the authorities for subjecting their father to this ordeal. In the meantime, the law enforcement appeared to yield to the enchanted aristocrats, and even Mizuha Toshiru, who ventured remarkably remarkably far for this scheme. He also inquires why the authorities have only taken action now when they could have responded earlier. To him, their justification appears feeble and dubious. A recollection of Korwa's defeat reveals Chrono and Leona conversing about how, despite their inferior information-gathering abilities, the police managed to discern that more than half of the explosives were counterfeit. Chrono speculates whether the perpetrators simply exhausted their supply of genuine bombs, but Leona counters, asserting that regardless, the police acted remarkably swiftly, almost as if they had prior knowledge. She expresses that the entire situation seems suspicious, yet they lack definitive evidence at this point. In the current moment, Toshiru acknowledges his transgressions, seeks absolution, and declares his intention to openly endorse the SMT while revoking his daughter's disinheritance. The young ladies immediately radiate joy, delighted to proudly belong to the Mizuha family. Once more on the journey home, Ruji expresses that an abundance of positive events occurred, allowing him to finally unwind. Sanada refers to Minato and Chrono as her champions and yearns to contribute in some way. However, she remains unable to shake the memory of how Chrono, despite being an outlaw magician, came to their rescue. If Chrono truly is Kusanagi, she is now uncertain whether apprehending him would be just. Meanwhile, Yuika feels increasingly unsettled as she recalls the look in Chrono's eyes that fateful night, and recognizes they appeared precisely like Minato's incapable. To disregard it, she begins to contemplate whether they are the identical individual. Minato understands the direction this is taking and recognizes that situations may become complicated. That evening, adorned as Chrono, he visits Kai at the medical facility and continually restores him with sacred sorcery. In the absence of a reply, Chrono encourages Kai to awaken, reminding him that his sister is anticipating him. At that moment, Leona enters. Chrono swiftly conceals himself outside Leona's window, gently informs her younger sibling that she and Chrono triumphed over the adversaries. Thus, he no longer has to be concerned, and no one will harm him again shortly after. Kai states her name, and Leona promptly informs him that she is present. Now alert, Kai greets his sister's return and expresses that he endeavored to remain resilient during her absence. Leona embraces him immediately. The following day during lunchtime on the school's rooftop, Ruji requests Minato and the girls to assist in looking after his younger siblings the next day when they inquire about the reason, and he clarifies that he has a shift which will keep him occupied throughout the entire day and well into the night. Typically, he manages SMT tasks alongside his employment while his mother works, but this occasion is different as neither of them is available since he cannot leave the children unattended for such an extended period. Ruji requests assistance. Minato readily concurs, expressing his fondness for children, while Ruji repeatedly expresses his gratitude towards him. She expresses her regret as she has been reinstated in the family. Ruji inquires if she plans to return to her father's residence, but she replies that they are relocating to a larger place instead. Subsequently, Yuka emulates her father, asserting that the siblings ought to continue cultivating their autonomy and exploring the external world, provided Kusanagi Minato remains by their side. Ruji remarks on this, and Yuka responds by noting that her father is generous enough to provide financial support. Minato believes that if Toshiru desires their autonomy, it is indeed logical for the sisters to cohabit. Simultaneously, he comprehends the reasons behind Toshiru's desire for his proximity now more than ever. Ruji. Then there are humorous anecdotes regarding Minato and Ruka assisting Yuka with her relocation, but they promptly conclude that their presence would merely be intrusive and oblivious. Thus, it would be more advantageous for Yuka to manage on her own. Following a chuckle at his own humor, he inquires whether Ruka can accompany Minato. She hesitates, then replies that she will assist him. Observe the children. Ruji expresses his gratitude to them both and assures that he will recompense them. The following day, Minato and Ruka escort Ruji's 3 siblings to the amusement park, as none of them have had the opportunity to visit. The children eagerly express their desire to experience the carousel, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel. Minato chuckles and assures that they will accomplish everything properly as they make their way to the initial attraction. He observes Ruka lingering behind and urges her to join as well, but her expression appears so rigid that the children become anxious. Thus, Minato inquires as to why she isn't displaying a smile. Desiring to spoil the atmosphere, Ruka expresses remorse and compels an uncomfortable grin, inquiring whether that assists it. Merely enhances her frightening appearance to the children beforehand. They begin to weep and Minato soothes them before departing, leaving a sorrowful Ruka in his wake. The quintet experiences the amusement park ride, the observation wheel, and the carousel prior to concluding the day. While caring for the joyful children, Minato observes that Ruka still appears dejected and chooses to converse with her. When the children head to the restroom, Minato cautions them against colliding with anyone, leaving him and Ruka together. After discussing the children's enthusiasm, Ruka expresses to Minato that he is extraordinary, noting that even the little ones admire admire him. Minato dismisses it, yet Ruka confesses she struggles with children. It's not that she dislikes them, she simply lacks the ability to communicate with them. Minato comprehends, and Ruka expresses remorse for consistently behaving aloof. Then she recalls declaring that she would never eclipse her sister. At this moment, she perceives herself as inferior to her in every aspect. She struggles with cooking, forming connections with others, and lacks the compassion that Yuka possesses. Even in the realm of magic, the one area where she once felt accomplished, she is now lagging behind. Ruka claims she is far from flawless, merely an awkward individual who struggles to manage anything independently. When Minato remains silent, she expresses remorse for her complaints. Into one of 3 tormentors who have been harassing other children and menacingly promising to film them, Minato prepares to intervene, but Ruka acts first to protect the children. Thus he pauses and observes her, swiftly drags the lad away and inquires whether he has been injured. The young lad breaks down in tears, and she feels a sense of relief knowing he is safe. The tormentor and his companions insist on an apology from the young one. However, Ruka declines, asserting that the child did not err and that the aggressor ought to express remorse instead. Similar to a fool, the tormentor lashes out at Ruka, but just before the strike connects, Minato seizes his hand and labels him as worthless, asserting that he is solely adept at causing chaos. Cautions him against desecrating a communal area merely for amusement as the tormentor pleads and wails. Minato releases his grip and mutters that troublemakers are omnipresent. After the delinquents depart, he ensures that everyone is unharmed. Following the sight of Ruka safeguarding them, the trio of children grasp onto her, weeping and expressing their gratitude for rescuing them. Ruka becomes motionless, but after Minato casts her a glance, she embraces them and reassures them that all is well. Thereafter, they relish the remainder of the day. An evening devoid of further complications upon Ruji's eventual return home. He expresses regret and wishes for his siblings, but rather, he discovers all 5 of them slumbering in unison like a joyful tanti. As time progresses, Minato, Chrono, and the Shadowbringers continue to captivate interest, whereas the police's image deteriorates increasingly. Although they reacted swiftly to the BR detonation and received some commendation, yet the SMT's achievement still cast the police in an unfavorable light during one of their gatherings. Within the Tokyo police force, there is a consensus that they can no longer permit the Shadowbringers to roam unchecked and tarnish the reputation of the police. Consequently, the chief superintendent instructs them to apprehend the alleged individuals and escort them in the interim. At the Kaichi clan's training hall, Minato and Riku engage in a practice duel with wooden blades to evaluate their proficiency. For almost 10 minutes, the pair engages in a quiet struggle with lethal concentration penetrating assailment and evading solely when necessary. In the conclusion, Riku declares it a stalemate as they both attain lethal stances. He concedes that Minato's blade skills are remarkable and expresses astonishment that Minato can contend on par with him, the deputy manager. Minato continues to assert that he has yet to equal Riku, which only heightens Riku's admiration for his talent and modesty. Following the contest, they stow the wooden blades. Suddenly, Riku begins expressing his grievances about how bothersome life has become, prompting Minato to inquire what caused such a swift shift. Riku expresses that wielding a sword instills a sense of motivation within him, but the moment he sets it aside, he experiences a sense of futility and proclaims he would prefer to perish or transform into a plant. Minato earnestly advises him against dying, emphasizing that merely existing and doing nothing is sufficient if it brings happiness to Riku. Describes Minato as a fascinating individual and confesses he has consistently felt ill at ease, and being recognized solely for his swordsmanship has only intensified his sense of alienation from others, and that irritates him more than anything when Minato informs him that it doesn't render him some extraterrestrial being. This simply indicates that his individuality is apparent to all. Riku is astonished as no one has ever characterized his abilities in such a manner prior to Minato. States he has experienced something analogous and begins to reminisce about his history as Ichikami Minato encountered a dread so immense that it seemed as though death loomed directly before him. He claims he resisted and discovered his strength at that moment. However, Riku dully presumes that Minato is referring to the vehicular collision he previously discussed in. His personal reflections lead Minato to recall acquiring sorcery from that moment onward by emulating the creature's incantations until he crafted his own as well. Being the sole survivor, he informs Riku he still recalls being incapable of rescuing anyone, and being regarded as an unusual individual now. He utilizes his power to assist those in need and inquires with Riku if there is something he wishes to safeguard. Riku discovers the presence of Minato, grins and encourages him to harness his abilities for that purpose, as that distinctiveness is already within him. Riku acknowledges the council and expresses his gratitude. For the assistance, they clasp hands and pledge to collaborate once more. Upon departing from the dojo, Minato reflects on Kaichi Riku and concludes that, for the leader of an esteemed magical lineage, he is surprisingly an amiable individual. Notwithstanding his peculiar tendencies, Minato believes Riku surpasses the others who are insincere, unpleasant, and still difficult to comprehend. Absent-minded, Minato collides with an individual on the sidewalk and promptly expresses his regrets, only to discover it's the diminutive Homrai Hinata. When Hinata also identifies Minato, she insists that he clarify his actions. Without anticipating a response, she asserts that she encountered an irritating individual earlier and remains frustrated with Minato. Inquires why she isn't adorned in her vibrant attire today, and Hinata responds that she clearly doesn't don those garments on a daily basis. Today, it's anti-demon equipment, so she solely employs it for formal tasks. Minato remarks that she is genuinely passionate about that sort of thing. Matter then comprehends her genuine identity before long individuals in the vicinity begin gazing at them. To evade conflict, Hinata impolitely instructs Minato to accompany her to another location, feeling too exhausted to debate with someone like her. Minato merely complies and follows. Find yourself at a cafe, seize an unoccupied table, and take a seat, wishing to remain inconspicuous. It's ineffective. Individuals are already murmuring and casting glances toward them, with some suggesting they could possibly be on. Following several piercing looks from Hinata, everyone swiftly averts their gaze. Minato remains composed, quietly envisioning Hinata as a frenzied canine and resolving not to incite her even once. The room quiets as Hinata inquires about his encounter with Riku, pondering. She could be envious. Minato expresses remorse for not including her in the dojo invitation, merely causes Hinata to lose her composure, and she vehemently claims that she is not bothered by not being invited inside. In her thoughts, they are merely collaborating at this moment and not friends. Immediately afterward, she gazes enviously at a family commemorating a child's first birthday. Minato states that it's acceptable provided they can continue collaborating. Irritated by his composure, Hinata inquires about the source of his strength. When Minato recounts the tale of the car crash once more, she dismisses it as absurd, asserting that no one becomes that powerful solely from such an experience. Understands his magical ability is atypical and enchantment doesn't function in that manner. In his mind, Minato observes that he is indeed restraining his strength even further. Hinata further emphasizes that if the peril of death were sufficient to enhance magical prowess, no one would face such difficulties. Frustrated, she rises and insists on learning the reality of his abilities. Minato understands her eagerness to become more powerful, but revealing to someone from this time that he is the reincarnation of Ichikami would be nonsensical, and it wouldn't assist regardless, so he simply advises her to practice as usual if she wishes to progress. Frustrated, Hinata exhales deeply and remarks that Minato is unfathomable before resuming his seat, at which point the server delivers their meal and places Hinata's exquisite parfait on the table after expressing regret for its heaviness. Minato is astonished by how enormous. The parfait is merely a distraction, yet Hinata beams with enthusiasm and declares she has been anticipating this moment. Then, she pretends that the server delivered an incorrect dish, and Minato observes in bewilderment as she consumes it as though her existence hinges on it, relishing each delectable morsel afterward. Concluding her thoughts, Hinata inhales deeply and confesses that she has longed to sample the parfait at this cafe. It felt rather odd being by myself, so spending time with Minato turned out to be enjoyable. Minato discovers that she has a true passion for confections. He examines her monoflow and observes it overflowing from the moment Hinata realizes she has become overly comfortable, she abruptly concludes the gathering, stating that there is nothing further to discuss, and hurries out afterward. She's departed. Minato understands he glimpsed the mystical energy she had concealed. Nonetheless, it is evidently far more potent than during their previous confrontation. There is no conceivable manner in which conventional training could elevate it to such an extent in such a brief period as Minato contemplates. The moment Chrono arrives, Kusanagi is absent from that, renders it difficult to accept they are not the identical individual as. Simultaneously, the law enforcement inquiry continues to expand, and she is aware that it is merely a question of time before Chrono is apprehended. Disturbed, he gazes at a family portrait and wishes his father's essence might somehow direct. Later that evening, Leona encounters Chrono on a rooftop and informs him that law enforcement is intensifying efforts to suppress the Shadowbringer assaults occurring everywhere, and several members have already been apprehended for interrogation. From this, Chrono deduces that the SMT has also been instructed to pursue them. He contemplates revealing to Leona that he is Kusanagi from the SMT but hesitates, realizing that if she were to be compromised, such knowledge would only complicate matters further. He has faith that she would never betray him, yet divulging this now would provide no genuine advantage. advantage. He can still imply information regarding the police without disclosing everything. This is not the moment to disclose it, so Leona asserts that they require a strategy before the authorities arrive. Chrono reassures her not to fret and assures her to rely on him. He has already devises a strategy. The following day, Minato goes to Takegami's residence and requests her assistance with it, to which she consents. A few days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police demands an update on the Shadowbringers case. Upon learning that Chrono remains unaccounted for, he erupts in frustration and insists on explanations. One officer reports that they are still interrogating the apprehended Shadowbringers, but none possess useful information. When the chief inquires why they haven't employed harsher measures, the officer clarifies that the lower-ranking members genuinely appear uninformed. Infuriated, the chief permits the use of force if necessary to capture Chrono, asserting that time is of the essence. The officers hurriedly spring into action. In the meantime, Shido assembles the SMT and informs them that the higher authorities have mandated the search for Chrono and his associates. Since his whereabouts are unknown, his details have been disseminated publicly to facilitate his identification and apprehension, with the disseminated information damaging the police's reputation. Shido instructs the SMT to seek out Chrono while concurrently managing existing calamities. Some members voice their grievances, stating they are already overwhelmed with calamities and monsters, and the upper management appears disconnected from reality. However, Manhwa interprets this as an indication of the police's desperation, suggesting that if they intensify their efforts, evading them will become significantly more challenging. As the meeting concludes, Shido reminds everyone to prioritize calamities and monsters while persisting in the hunt for the Shadowbringers afterward. Sonata questions whether they are truly going through with this, to which Shido responds that they have no alternative. It's a direct command. Ryuji expresses his frustration, noting that a disproportionate amount of the calamity-related tasks falls on him, while the Mizuho sisters add their own grievances. Shido acknowledges their concerns but explains that the higher-ups are panicking due to the excessive influence and support the Shadowbringers possess, contemplating the potential repercussions if illicit mages gain even greater followers. Turning to Manhwa, Shido bluntly instructs him to cease his pretense. Offended, Manhwa asks for clarification on what Shido means, openly accuses him of being Chrono and urges him to surrender immediately. The entire room is taken aback, and the girls rush to defend Manhwa, asserting that there's no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their swift protection, Shido begins to suspect that Yuka and Sonata might also be collaborating with Chrono, given their protests. Shido argues that while Chrono may have spared lives, he still must turn himself in now, as it would be preferable to being pursued by law enforcement. He points out the coincidental timing of Chrono's and Minato's arrivals, their similar physique and abilities, and how Manhwa is consistently absent whenever Chrono shows up. He questions whether all of this can genuinely be dismissed as mere coincidence. When no one responds, Shido presses Manhwa for an answer, hoping he will disclose his true identity. Just as Manhwa is about to speak, Sonata interjects and displays a broadcast on her phone. Shadowbringers have seized control of the station once more. The video commences with Manhwa remaining in the chamber as another individual emerges, introducing himself as Chrono thereafter. Expressing regret for the disruption, the counterfeit Chrono addresses the audience regarding the escalating discussions of a power conflict between himself and Manhwa. To settle the dispute, he dares Manhwa to a duel under the daylight, astonishing the entire globe. As the group gazes in astonishment, Shido ponders how Chrono could confront Manhwa if they are meant to be the identical entity. Simultaneously, Sonata and Yuka commence. In the meantime, Ryuji and Ruka, unaware of the larger predicament, inquire of Manhwa about his intentions. Manhwa declares he will embrace Chrono's challenge. Several hours later, the entire nation is observing Shibuya, where the highly anticipated battle between Kusanagi and Chrono is on the verge of commencing. News helicopters soar above while reporters depict the massive throng as if it were a monumental occasion. The authorities are aware that the confrontation may escalate into chaos, so officers are prepared, likely poised to detain Chrono in the interim. Supporters are exuberantly rallying for both combatants. In the meantime, Ryuji remarks that the competition has transformed into a media spectacle, as his colleagues present social media metrics and streaming statistics to illustrate its immense scale. Shido remains silent, observing Manhwa and attempting to discern his true intentions. He is banking on a single error, as there is no turning back now. Close to the stadium, Hinata and Riku encounter Toshiru, who arrive to observe the match. They inquire about his presence. Toshiru states this is a conflict he must witness firsthand. Immediately following that, a radiant illumination emerges above the stadium as the audience speculates what it is. A cerulean ray abruptly descends nearly, striking the chopper and triggering a massive detonation that almost topples individuals. As the debris settles, the counterfeit Shadowbringer Chief Chrono emerges, and the press promptly disseminates news of his arrival. Shido is astonished that Chrono truly appeared and begins to question his hypothesis. Hinata and Yuika also start to ponder whether Manadu and Chrono are indeed two distinct individuals just as the confrontation is about to commence. Manadu exhales deeply and remarks that he typically prefers not to create a spectacle, but on this occasion he has no alternative when the counterfeit Chrono remains silent, while Manadu bypasses the conversation and proceeds directly to the battle before a multitude of spectators. Manadu commences with a void enchantment non-organic artillery, a tier 6 incantation. The counterfeit Chrono responds with shadowy sorcery Turmoil Raven. When the pair of assaults converge, the force of the shockwave is so powerful that it affects the helicopter operator hovering over the stadium. Recoils immediately, disregarding the journalists eager to approach in order to avoid a collision and potential catastrophe. As immediately after the initial enchantments dissipate, both combatants hasten in and collide their hands together, genuinely commencing the contest. Following that, they exchange strikes at close range. Moment the counterfeit Chrono unleashes a rank 9 electricity incantation, piercing thunder directed at Manadu. Manadu emerges unscathed but grumbles that Chrono isn't moderating his strength and even ruined his attire. Without uttering a term, the counterfeit Chrono retaliates with a level 7 terrestrial incantation directed at Manadu, attempting to obliterate him in a bid to halt the comet. Manadu employs a level 9 Neo enchanted barrier with assistance from a mystical fairy ensemble. It before himself, and the barrier shatters the asteroid into fragments one time. The assault has subsided, and Manadu gazes at the enchanting sprite who assisted him in achieving this, a formidable barrier encircling them. The throng, upon witnessing Manadu receive assistance from an enigmatic fairy, erupts into exclamations. A few rebels even begin declaring their indifference toward the enchanted aristocrats any longer because Chrono and Manadu exist on an entirely distinct plane, while concurrently, several of Minado's romantic interests succumb to unconsciousness from the overwhelming intensity and presence he exudes. Hinata, as irked as usual, admonishes Riku and Toshiru, labeling them as oblivious fools for their tendency to flaunt extravagant spells. Riku counters her comment by pointing out that both Chrono and Manadu are capable of level 9 magic. Hinata responds by emphasizing that their vast mana reserves and extensive spell expertise are equally extraordinary. Even while casting high-level magic, they still possess additional power, which is astonishing. Toshiru interjects, noting that Manadu is particularly remarkable, as his ongoing magical maneuvers seem to possess a will of their own. Claims that merely a handful of sorcerers are capable of employing continuous magic, much less automatic magic as well. However, with Minado's extraordinary physical prowess, Toshiru suggests that he is likely harnessing magical energy not solely to enhance his physique, but also additionally, to enhance his assaults and fortifications. Hinata inquires if that implies Manadu is essentially a barrier of magical energy, to which Toshiru responds likely, which only frustrates. She inquires further about his lingering doubt regarding Manadu and Chrono's capabilities, to which Toshiru responds that their sorcery is simply that extraordinary, to put it plainly. He signifies Manadu and Chrono as genuine behemoths in his perspective, having eclipsed the magical aristocrats in every aspect. Consequently, the confrontation between Chrono and Manadu escalates to its zenith, when Manadu ultimately surprises the counterfeit Chrono in mid-flight and propels him down to the earth with a kick. However, the moment the counterfeit Chrono touches down, he bounces back up towards Manadu, who remains airborne, causing the SMT and all the spectators to exclaim in astonishment as the confrontation persists. Yuka, Ruji, and Ruka acknowledge that they were already aware of the formidable abilities of those two, but witnessing even more of their capabilities helps them understand the fascination surrounding them. Sonata reviews the online statistics and notes that the battle continues to gain traction across streaming platforms and social media. Shido adds that the conflict has reached its zenith, with individuals globally observing simultaneously as visuals from various locations emerge, including New York and the South Korea and various other sprawling metropolises where individuals are fixated on their devices, observing the real-time clash between the globe's two most formidable sorcerers, Chrono and Manadu Kusanagi. Following exchanging strikes relentlessly and captivating the entire globe, Manadu commends the counterfeit Chrono for enduring this long, then declares it's finished. Yet, just as Manadu believes he has encountered an imitation, Chrono wields a level 9 dark incantation known as Shadow Scythe, and hurls it toward him to conclude matters. Manadu employs level 10 null sorcery Gigant Hex that obliterates the Shadow Scythe and crashes Chrono into a nearby structure. SMT members become astonished when they witness Manadu wield level 10 sorcery and exhibit such immense strength. Yuka can only contemplate how powerful he truly is as Manadu charges at the severely injured. Chrono and the news team aboard the helicopter pursue him, and when the videographer mentions that the transmission has ceased, the reporter loses their temper and berates him for missing the opportunity precisely at the most crucial moment. As for Manhwa, upon arriving at the counterfeit chrono, he halts and relaxes his vigilance somewhat. As Manhwa diverts his gaze, Chrono lifts a hand and begins to conjure a shadowy incantation, but just before he can unleash it, Manhwa admonishes him to cease the pretense, and a counterfeit chrono disappears instantly. "It's finished," Manhwa softly remarks, expressing his relief that the ruse succeeded before the entire globe. He contemplates the anti-monster apparatus, Takagami. The counterfeit chrono was significantly less powerful than him and struggled to articulate. As Manhwa surveys the outcome, Takagami, positioned nearby, expresses gratitude to the heavens for the success of the strategy. When she initially discovered that Manhwa was covertly chrono, and she was astonished that he would take such extreme measures. As an individual cannot perform two incantations simultaneously, she understood that Manhwa had minimal time to reactivate and duplicate a temporary enchantment. Due to his relentless upkeep of ongoing enchantment, he was unable to allocate space for alternative enchantments. That's why she crafted anti-monster equipment equipped with self-activating sorcery. If the apparatus could perform spells autonomously, even when the wielder was unconscious, then employing multiple forms of magic simultaneously became feasible, at least in principle. Nevertheless, Takagami understands that Manhwa still required extraordinary mana and mastery to manage both concurrently. Alternatively, the duplicate might have spiraled out of control and harmed the audience in the end. While employing immense sorcery and maintaining full command, Manhwa succeeded in delivering an exhilarating confrontation against his own counterpart. Takagami claims that only Ichikami Manhwa could accomplish something that remarkable with. The game involving Manhwa contacts Leona and requests her to cease disrupting the transmission. Inquires whether it has been completed, and he replies affirmatively. Then, she addresses him by his true name, Minato, and asserts that no one will pursue Chrono anymore following the shocking events they just encountered. When Minato inquires about when she discovered it, she confesses that she has been aware for some time but simply never mentioned it. He inquires why she is expressing this at this moment. Leona replies that she senses this may be the final occasion she will encounter Chrono. Minato acknowledges her correctness and silently consents following a brief moment of hesitation. Leona, expressing her satisfaction that he was present during a time when offenses by unlawful sorcerers were at an unprecedented minimum. Minato mentions that the Shadowbringers will remain discreet until tensions settle, before concluding the call. Leona proposes to take on any of his tasks at a familial rate. Minato responds that he will rely on her if necessary, and they bid farewell, returning to their routine existence. As soon as Minato disconnects the call, his SMT companions dash toward Yuka, inquires about Chrono, and Ruka questions whether he's injured. Minato responds that Chrono managed to escape, but will require bandages and won't be making an appearance for some time. Shido approaches next, feeling embarrassed, and expresses his apologies for wrongly accusing Minato of being Chrono. Sanada and Yuka likewise express their apologies for their skepticism and request his pardon. Minato regrets deceiving them but encourages them not to chastise themselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he's on the verge of exiting the arena, Hinata shouts once more, inquiring how Minato and Chrono attained such remarkable strength, fully aware that she is far from their caliber. She concedes that she must enhance her abilities or she will forever lag behind. While she continues her tirade, Shido is astonished that Minato still possesses energy and contemplates the extent of his magical reserves. In the meantime, Minato reflects on how he demonstrated that he and Chrono are distinct individuals, and then emits a brief exhale upon realizing that the ruse was truly effective. With BR no longer present, he believes the Shadowbringers are no longer essential. Nevertheless, Koroi's final remarks regarding his status as a pawn continue to linger in his thoughts. For the time being, however, he feels relieved that the most significant issue has been ultimately resolved. A few days thereafter, Minato begins advocating for streaming tutorials with the SMT, marketing merchandise with content creators, and participating in live broadcasts. Television to discuss his enlightenment and rigorous training. One day at school, Minato finds himself encircled by girls eager to clasp his hand, embrace him, or even propose marriage. Observing this, Ruka and Yuka ponder whether their newly renowned superior will endure this. What they remain unaware of is that Minato is already on the brink of insanity due to the overwhelming attention. To him, the girls are simply wearisome, prompting him to leap out of a window and flee from school, cursing Shido for ensnaring him in public notoriety. Just as he believes he has escaped, a horde of admirers locates him and pursues him once more. He dedicates the majority of the day evading them and pleading with them to let him be. Later, at their residence, Ruka and Yuka inquire about his well-being. Minato assures them he is fine and then inquires about the relocation. They inform him that they had tidied up everything while he was was preoccupied with his getaway. Following his expression of gratitude, Minato attentively hears Yuka discuss their new residence. A 3-room flat ensures that everyone has their own space, personal space. When the young women, she inquires whether he has a moment to converse and if everything is alright following all the turmoil. Minato replies that matters have settled due to her assistance, although the attention still feels unusual. Takagami chuckles and remarks that fame can be challenging. Minato informs her that she can reach out at any moment, as she is not merely a dear companion, but also the sole individual who understands his true self. Takagami expresses her gratitude and ends the call. Immediately afterward, she retrieves a picture of herself alongside 2 young women, and softly contemplates what she is meant to do regarding her own existence. Regrettably, the narrative reveals little regarding the events that transpired afterward. Several days later, numerous new SMT enrollees convene at the MPD training grounds, eager to be assigned to the same team as the Mizuha siblings or to receive instruction from Captain Minato. Upon their arrival, Yuka is taken aback by the sheer number of participants. Yet, Ruka states that their presence is solely due to Minato. Regardless, Ruji remarks that enthusiasm is enjoyable, but if they cannot endure Minato's harsh training, they are doomed. Shortly, Minato enters the arena and the trainees immediately begin swooning over him. They inundate him with acclaim, and Minato has grown weary of it, releases an immense wave of terrifying magical force that immobilizes them in terror. As soon as they settle down, Minato commends them for persevering and expresses that he intended to take it easy on the first day, but now he finds no justification to do so. The other SMT members discern their superior's irritation, yet the newcomers remain oblivious. Thus, when Minato subjects them to his customary rigorous physical and psychological training, they promptly succumb and begin to complain. Some have even labeled it maltreatment and claimed they will resign. Yet just when they believe it's finished, Yuka and her companions continue to unleash incantations against Minato's shield. The trainees gaze in astonishment, coming to the realization that this is far from typical training. Ultimately, Minato concludes the meeting and informs all individuals, including the newcomers, that they will assess magical abilities next. He grants them 5 minutes to recuperate prior to proceeding to the examination chamber. Observing him depart as if it were of no significance, the trainees conclude that Minato is a creature. In the meantime, Ruji and the Mizuha siblings reflect on their personal shortcomings and devise strategies to improve in the future. Observing this, the new recruits also select their own creatures. One individual even sheds tears as his idealized perception of the Mizuha sisters shatters. Shortly thereafter, the magical abilities of each SMT member are evaluated. Yuka attains a score of 120, while Izur scores 0, and Ruka follows suit, achieves 118 Izur 0. Ruji possesses 105,000 sonatas, achieves 100 Izur 0, while Shidu enters at 112,000. The newcomers are rattled and begin to question whether the SMT measures up to the magical aristocrats. Minato elucidates that Yuka initially possessed merely 2,000 magical energy, yet through perseverance and determination, she attained her current status. Energized, one recruit inquires if they too can attain such strength, to which Minato replies affirmatively, provided they are earnest. This ignites their passion, rekindling their resolve to develop. After the address, Minato assesses the team's magical prowess and concludes they should be capable of defeating a chief demon single-handedly or defeat a malevolent commander collaboratively. Despite that advancement, Minato understands it remains insufficient. The demon monarch and demon deity continue to exist. He's engrossed in contemplation when Shidu approaches and expresses his desire to. A single glance at his expression informs Minato that it is likely time for some unfortunate updates. Subsequently, Minato is attired in a formal suit at a collaborative gathering between the magical aristocrats and the SMT, expressing his discontent about the overwhelming nature of the soiree. Prior to him being able to react, Shidu similarly attired himself. Grateful for his presence, Minato acknowledges the importance of collaboration, but questions the necessity of an entire celebration. Shidu expresses regret, noting that the magical aristocrats are likely using the occasion to commemorate the restoration of their influence, especially since the BR case has enhanced the police's reputation as well. Minato understands he cannot escape the situation and merely remains there, feigning enjoyment. After a moment, Minato admires Shidu's attire, while Ruji expresses his belief that formal wear does not suit him. However, Minato quickly boosts his confidence, commending his stature and physique before Shidu announces the arrival of the ladies, including Yuka. Arrives first in a billowing dress and expresses regret for the heaviness. Ruka strides in a lengthy navy gown, also apologizing for the delay. Subsequently, Sanada appears in a pale green dress, astonishing numerous individuals who gathered to honor them. Yuka inquires of Minato whether she appears odd in her attire, and he responds that that she is even more adorable than typical. Subsequently, he begins lavishing all three young women with extravagant accolades. Ostentatious praises cause them to flush while observing. Ryuji comes to the understanding that Minato never restrains himself when complimenting girls. Well after Hinata rises in her customary foul disposition. On this occasion, she is attired in a crimson dress, accompanied by Toshiru and Riku, who stand as the leaders of their esteemed lineages. Minato extols her elegance, yet in a moment of bewilderment, he inquires of Toshiru the reason for his presence. Toshiru then clarifies that this gathering is a component of the collaboration he consented to, not merely coincidental. Eager to converse, Toshiru abruptly astonishes the remarkable Minato with his straightforwardness. The young women express regret for their father's demeanor, explaining that he simply isn't very chatty, and Minato replies that it's alright. A moment later, Minato perceives an unusual energy and glances over. He notices a young woman in an ebony gown. Prior to his opportunity to converse with her, the MC ascends the platform, expresses gratitude to the attendees for their presence, and commences the introductions of the esteemed guests. Aristocrats and the leader of the Sorcerer Consortium, Momoyu Hifumi, along with his offspring, Chloe Momoyu. Minato instantly identifies Hifumi as the individual he encountered in Dotonbori. Furthermore, now that he recognizes the girl as Chloe, he is uncertain how to react. At present, he remains silent and observes as Momoyu Hifumi advances and officially presents himself. He begins by discussing the ongoing monstrosity crisis that continues to confront the nation. He then asserts that the partnership between the mage aristocrats and the SMT represents the most effective solution for aiding all sorcerers to thrive. He concludes his address to rousing applause following. Upon listening to him, Minato acknowledges that the communication was explicit and effectively conveyed. He then observes Chloe grinning at him and contemplates what her intentions might be shortly. Hifumi advances toward the SMT and states that the sorcerer nobles will collaborate closely with them to safeguard the nation thereafter. He faces Minato with a grin and expresses his eagerness to collaborate while they clasp hands. Minato reciprocates the sentiment and discreetly assesses Hifumi's magical energy. From what he can discern, Hifumi has continued his training and remains remarkably powerful. In fact, Minato perceives that the man has hardly altered since he last encountered him 5 decades prior. That transports him to a recollection of encountering youthful Takagami and Hifumi at the sorcerer training area when fresh recruits were arriving, with Ichikami Minato spearheading the inaugural session. He instructed everyone to assault him simultaneously, yet one boy, the young Mumu Hifumi, retorted by calling him a scoundrel and cautioned him not to undervalue their capabilities. The youthful Takagami Shizuku reprimanded Hifumi for addressing a living legend in such a manner. Hifumi was indifferent to Ichikami's status. He vowed to drive that arrogant visage into the ground and joined forces with Takagami, who wielded water sorcery while he harnessed dark sorcery. The pair launched their assaults simultaneously, yet Ichikami remained unfazed. He halted it with a basic first-tier incantation that merely intensified Hifumi's fury, yet Ichikami disregarded him at that moment. He utilized wooden lances derived from terrestrial sorcery to eliminate every recruit thereafter. A multitude was astonished, disheartened, that he executed a level for incantation with such finesse. Ichikami recognized his restraint and anticipated that plenty would concede, yet Hifumi rose again, proclaiming the battle was far from finished and asserting he was merely beginning. Takagami, equally resolute, accompanied him for another session gratified. To witness genuine capability, Ichikami permitted them to strike once more. They contended with all their might but ultimately succumbed, discovering just how formidable Ichikami truly was. With the majority of the cadets absent, Ichikami became increasingly impressed by the two who remained, concluded the meeting and advised them to relax, but as he pivoted, Hifumi launched another sinister sorcery strike, declaring that the battle was far from finished. He pledged to overcome Ichikami one day before succumbing. That resolve in his gaze. Ichikami was confident that the lad would evolve into a remarkable sorcerer. When Takagami attempted to stealthily deliver one final blow, he discovered that the organization had acquired 2 rather intriguing new members. As Hifumi lost consciousness, he vowed to eclipse Ichikami Minato. Ichikami merely remarked that he would bide his time until that day, and the recollection concludes at that point. In the current moment, Minato Ichikami's rebirth contemplates how that passionate youth transformed into a formidable individual with prestige and wealth. For a brief instant, he considers disclosing his identity but recalls Takagami's caution and ultimately chooses to refrain from doing so. Shortly following the formal announcement of the SMT, the attendees are encouraged to socialize. Just as Minato believes he can unwind, Chloe approaches him. She presents herself and expresses that she has been eager to encounter him for some time. Minato commends her as a sorceress and expresses his willingness to converse. Chloe chuckles and modestly replies that she's far from his stature. Minato concedes that she doesn't appear to possess immense magical prowess or exceptional elemental mastery, yet there is something unsettling about her that he cannot shake, simply cannot discern what it is. Chloe expresses her desire for them to harmonize, as her instincts urge her to have faith in him, while Minato thoughtfully selects his reply from a short distance. Ruka and Yuka experience discomfort observing their conversation, although they attempt to reassure themselves that it's likely merely a salutation. Shortly thereafter, Chloe expresses her enthusiasm about collaborating with him, and Minato conveys a similar sentiment as they clasp hands. Chloe perceives his enchantment and expresses her relief that he is an admirable individual. With that, she remarks that they will reunite shortly and departs. The following day at school, Minato faces the typical challenges posed by the girls, correct? Just before he becomes agitated, the instructor enters and instructs everyone to calm down for a new transfer pupil. Shortly thereafter, Mumu Chloe arrives. She presents herself as a pupil from Kimwe Major Academy. She then occupies her chair, leaving Minato astonished that she truly enrolled. As soon as the classroom spots her, they identify her as Chloe Mumu from the previous day's gathering, and some remark on how unusual it is to encounter anyone from the Mumu conglomerate in public. Following the introduction, the instructor guides her to the vacant seat next to him and admits he hadn't anticipated her transferring. However, Chloe reminds him that she had mentioned they would reunite soon. He observes her attentively until the class concludes. When the second session finishes, everyone in the room turns to Chloe in admiration. Yuka notes how instantly popular Chloe has become. The same boys who typically flock to them are now surrounding her. Upon the arrival of Ruka and Ruji, they both question what Chloe is contemplating, as no one expected her to actually make the transfer given how swiftly it occurred after the event. Yuka suspects there may be a more profound reason behind this and comments that the timing is too impeccable. Ruji, still cautious of the mage, hopes this isn't yet another one of their schemes. For the moment, Minato and the others decide to scrutinize Chloe closely. An hour later, they are astonished when Shido declares that Chloe Mumu will be joining the SMT, and one of them exclaims, questioning her presence. Shido clarifies that the decision was made to appoint Chloe as a liaison between the SMT and the mage nobles to reinforce the alliance and foster trust, hence her inclusion in the team. When afforded the opportunity to speak, Chloe introduces herself as Mumu's daughter and expresses her hope that they will be kind to her, her soft demeanor calming the atmosphere. Shido faces Minato and expresses remorse for presenting this situation unexpectedly, explaining it was a straightforward command. Minato responds that it's acceptable and confesses he somewhat anticipated an occurrence like this once the alliance was revealed. Shido appears reassured, although he continues to observe Minato for a while as he still must evaluate her capabilities. Minato subjects Chloe to the same rigorous training as the others. Even after he amplifies the intensity sufficiently to exhaust the trainees and elicit their grievances, Chloe not only maintains her pace but surpasses Yuka and the others without appearing fatigued at all. Regardless of the difficulty, Yuka emits the respite while the others recuperate. Chloe inquires whether it's truly the moment to cease asserting she still possesses abundant energy. Yuka is astonished by Chloe's ability to remain so composed throughout the training. They have only just recently mastered the art of managing without pausing. Chloe approaches Minato and remarks on the severity of his regimen. He questions if she considers it outdated, yet Chloe responds in the negative, clarifying that the conditioning is logical, as enhancing physical fitness elevates martial abilities, and employing enchantment while being physically propelled aids in enhancing her skill and capability. Even claims that Minato's stern approach and vocal encouragement effectively inspire all those observing. Minato commends her perceptiveness, and Chloe confidently asserts that she ranks among the finest shortly thereafter. Yuka, Ruka, and Ruji concede that Chloe possesses great strength and inquire whether they might gain knowledge from her. Chloe commends their endeavor as well, expressing that she has consistently trusted the SMT's dependability. As the conversation concludes, Chloe swivels back to Minato and continues their dialogue. In the meantime, Yuka begins to sense discomfort regarding Chloe's captivating nature. Boys are drawn to her, girls admire her, and perhaps even Minato harbors similar feelings. Aware that Chloe might possess greater strength than they do, Yuka frets that she could potentially become Minato's primary ally. She and her sister exchange glances, attempting to reassure themselves that Minato would not deceive them. Nevertheless, they cannot refrain from staring at Chloe while she joyfully converses with him, hoping she would exercise a bit more caution as the partnership between the SMT and the mage aristocrats persists as Minato observes that despite the ongoing disasters, the nobles are now reacting more swiftly than ever before. And as the SMT ventures into new domains, fatalities have evidently decreased nonetheless. The frequency of disasters continues to escalate, prompting Minato to realize that they must remain vigilant.